testimony, that they felt that the witnesses did not testify well and that the defense got a lot of good jabs against those witnesses on the stand, which is also possible. But I do think that your viewers are right, because that's the bulk of the evidence here is witness testimony. And they're also right because the surveillance video, as much as it kind of fills in some of the blanks and it colors some of that in for us, it shouldn't necessarily be the driving force, because as we've covered for this whole trial, that domestic violence situation against Cassie is not specifically charged in this case. It is used as context, but it's not necessarily a charge in the case. There's no assault specifically against Cassie to deliberate about. So I agree with the viewers. I think the testimony is super important here. And I also found it interesting that they're almost split down the middle between the defense and prosecutors, closing arguments or strategy. I think that's interesting. And I think that we're going to see that reflected in the jury deliberations too.
Yeah, always good to agree with our viewers as well. I know they like that. Old Hollywood Angels chiming in this morning. Good morning to you, because I know you've been with us each day as we've been live following this trial, Candace. How long is too long for a verdict to take place? Can this take as long as it needs? What's the time limit? And you think of the 4th of July coming up on Friday, so it's a short week.
Listen, that is a great question, especially with July 4th coming up. Here's the deal. They can deliberate for as long as they want. I mean, do they want it to go for 2 months? No, they don't want it to go for 2 more days. We've got July 4th coming up. Last week, it was 104 degrees on one of these days. These people are coming to and from this particular courthouse, and it can be very, very straining on one. I think that when we look at something like RICO with R. Kelly's case, which I also covered, it took about 22 hours in one of his cases, 11 hours in another case. I mean, Kenneth Raniere, 4 hours. It really depends. It depends upon all the evidence. The fact that we are at 5.5 hours and we're still in RICO and we're still in those predicate crimes, which their last question was about, a predicate crime of drug distribution, they're not going to have a verdict today. I mean, there's no way. I would imagine that it's going to come before the 4th. I can imagine that tomorrow they might wrap up some of the details, all get confirmed by the end of a long day, right? Because they can also go beyond the courthouse closes. And then maybe come back the day after, regroup and say, are we still on the same?
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? Yo, who just said in the chat, yo, did you have a wild king night last night? Yo, y'all wildin', bro.
Because, I mean, the jury instructions themselves are 62 pages.
Verdict watch. We are here, people. We are here. This is day 34, I believe. Day 34, or was it 33? I think it's 34. Or maybe it's 33. Regardless, we are on verdict watch for the P. Diddy trial. By the way, the latest update is that the jury ain't even get to the RICO yet. They're still going through the predicate acts. They're still supposedly, the way we could tell, we're not in the room. They asked a question about some definitions in for some of the predicate acts, which means they're going over the RICO charge, which is count 1. Now we don't know if they're going sequentially. We don't know if they already did count 5, 4, 3, and 2. But 1, if they were going in chronological order, 1 is the biggest and the most heaviest and the lengthiest charge, and it looks like they're still going through it. So, it's looking like if we're going to get a verdict, it's going to be later in the day today. And it's looking like it's possible that we're probably going to have to be here tomorrow again, okay? We're going to be in and out of this case as we kind of wait. We're also going to double back on a few things that we missed. If you guys didn't watch the episode, did anybody watch our stream yesterday? We actually streamed with Unc. We streamed with Lauren Conlon. Amazing stream. We streamed for about 3.5 hours. It's actually on the page right now. So if you guys didn't watch that, you guys should watch that. And we're just lock in for the day. We're going to cover some other topics as well. Drake's lawyer was in court versus UMG. They had an argument over a motion to dismiss. A few other things going on in hip hop, and we'll try to touch on everything. All right.
I don't know. You just kind of have to go with it. You have to pick something that's going to get him off. There was so much testimony here to bury him, I think, that they had to go with something, even if it sounded inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to go through in that jury room, Candace. Another question coming in related to juror number 25, who's the one yesterday the jury sent a note about saying that he may have issues just understanding the directions that the judge gave. The question comes from Lucy Whitaker. If number 25 cannot follow the judge instructions, will he get replaced or given chance to figure it out?
Listen, B, he's got to get a chance to figure it out. They've started deliberations. There's been nothing that's been put on record that says he's going.
Now, this is always a big source of a possible mistrial right here. If jury selection starts, or not jury selection, but deliberations start, what happens in that room is supposed to be sacred. It's supposed to be devoid of any interactions or any influence, but also the jurors themselves influencing each other should not happen. I could imagine Diddy's team has taken quite a good look and notice at if there is discomfort or, hey, they got to keep coming out to say, Judge, this one juror, he's acting up. Yo, this person won't get along with this. He don't want to do that. Here's the thing. Tom Short, thank you for the 10. It says, yesterday's stream was huge W. You should do more of those collabs. Reminded me of everyday struggle vibes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you to Lauren Conlon and, of course, my man, Soul G, Sean G, because they were great as well. So here's the thing. You know, we've seen, like, for example, you guys know, like, my favorite entertainer, like Vibes Cartel. That's one of the reasons, actually, that's the reason his case got overturned. And then the Jamaican government said they weren't going to pursue it again. So it went to what's called the Privy Council in the UK. They looked at the case, and what happened was that there was a juror that was in there while they're deliberating on murder for Vibes Cartel that offered like $1 million if people would change their vote. That person got ratted out. They told the person, like, yo, there's this guy in here, he's a juror, he's offering $1 million. They basically kicked the guy out, right? Like, yo, whatever. But here's the thing. They continue on with jury. They continued on with the jury deliberation process as opposed to, I think they either allowed the person to stay or something like that. It was something weird. And it was like, wait, you can't, like, the whole process is tainted if niggas in the room is bribing, you know? And the council actually agreed with that. So I could imagine any disruption that we hear further coming from that court, from that deliberation room, when they got to come back to the main court to say, Judge, this is going on. We need your help. Okay, and by the way, this is like holes in my. Remember them old Yeezy joints that be having? That it was, yo, why did niggas wear this shit like it was cool, or should I have an undershirt under it? This is a joint with, like, remember when they were making the sweat with the hoodies with holes in there? It's like, yeah, this is fire. Just have some holes, random holes, right? It's like, yo, this, or maybe I should have had an undershirt under this. I'm like, when was this popping? Anyway, so that's the thing, right? You gotta you. If I'm Diddy and I'm his lawyer, you're hoping for one thing. You're hoping that, you know, you connected with one person on the jury. And yesterday, I don't know if you guys watched when we were doing the podcast with me and Sean G and, of course, Lauren Conlon. Like, Sean G is like a New Yorker, man. He's a New Yorker. And I've seen some people say, yo, he's a little bit biased towards Diddy. And I think he was fair, though, in how he says he's got to this bias. He said he was believing a lot of stuff that was said, but being in the courtroom, and that's why he even heralded Mark Ignifulo. He says he talked to us like we were New Yorkers. It's like, and that's different. You got to know your crowd. You got to know your audience. You have to know who's sitting in that jury box. He said he talked on the level of how New Yorkers get down. And I think that's why, he started relating to Puff, right? He started relating to Puff. And, there's a moment where he describes about when Puff spoke and he's like, yo, I thought I was about to hear Biggie after this. And I'm like, damn, maybe the idea of being also like that fanfare of, him might really have tugged on the heartstrings of like somebody in the jury pool to say, yo, they're convicting or they're trying to persecute one of our legends. I'm about to ride hard for him. Pause. Once we get up in that deliberation room. So I guess Diddy's team has to think they've gotten one person to do that. If not, they got to also be very weary of any type of disruption. I think that the prosecutors are kind of peeping this already. That's why they eliminated one person. I thought it was bullshit when they said, oh, no, you don't live in New York anymore. Bullshit. I think they thought that person could be problematic. This is going to be a very interesting jury deliberation process, and I can't wait to hear the people do the post-conviction or post-acquittal interviews, because if they do interviews, because there's going to be some drama. You know there's going to be some drama, right? Going to be some drama.
Going to be acting in any way that goes against the grain of how the jury system works. He just simply didn't understand, and they didn't understand what they needed to do. Unless you've been on a jury, you really don't understand the rules and guidelines. So asking questions is okay. And the fact that he had a question and wanted to make sure that he could be kind of guided through this, that's okay. He is not going anywhere at this point. They're going to continue. And the worst thing to do is to interrupt the whole process of the jury system and the whole process of making sure that people get their voices up.
Mistrial heaven. Anything that sounds funky about this and Diddy gets found guilty, they're going to appeal, and this is going to be listed. Trust me. Or one of them other jurors going to come out and going to be like, yo, this is what really was happening there, and it's going to give Diddy the fodder and going to give him all the substance for an appeal. So the prosecutors really, I think they're on pins and needles that this process goes fine if they're hoping for a conviction. And hoping for it to stick. Pause.
You don't want to mess with the jury at all. You just want to have them be put in their place, and until they come out, whether it's 2 weeks, 2 days, or 2 months, we will wait for you to come up with your decision to make sure that justice is served.
Could you imagine if it's 2 months and we're here every single morning for the next 2 months? I don't hate it. I love it. But
what's Scott Lauren? Thank you for the membership.
Question, Serena, coming in from Show and Tell Knitting. Aren't the names of the jurors known from voir dire, which is the process of when the jurors are selected, or when they're sworn in? What protects them from the press hounding them or Diddy stalking them after the trial?
A great question. Yes, their names are known. It is not buried. It is not hidden. They don't get into like witness protection. And, you know, some of those jurors might take advantage of that. Like some of them after the case, we've seen that in other high profile cases, they could, you know, write a book about it. They could get their interviews, and sometimes people parlay their experience into a whole new career for themselves. But on the other hand, you're right. It is a very scary position to be in. You know, think of it as comparing them to the victims that testified against Diddy. They too are afraid to point the finger at him. And if a jury comes back guilty, you know, Diddy is not alone, as he's being charged, in fact, with this RICO crime, right? He could have other people who do his dirty work for him. And so if you're a juror finding him guilty, it probably is kind of scary. Like, who are his associates that could stalk you or go against you? They really do not have protection. What I will say is, if there is a verifiable threat, if a juror actually has, you know, something, people calling them, people visiting them, then of course they could, you know, go to law enforcement and try to get protection there. But there's nothing just like built in to the system that protects them immediately.
Have a few more updates coming in from court, and this is the back and forth that we're hearing from the prosecution and the defense related to the question about drug distribution that came in yesterday just before the jury went home. I'm going to read it for you from the information we're getting. The judge says, "I'm adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question." Combs' defense attorney Driscoll says, "Can we just put something on the record about sole possession? The definition of distribution would mislead the jury." The judge then says, "Both sides agreed to this definition without question, so what is it?" Combs' defense attorney says, "1 second." And then the assistant U.S. attorney Comey says they're trying to mislead the jury. Then more from court, another update here. The judge says they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. Combs Driscoll, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Yes. Serena, what do you make of the back and forth as the prosecution and defense, after they were very detailed in figuring out these jury instructions, in the wake of this question from the jury, here they are going back and forth some more?
Yeah, so I think that, you know, the judge is going to want to simplify this as much as possible for the jury. It sounds like the judge is adopting the prosecution's position here to get a pretty easy answer to the jury with these questions. And the defense wants to, you know, elaborate a little bit more. They don't want a jury to, they don't want a jury to think that it's so easy. You know, a defense usually wants to make it a little bit more complicated for a jury, because the more complicated it is, the more reasonable doubt. And so that, I think, is what Ms. Comey, the prosecutor, was trying to say, like, oh, you know, the defense is just trying to mislead the jury, trying to confuse the jury. And the judge, as the referee, is really trying to simplify everything as much as possible. They do not want a mistrial. They do not want a ton more notes with clarifying questions being asked. Judge wants to really streamline things. And then you hear the defense say, well, can you at least mark our position as a court exhibit? So what the defense is trying to do is say, okay, judge, well, if you're not going to give us what we want to at least lay a foundation for a potential appeal down the road. Mark this as an exhibit. Like, let's put a stake in it. Let's make it clear on the record what we wanted, what you did not give us, so that if we lose down the road, we could use this as another avenue for appeal, that you didn't give us an instruction that we were entitled to.
Updates coming in from court again. The parties have adjourned after the judge's yes, which the yes is to the question of if an individual asks for a controlled substance and that person hands it over, is it distribution? The judge answering the jury's question again with a simple yes. We do believe that deliberations started at the top of the hour, so that would put us now at 6 hours of jury deliberations. Candace, I want to turn to you because you have been in.
Wow. That's actually huge. Because I think what people would normally believe is drug distribution. We would look at this case and be like, nah, everybody's just kind of like popping pills to get high to fuck. Like no one's like, when we hear intent to distribute, we think of somebody bagging up drugs to go sell the junk, right? But we're now being told that this definition is so broad that the definition of intent to distribute literally means, yo, say you have one pill and you pass it or you gave it to one person. That's intent to distribute, which is like, you know what I mean? Given how much how much penalty it is for the crime of intent to distribute, you would think it would be more on a larger scale. So actually, let me just start reading through this. It says, this is Comey. Can we make sure things that have been emailed put in the docket? Summarina says, I'm adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question. Driscoll says, can we put something on the record about sole possession? This definition of distribution would mislead the jury. Driscoll says, but, Justice, hold on. Says, both sides agreed to this definition without objection. So what is it? Driscoll says, 1 second. Comey says, they are trying to mislead the jury. So they're arguing about this idea of drug distribution. And I'm going to be honest with you. This spells trouble for me. This spells trouble for me. I'll tell you why. I think the prostitution, I've always said the prostitution predicate offense of the RICO is a gimme. The sex trafficking is, I don't know. The forced labor, well, that goes if you believe sex trafficking, you believe forced labor. So if you don't believe sex trafficking, you don't believe forced labor. If they are puzzled over something that I think should be as a non-issue, because again, as per my understanding, and if I was a juror, I'm voting no to that. I'm not convicting him of a RICO because he passed out a few mollies. I'm not doing it. Also, you know, granted, they found drugs in his hotel when they arrested him, but you know, we've never observed him handing out drugs. Yes, there's multiple testimonies that he instructed people to that he did, but all of these witnesses, could we believe everything they said? And again, it's not, of course I think Diddy gave out drugs. I'm not like, come on, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm just saying, as a juror, you're going to have to show me a videotape of the nigga doing it. Now, granted, this might happen on the free call videos that we never seen. So he could be on there like walking over while Cassie's getting her back blown out, and Cassie puts out her tongue and he drops a fucking Molly on her tongue, and yeah, at that point it's okay, right? But I wonder if the evidence of this is just through text messages, like, you know, KK, you know, was basically saying Puff needs you to bring this da-da-da-da or give da-da-da to da-da-da-da. And then the testimony of Cassie, some of the sex workers, Jane. By the way, you see how respectful I was? Me, Lauren, and Unc, we had a conversation before. Well, I couldn't say who Jane Doe was while they were there because they planned to be in court, and that could have jeopardized them from staying in court. Like, if they were on my stream and then we start just throwing around the names of the people who have pseudonyms, if someone raised that in court, they probably would have got kicked out of court. And they're in court this morning. So, anyway, the judge Summeranian says they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. So, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Judge says yes. They adjourn. So, essentially, the judge has agreed. The judge has agreed. Right? Oh, let me see if the paperwork is there. Is it that? Hold on. Wait. Okay.
In this courtroom during the trial, you have seen this jury. We were talking specifically about juror number 25, but we've only seen the courtroom sketches. You've seen this jury. What stood out to you about them, the way that they took in this testimony, especially when I think of Cassie Ventura, I think of Jane, how emotional they were on the stand, certainly the freak-off videos that they had to see. What stood out to you?
Well, let's start with the freak-off videos because there was such a reaction by the jurors. During the first couple of weeks of the trial, what the jurors were seeing were just pictures.
It's like I don't know if that's the actual deliberation room, but that's a example of what it would look like.
It was only during the last couple of weeks of trial that they started opening up the door to have moving video. And there were jurors who ripped off their headphones because it was a lot. It's a lot, especially in the morning, because you're taking in a lot of pornographic, what we would understand as pornographic video and information. And if you are not exposed to that and haven't looked to that, it can be very, very jarring. There were other times where there were some jurors who just did not have the poker face. 2 or 3 in particular from day one. Sometimes they would look at the audience to even look at what people were thinking about in the gallery, maybe to get some eye contact. Many times, most of the times it translated as, I don't believe this, do you? So I think it was really interesting to see how just progressively things kind of turned out in terms of how much they were giving. Now, when it came to the point where Sean Combs got in trouble for potentially communicating by his nods and his head shakes with the jury, well, then that's when things kind of settled down a little bit. He got a warning. I don't know if the jurors got a warning, but it certainly made a difference in terms of the physicality and the emotions and what they showed on their face in terms of reaction. That slowed down a lot. Nobody wants to be in trouble. And certainly Sean Combs got admonished by the judge. You got to stop doing this. There should be no communication. The jury should not have any type of facial expression the best that they can. I mean, yeah, they're going to laugh. They're going to wince maybe every once in a while. But during those first 2 weeks especially, they were very, very interactive, shall I say, with their facial expressions.
I remember Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter, who will be joining the live stream around noon, as she typically does with our Jesse Weber, just talking about how emotional it was specifically during Cassie's testimony right at the beginning of this trial, and now 6-7 weeks.
By the way, this is what I was talking about yesterday. Let me show y'all. I meant to play it. I didn't play it on stream, but I could play it now. Court TV. I was shocked by this because remember, 50 Cent, who's he's not one who's brutal murder. He's not really fond of what do you call it again? Give me 1 second. He's not really fond of Diddy. Ooh. Where is this at? Fuck. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It was something like they said that there was a standing ovation. There was applause. Agnifilo. Let me see. Right here, look.
The defense team finished up their close, and at the very end, attorney Mark Agnifilo asked the jury to acquit Sean Diddy Combs of all of the charges and to send him home to his family. And with that, you know, there are listening rooms because the main courtroom is packed. That's where I was this morning. And then there are these overflow rooms. There are multiple overflow rooms packed full of people from the public, from the media, so many people converging on New York City because of this trial. And in one of the rooms, I can confirm to you that when Mark Agnifilo finished, the room erupted in cheers. Everyone in the room started cheering, loudly clapping. When his closing argument was finished. Mark Agnifilo giving that close on behalf of Diddy's legal team. Numerous lawyers taking part in this process for him. And from what we understand, Diddy was quite pleased with that closing argument. Now we're in the government's rebuttal. So that is currently taking place in the courthouse behind me. Diddy's trial happening at the very top floor of this building. We're in the Southern District of New York, and they actually have two federal courthouses, Michael and Ashley. This is one of them, the larger one. It is beautiful.
By the way, we have Lauren Conlon, who I encouraged to go live. She is live right now outside of the courtroom. So I do want y'all to show her some love. I want y'all to tune in.
So the question was something
quality.
Along the lines of
Turn her up, people.
One person asks for drugs and the second person gives them these drugs, is the second person guilty of drug distribution? And they referred to actually a section on the charges for this question. They referred to page 37. And I think it was, my pen actually broke when I was writing notes.
Go check the page out. Pop Crime TV with Lauren Conlon.
Yeah, they referred to a certain section about the drug distribution. So I was like, whoa, okay, that's interesting. I did not see them having a question about drug distribution, but they did. So the defense wanted the court to answer their question and say that they should refer to the charge as a whole. However, the government and the judge did not want that. They wanted to make it a little bit simpler, as they thought if they said, refer to the charge as a whole, that would be misleading. So he said that, the judge, I have an obligation to answer this direct question, and he was again, not playing around. He was like even Mark Agnifilo was standing up and he's like, Judge, can I give an example? And the judge was like, no, you cannot give an example. So I was like, oh, okay. So let me see. They basically want to know, is a sale required for a distribution? And it's confusing. It absolutely is confusing. So, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. And thanks, AK, for sending everyone over here. So the defense also, they took a minute and they tried to come up with something that would work to send back to the jury. And the judge was like, nope, sorry, we're going with my original thought was to, again, explain it and refer to a certain section on the jury charges. And by the way, if you haven't seen the jury charges, I can put them up on Twitter. I have them in my email. Actually, Dizzy, I should send them to you, and then you can distribute them as well. Because they're very long. I said that before. But yeah, so the defense also said, refer to page
turn her up, Chad. Turn her up real quick. Turn her up.
Through 7. This is about intent to distribute. And again, the government and the judge, they were like, no, we can't point them here because that's misleading. So anyway, I don't think the defense is very happy right now. And they preserved that objection on the way the court handled sending this note back to the jury. Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are so awesome. Okay.
Turn her up, Chad.
Let me go through. I'm going to sit here for a second. Let me talk about something that I think I may have been wrong on. And I really went through this on academics yesterday. But okay, I finally saw, as I left academics, I finally saw the verdict sheet. And I hadn't seen it before, the finalized one. It had been talked about. But guys, thank you so much. You guys are so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I said, I don't think that, I don't necessarily think the jury would find him guilty of racketeering based on what I saw in court based on the fact that they might have reasonable doubt about XYZ. Okay, I'm now thinking they are going to find, they could find him guilty of racketeering very easily based on the verdict slip, because all they would need to do to find him guilty on racketeering is also find him guilty on a standalone sex trafficking charge, which let's say that's Cassie. And let's say they found her guilty, or found him guilty of violating the Mann Act as well, the transportation to engage in prostitution. Let's say he's found guilty of those two, but let's say they say not guilty on Jane, you know, whatever. That is also under the RICO predicate. So, yeah, all they have to do is find him guilty on one count of sex trafficking and one count of violating the Mann Act, and that right there is your RICO, unless they feel like he did not have a co-conspirator. If that's the case, then they could just say no to RICO altogether. We don't believe he had a co-conspirator. You know, that's that. But as far as, you know, the venue is there. And again, if they find him guilty of sex trafficking, Cassie, and violating the Mann Act, that's RICO. I mean, that is literally a
stay on your job
for one. So I don't think, I mean, I intellectually, I knew that, but I didn't put it together.
It's a flip-off state. It's a playoff. It's a playoff. Yo, you deserve it, Daddy. I can't call it Daddy. What the fuck?
Until I looked at the verdict sheet and the jury form. So yeah, this is definitely, it's definitely tense in there. I have to say, like I pointed out at the beginning of the stream, the judge did not seem like he was really in the mood for any arguments, nothing like that. He and at one point I kind of saw, you know, Agnifilo seemed a little bit nervous when he was making these arguments. He had a paper in his hands and it kind of looked like
y'all going
it was
crazy.
Shaking a little bit. But yeah, let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so nice. Thank you. Someone said no other race has these charges. Free Diddy.
Y'all going crazy.
Some of you guys are saying maybe not great things. Yeah, but let me know what you think. I did put
Lindell,
the
thank you.
Slip or the jury slip up
I'll read your
on
donations.
my Twitter, which is at Conlon_Lauren. And like I said,
Charles, enough. Thank you.
I really was.
Oh, don't tell me pause.
Was under the impression that they might have some issues with the RICO charge, but now that I've actually taken a look at it, I don't think they will. I think that, again, it's quite possible he could be convicted on RICO, again, because they get a 2-for-1 here with the sex trafficking and with the transportation to engage. And there's here, I'll see, people are supporting. Do you see that? Can you see that? She's a sign that says can't stop, won't stop.
Come on now.
Got it. So yes, he still has a lot of supporters. I'm trying to think.
Yo, chat, y'all are the best.
It was equally, I guess, as tense. Oh, also Diddy this morning, he turned around to his mom in court after the judge left the bench and everything. He said something like he likes his mom's shirt and he likes her outfit. He said it pretty loudly too. So let me look and see.
It's Drill said, oh, nah, she on her.
Diddy should pay his supporters more money. Oh my gosh. Hung jury. This is I mean, and listen, if they're hung on Cassie's sex trafficking, then that means they could be hung on the RICO as well, unless, you know, they're unequivocally unanimous on some of the other RICO charges like bribery and kidnapping and obstruction. But
that would be bullshit. That would be bullshit.
At this point, I am like, I have no idea what is going through the jury's head, except I just didn't expect a question, I guess, on the drug distribution. I really didn't. So, read the super chat. Sorry, that's what happens. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Okay, take, Lauren. Thank you so much. Let me see. Mike Sam, thank you so much for the memberships. That's so nice. I didn't realize I was supposed to read these. Great work. Thank you.
I begged her to go live. Because I showed Unc love, and we've been watching her too. I got to show love.
Thank you so much. Academics, are you kidding me? That is so generous. Holy moly. I don't even know what to say. That's so kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So nice. How do I do this?
She's learning. She's learning.
You said you'd start going live, and now you're live. Yes, I'm trying. But again, like I said, it's weird because it's like we don't have our phones. Obviously, it's federal court. You know this by now. And so I'm sitting there. I don't want to miss anything. However, the one good thing I will say at this point is that we gave our emails to somebody on the 8th floor. So they are emailing us when a note comes in, and just, they emailed us all the jury charges and the verdict slip and everything, but also the verdict slip. And I think the jury charges are on the docket if you want them. Some people are asking.
Yo, chat, I donated $500 to Ung too. Relax.
Personally think that we could get a verdict tomorrow. I think that, let me go. You know what? Does anybody have the verdict?
Chat, honestly, all bullshit aside, you got to realize, these are smaller creators. And I remember being at where they were, where I was doing extra work. And I wanted somebody like me to show love, like actual love, not like just use your content when it benefits you and then just take all your credit. So I'm trying to do that for them, and I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to turn them up too,
Stupid with you. Okay. Salute Queen. Big AK sent me. Love your covers. Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice.
She's been great. She's been great, honestly. She's been honestly great.
Sorry, I'm clicking all these. It's so hard. Ugh. You and AK look good together. Thanks. Thank you so much. And thank you again for the memberships. This is so nice. Okay. So Dizzy, wait, racketeering is first. Yes, but what are the predicates under there? Because I'm wondering if they possibly went in order when they're asking questions about, about these predicate acts.
That's a great question.
But
let me go back to that. That's a great question.
I can't believe it, because yesterday I'm on academics and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if which way they're going to go on RICO. I'm guessing not guilty because of XYZ. And thanks, Vanessa. But now, again, after seeing this form, I just
hold on.
I don't know anymore. I'm gonna try to get the predicate. I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get the predicate form.
She didn't care. She's married. Yes, I am married with children. Thank you.
She is married. People.
Lorna, thank you so much. Oh wait, do you just click on the? I'm so dumb. Do you click on the bot? There you go. Okay.
I got a teacher.
Order. Thank you so much. That's so nice.
Let me see. I'm trying to find. The judge had said the predicates.
Let me see. I'm waiting for Dizzy to look at that sheet. Dizzy, okay. Acts involving kidnapping, arson, bribery, tampering. Yeah. Okay. All right. So drug distribution is not first. So maybe that's good. Maybe that means they didn't have any questions on that. And this was just their one question. So let me see. Thank you, MJ, as well.
Is it a jury scrambling?
So where is the drug distro? Where is that on the? Because I'm afraid if I pull this up, my screen will just go black. It will. Like, I don't know. Thank you, Marsha. That's so nice of you. I don't know. I don't know what some of these comments mean. I really don't understand.
It's on Interstate.
But yes, I would love for you all to like and subscribe to my channel as I try to grow it. Because there's a lot of cases that need to be covered after this one, and there's a lot going on down here in downtown Manhattan and elsewhere. But some people say they overcharge to get a charge. Well, I think some of you might remember that they added the Mann Act charges pretty much, I think, a couple of months before this actually went to trial. They added the transportation to engage in prostitution. And the defense tried to get it dropped again before the trial started, and they cited that it was a racist charge and that he shouldn't be charged with this in the first place.
Yeah, I remember that. Hold on, I'm trying to find the predicate.
I don't even know what was said for someone to say that, but I'm scared.
Kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking.
It continues on page 2, involving trafficking. Okay, so drug distro was last.
Yeah.
MJ, that's last. What it seems like. So
it was last.
either they didn't have questions on the other predicate acts,
and there's
right?
a verdict
because
sheet.
this was
Here's a
last,
verdict sheet.
or maybe they went backwards and started there, and maybe they will have questions.
Here's a verdict sheet. So,
You know, however,
drug distribution is
it
last.
does seem like, oh, hey, how's it going? Good. It does seem like they
Cortez, thank you for the
resolved
20.
the Juror
Keep
25
turning her up.
issue on their own. I mean, I could be wrong, but I was
360
happy
Jeezy.
to
I see
hear
you,
that,
my boy.
because I think when they came back initially, basically 30 or 40 minutes.
And also, chat, like, first of all, I don't actually have a donations like that. But the reason why I do appreciate when y'all turn another credit, it matters for them. They got to take the train. Most of them take the train down there. They're kind of like, they're toughing it out down there. Like, they got to get lunch barely. I even asked her right before we started this. I said, when do you eat? You know what I mean? They don't really have that much time. I don't want to share some of her personal life, but I'll just say this, because she told me yesterday, she's like, hey, listen, like, a good part of her family is already, like, they were supposed to go somewhere, and they're there, and she felt bad, like, as a mom, because she's like, it would suck to leave the trial right now. I don't know if I'm sharing too much of her family. I'm trying to keep some elements out. And then she's putting, she sacrificed a lot to cover this trial for 7-8 weeks, right? And, I think when you guys help, turn her up, I definitely think she'll appreciate it and probably encourage her to keep going. You know what I mean? It's not about, I know some of y'all are joking and shit. It's not about me and her. It's like, we got to support, like, we watched her for fucking 7 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate y'all for that.
Guys, thank you. So I think that Sean and I are going to go back at some point to
let's do it.
Academics today, but I'm so nervous because I do feel like the jury is making progress here. So I'm scared to leave. But who knows? Maybe I'll wait until the afternoon and we'll see what happens. But hey, how's it going?
I told him we could do it after it depends on their schedule, but we could do it after 5.
Oh. I mean, I don't know if whose AirPod he's using. I mean, I just assume it's not his AirPod because he can't have AirPods in federal jail. But who knows? Yeah, whose it is. But like, I just wondered what he was listening to. I mean, what are you listening to in court? I have no idea.
I wonder if Diddy's listening to like soothing music, because his body language has to be calm, but it's probably impossible for him not to be like just dying with anxiety.
There's a message held for review. I don't want to even know what that is, but it's quiet back here. I'm wondering if let me check. Hold on. What I'm going to do really fast is check my email to make sure that a note didn't come back, and then I'll you'll see my face in 2 seconds. Let me just say, there's nothing. No note yet. So here we are. Let me see. So in the courtroom this morning, Diddy's mother was there. Charlucci, who has been there every day, he wasn't there yet. His children were not there. Oh, you know who showed up today that I didn't see yesterday, but I was like a little bit late yesterday, so maybe she split. But Dana Tran, the mother of his daughter Love, she showed up today. She's very beautiful. I do need mods. Yeah, maybe I do need mods. Oh no, I can't. Don't say that. Come on, I'm not gonna read that.
Jamar, what's up?
Wow.
Jamar's chill, bro.
So what is? I just want to know what everybody is thinking, and did your minds change? And I'm not saying your opinion per se. You don't have to say your opinion, but do you think, now that you've seen the jury slip, how my mind kind of changed in terms of the jury here? Do you think they could find him guilty of RICO at this point very, very easily if they think that he is guilty of trafficking Cassie and violating the Mann Act? Like I said, my mind changed. Now I think the jury most certainly will have an easier time with the racketeering. Let me know your thoughts. Again,
Marsha, thank you for the donation over there.
The only way at this point that I think that he wouldn't be, they wouldn't check any predicate
Pass
boxes
Maga, thank you for
if
the donation
they do not believe that KK was his co-conspirator, and if they do not believe that, actually, yeah, I'd say KK or D-Rock. I guess they have two options there. I think they would lean more towards
Andy,
KK.
thank you for the donation too. Please,
Thanks,
appreciate
Andy.
you guys.
And the thing is, I don't know if the jury slip is necessarily BS. I see that comment. I know what you're saying. I think the jury slip is actually very clear. They are making it very, very easy for the jury at this point to not be confused. I think what you're saying is you feel like it's BS because of what he's charged with, but that's pretty much how it works. They have to list those predicate acts. I'm just surprised that they are able to do that. I mean, that is the law, but the defense didn't heavily object on that little 2-for-1, the trafficking and the Mann Act under RICO, and then the standalone charges. And I'm sure they did object at some point. I just have to go back.
So the reason why they can't object, right? So what she's kind of alluding to, and I know I'm pausing a little bit, she's alluding to, it feels like he's charged for the same thing twice. Now, it's actually different, and this is why I say RICOs are impossible to beat, right? They could charge you for sex trafficking by itself, and then they could charge you for sex trafficking within a organizational RICO statute. So here's how, you've heard of double jeopardy. You can't pretty much, can't try to convict someone for something that that's what double jeopardy is, if they get acquitted. Or you can't really charge someone twice for the same thing. They're not charging him twice for the same thing. A predicate offense under RICO is not a charge. It's not a charge. And that's been a thing that's even been challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court on that, because it feels like the predicate offenses are charges. Arson is not a charge. It's a predicate offense. So even though it still has to be proven, right? That alone, because RICO, if there's not 2 acts, it's not, and RICO is the actual charge. If it's not 2 acts, it's no RICO. Okay? If there's no enterprise, there's no RICO. If there's not 2 people or 2 people with the understanding of doing a crime, there's not a charge.
And look at the transcripts and see what was said, because, I mean, again, they are following the law. But if I was the defendant here, I would be like, wow, there's a really good chance I could be convicted on both of these and spend life in prison because of the connected charges. So let me see what you guys just said. Let's see. And sorry, I know it's very unprofessional. I do have gum in my mouth.
Yo, why Kendrick intern over here still talking about Kendrick and Drake? Look at this nigga.
I don't like to spit it on the ground. I don't want anyone to step in it, but I do need to get rid of it somehow.
She said, Kendrick intern said Kendrick still beats Drake in the battle. They not like us. What the hell?
It says Diddy is guilty. Drunk drivers belong in prison. Yeah, true. Let me see.
Damn, peace. Thank you for the
what is that? A scorpion?
Yeah.
Big. What is it? Big. Diddy might beat this. Nothing bigger than the chat.
You gotta tell her, yo, the scorpion is for the chat.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're fine. You're at court, not us. Oh. Sorry, I was trying to look and see what you guys say about him beating some of the thank you so much. I'm Millionaire? What was that song? That song's really old. I forget what he sang. But it was like a one-hit wonder, I thought. Come on. I'm not reading that. There is a trash can somewhere that I can spit it. It's around. I'll have to walk around. Thanks, guys. I'm looking to see.
Yo, y'all are going crazy. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all.
Okay, I don't think the judge is biased at all. I think Judge Subramanian has done a really good job in trying to be fair and trying to accommodate both the government and the defense. And I say that because obviously I've been here the entire time. I've seen the objections he sustains. I've seen the ones he overrules. I've seen evidence he lets in. And I've also seen, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, he doesn't just say, no, this evidence is not accepted to, whichever side, unless it's completely inappropriate or egregious. He'll say, why don't we take this evidence? Why don't you redact certain parts and I'll allow certain parts in? That's why I don't think that he is, I don't think that he's biased in any way. I mean, I guess one could say that judges generally somewhat favor the prosecution. And that's just because they sort of work for the same team. But I just don't think,
Lust working. Yo, she has a husband. Chill. Just turn her up. She's dope though. Like, we want her to be our friend, you know?
Has also been really
my friends on myself. But no, we don't think like that, chat. Like, and also here's the thing. Especially with female creators, we got to be a little bit careful because we don't want to scare them off or get the reputation like we just some horny ass niggas, right? And I do know y'all some horny ass niggas, but we can't get that reputation. And we have beautiful chat queens in the building who I think they also want to, it would be great if I could bring on a female at times to give their opinion because I do think that dynamic yesterday was pretty interesting. When we were speaking about Cassie, she was very... You could tell her being in court watching Cassie was a thing. Like, you could tell that she's like, yeah, Jane Doe, I could see Jane Doe being whatever, but like Cassie, you know?
And let me know if anybody also has questions about what's going on in there in terms of, any questions about the government, any questions about, again, about the judge. I really, again, do not think he's been biased at all. And I know that I was following first I was doing the following the Harvey Weinstein case before this, and also Karen Reed. And it's funny, there's a lot of sidebars in the Diddy trial. There have been a lot. And there have been a lot of arguments before, during breaks, after. And I really have never seen the judge, one, deny a sidebar. He has never denied one. And number two, he's never seemed exasperated when, we just had a sidebar and a lawyer requests another.
Laura G says, yo, please shout out R Block, man. R Block in the building over there.
So fine with that. And I think that the judge in the Karen Reed case, she was not necessarily like that. We would hear her sigh into the microphone a lot about these sidebars and just didn't seem as patient. Judge Subramanian, very patient. And then in turn, I felt like the Harvey Weinstein judge, Curtis Farber, he was good, but he did not have this courtroom.
Shout out to H. Bezzy 662
in order like Judge Subramanian does.
This
courtroom is in order. We are on schedule. We are on track. Again, we didn't get breaks towards the end. He wanted to make sure the jury's time was respected, and he wants them to get out of here just as much as they do. So I'm a fan of him. I have to say, I really am.
So Nola 504, thank you for the 10.
Let me read some of this. Hey, Wendy, good to see you. Let me see. Okay. Thank you so much. That's really nice. Lauren, do you have a good looking sister friend? My sister is, no, my sister's married, but
oh, man.
Do I have any friends? I don't know. I've got to think. I actually don't. I feel like I have no friends anymore because I've been doing this and I haven't really been
sacrifices.
Very social lately. But
hey, I like the work she putting in.
Let me see what else.
Stay on your job, Lauren. Stay on your job.
Who is my favorite on the defense team? That's a good question. Like, who do
Nicole?
I mean, I think I do have maybe a favorite attorney on both sides. I have a favorite on the government side, and I do have a favorite, I guess, on the defense side. But I'll start with the defense. I do think that Tday Garagos is really an amazing attorney. I think that she is very skilled, but it's also there's something inside her. I feel like that you can't have any type of training to be, and it's because she just has this genuine thing about her. And I've said this before, it's like you're talking to one of your girlfriends. So I feel like she was able to get some of the witnesses tripped up without them even knowing that it was coming. And I'm kind of referring to Jane in a way, because Diddy has he's got an amazing team, right? Like Nicole Westmoreland, she's incredible as well. But I feel like the difference there is that they know it's coming. Same with Brian Steele. They know these guys are pit bulls, and they've just got to be ready on the witness stand to get called out. And so it's not so much a shock, but with Tday, it's more of a more of a sneak attack. And so I thought she was very skilled in that. And again, I think all of his attorneys are great. Mark Agnifilo is great in his own way. He just, again, seems like this unassuming guy. Even him just, you've seen the videos of him walking into court with his bat.
Eva, yes, meet and greet. Where are you? I want to come to you. Yeah, we got to do a meet and greet. Definitely, we're doing a show. I'm going to announce the date and the city. Y'all got to tell me what city I should be coming to. I've been working on refining a show, and I'm honestly here to say, because I was always testing this, I'm actually going to put the show vlog today or tomorrow. It's a multifaceted show, probably going to have a performer or two. I'm doing like 30 minutes stand up, right? Like 30 minutes. Oh my God. Yo, who just put this in here? So who just put this in here? What's wrong with y'all? Brother. Hey, I'll tell you how the show is. And obviously, if you've been to the birthday one, again, it'll be just a more refined version. There's obviously, I didn't have enough crowd participation. That's what I didn't like about the last one. But we're going to do more of that. But I'll do 30-minute comedy set. Usually some special guests, whether YouTubers, then we'll have some performances, and then probably some giveaways and some shit like that. But we do meet and greets at the beginning of those as well, too. So, yeah, I've been working on trying to get like a really set, because that's the thing about people who go on the road a lot. They do the same thing every place. And it's like clockwork. So I was like kind of fumbling to figure shit out, but it's going to happen.
This guy's like a multimillionaire. He's just so down to earth. Before I go into who my favorite on the government is, let me pull up some of these chats, because I really appreciate you guys. I don't even know.
Oh my.
After the devil made, JK. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Thank you. I read that. Thank you again. Okay. So on the government, I will say Maureen
Black Hole 79, thank you.
I mean, she is.
You going to the UK?
She is so buttoned up. She is so good. She never stutters. She's always just spitting. She's spitting the law. She's spitting case law. She's on it. She is good. She does not miss an objection. She just doesn't miss anything. And also, Slavic is very sharp as well. And I'll say, these women, they are just not messing around. I do feel like, and I think I've been
Quentin, thank you for that.
Honest about this, or I got a little honest yesterday on AK, but
OJP, bro.
They were given this case really, they were it was thrown onto their laps.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna do a pop-up, almost like a pop-up shop type of thing in New York. I got to show more love to New York.
And they,
But our next show is going to be Miami, Atlanta, or Houston.
Witnesses, and I think that.
And we're doing something in Toronto.
You ask, some people do think that a lot of these witnesses were incredibly effective. Again, it depends on who you ask. So this is why it's so hard to predict which way the jury will go. I feel like also I was looking at some of the descriptions back in my notes of these jurors, and I'm going to go through the super chats in a second. Sorry, but some of these jurors, I think that Diddy should be worried about is there is a social worker on the jury, and there is also a nurse on the jury. So I think that Diddy should be very worried about these jurors, as well as some of the analytical guys. So we'll see, because some of these analytical people, they might be more familiar with the government's angle to everything and the government's close, the charts and the graphs, but who knows? We'll see. And then meanwhile, half of the jury, and again, I said this on Academics' stream yesterday, I feel like, Agnifilo and Diddy's team, they knew what they were doing with this close. They had to have, right? It clearly was strategic. He was talking to the 8 male jurors. That was my opinion as to why.
Professor Splash, you say, yo, Act, let's take a shot. All right, I'll take a shot for you, my brother. You off work? I'm happy for you, man. I'll take a shot for you.
Yes, I mean, maybe some people don't think it was risky,
Terramana.
But I thought that the sarcasm angle was risky. But I think it was most likely effective to some.
Yeah, so I'm going to, if we get to sit down today again, I'm going to ask her about that, because I did think that was like, yo, you're playing with my life with the sarcastic shit. Like, some people's sarcasm could come off as being asshole-ish, right? You ever seen somebody trying to be sarcastic, but they come off like an asshole, and it makes them unlikable? Like, brother, if you're playing with my whole life and freedom, but apparently there was this standing applause or whatever, and Diddy supposedly liked it. Sorry.
I saw them laughing and kind of interested. All right, let me go to these.
Hey, Belle, thank you for the sweet super chat. I don't know if you came from here, but oh yeah, she did. She dropped the scorpion. Thank you for the Canadian donation to her, and the sweet message, and also BLG. Thank you as well.
Super chats. We love you, Lauren. You deserve it. Keep putting in work. Oh, thank you so much. I was waiting for that, and when there was really nothing more to the baby oil than he, one, used it during hotel nights consistently, and his assistants picked it up for him. I guess that's 2, and then 3.
So that was a very great question. You said, do I feel the authorities misuse the law? And that's the Dale show. Do I feel the authorities misuse the law to bring this case or to try to get a win? This is the issue with RICO. The inherent issue with RICO is that regular things could always be criminalized if they want to. And this is why I think it's so hard to beat. And that's why I always say once you get hit with the RICO, it's almost over, because they just got to string together a few things that in isolation doesn't seem like big deal. Like, come on now. Like, you're telling me if you think that Diddy is the only person that has done some shit that probably hasn't been like, yo, could you delete that footage? Yo, I'll give you $10,000 for it. I have record labels that will pay me to remove a post. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, like I'll have people say, oh shit, somebody yo, could you not put that up? Stop. No, people don't want to look bad. So again, when that's now seen as a bribery charge and no cops were involved, of course, the thing with RICO is that you could look at people's conduct and then you could, the thing with RICO, you build a narrative. Once you build a narrative, this is a violent street gang who, through their brazen actions of gun toting and drug selling, they have ruined the community. No, you have 3 knuckleheads who are shooters. They should go to jail for life. But this other person who be throwing up hand sign, he's pussy. He's not really doing nothing. He shouldn't be in jail with them, right? But you get to hit everybody with RICO. You get 20 people off the streets. And that's the thing with RICO. You do a narrative. You string together some isolated things. Like, for example, think about a YSL RICO. They really wanted, like, RICO. It gives the government such a escape plan, like an out. Yo, y'all really wanted to prosecute Thug for the murder of Donovan Nutt Thomas. Y'all could not do it for years. Y'all even arrested other people. Y'all could never get the conviction. You couldn't get no one to flip on him, right? He was never in the car. He didn't pull the trigger, even if you thought he was responsible. You couldn't prove it. Y'all tried to see. Y'all raided his house, took his cell phones. Y'all couldn't prove it. So you know how you say you're going to prove it? You basically start threatening one guy, Woody, harassing him, and basically almost feed him a story like, you need to, we don't give a fuck about you. We want Thug. To the point the guy just starts lie snitching. Yo, yeah, Thug did do it. So now you take that, because it's fitting your narrative, and then you just piece together a bunch of other stuff. The other shootings that was happening, there was a guy who shot an off-duty cop. Was it off-duty cop? No, it was Atlanta police officer, but he was on duty. That had nothing to do with Thug. Like, Thug didn't direct that motherfucker to go do that, but that guy gets lumped in with Thug and a RICO, all because they said, here's a narrative, YSL, right? So again, it's kind of crazy. Noob Saibot says, do you think this whole case is a warning to all celebrities not to go against the industry? That's such a very complex question you ask, whether you knew it or not. I don't think it's going against the industry. I think the question and the answer is that you got to know when to get out, right? I think Diddy was still operating on a level for way too long, like he thought he was still moving with impunity. Like, you could tell when some of these other niggas have checked out. You could tell Jay has checked out. Diddy was still moving around, and I think if he had stopped this behavior after Cassie, I don't think the lawsuit even comes, right? But I think, again, he was still running around thinking it's like the 90s. Like, he was running around like thinking it was Pac. So I don't want to say the industry made this happen to him, because it it was a convoluted amount of things. It was his relationship with Young Miami that got other women jealous. It was him having a new baby when he probably told multiple women that he weren't going to have babies, and him treating one woman way better than the other. It was the Diageo thing, and obviously now his partners who probably were super with him, they start kind of isolating away from him. He start looking a little bit more vulnerable on the business level. He was no longer a powerhouse in music. There was a multitude and a myriad of things that went, I won't say went wrong, but kind of culminated in Diddy being in a position where this drops, and then the feds, because that's exactly what happened. So if you don't know how a federal indictment starts, a lot of it, like, for example, this guy got indicted. He was on No Jumper. He was like hacking people's Instagram. It started because one guy got his livelihood ruined by the hacker dude. He went and he had a law enforcement friend, and that friend connected him with a federal agent that started the investigation that led to the indictment, or criminal complaint that led to the indictment. Now, here's the thing. In most cases, the cops waits for a victim to show up. In this particular case, Cassie, even after she got the money, she didn't go to the cops. The cops came to her. The cops read the headlines, read the lawsuits, and it's one of those things, it's like, could you stop? Again, we're in the era now where, you know, if Jay didn't jump out with that forcefulness on the against the lawsuit, bro, there would probably be like 14 lawsuits against him now, right? And then once, if they see there's blood in the water, there's more gonna come. And then if this is all over the news for weeks and for months, you think the federal government's not gonna look into it? It's an attractive takedown to get Jay. Right? It's an attractive takedown. So that they're going to look at it and say, all right, let's go check into some things. So again, you know, I can't say is the industry out to get these people, but I definitely think people are taking some notes, right? However, I don't think anyone's sexual behavior will change. I don't. Like, there's some niggas who into freak offs. They're still going to do freak offs. Okay? They probably don't do it with other people that might not be their wife or their significant other for a long time, but they're still going to do whatever they want to do.
It, quote, affected interstate commerce because it was manufactured in New Jersey and it crossed state lines to, you know, to be part of these hotel nights, these wild keg nights. I was like, whoa. So that was it. That was it. So yeah, I that's crazy to me. That is crazy, but I completely understand. I get it. Okay, let me go to these chats. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Jamaica in the building. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you, honestly.
That's not me, though, but it's
so generous, you guys. This is so generous. Belle, thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work and dedication during this trial.
Thank you for that
Your
comment,
coverage is very insightful and appreciated. Please also let us know where you purchased your blouse. Oh my gosh, this shirt is H&M. Oh, maybe Zara. It's like, it's either way, it's under.
Yo, chat, meeting her in person, she's super chill, super down to earth. Not superficial, you know, like, you know, she's super like a regular, she's not like snobby, none of that bullshit. Very cool person, and I would tell you if she wasn't.
It's under like $35, so, but thank you so much. I probably shouldn't say that. No, this is very expensive. No, it's not expensive. Not at all, not at all.
And she cool, like low key, like she even told me, because so I had water for her and Unc, and I was like, yo, I was having my assistant give me a drink, and I was just like, yo, wait, do you drink? I'm like, I usually be drinking. And she's like, yo, yeah, trust me, I do be getting my drinks in, and I would drink. Your platform is so big, I don't want to drink and slip up and say some fuck shit, and then people are mad at me. And I completely understood that. So she's cool. She looked like, you know what I mean? She'll definitely throw a couple back. Pause, you know? Drinks, right?
Actually, I want to just shout also, just speaking of not expensive, these glasses that I have been wearing, I got sent these glasses and some other, they're bifocals. Can't read my own handwriting. Can't see the evidence on the screen. I got sent these by Foster Grant. They're the Sofia Vergara design. So these are also like under $40, and I am obsessed with them. Everybody should get them. They're so good. Okay, let me see what else. Did I miss any of these? Smashing it, Lauren. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big R's that you see, AK, you see how we're giving it up. K Block could never. I don't know what that means. Can someone let me know? I'm not sure
K-block.
what K-block and R block mean. Oh yeah, what mean. Oh yeah, no, not expensive. Thank you so much though.
Yo.
You guys are so funny. Yeah, it feels good to get the gum out of my mouth. That was gross.
Chat, y'all are the greatest. I'm telling y'all.
Check my email in a second to see if a note came back. You know, and what I would really like, and I don't know how to do this exactly, or how to get them to pay attention to me, but I mean, I would love to interview a juror after this is all over, of course. I saw after the Karen Reed trial was over, I saw people like tweet and say, if you're a juror, you know, hit me up. I know that there's a guy that is in charge of all.
I'm going to talk to her about that. I think we could do a collab. Lauren, I got a check for you. We get that first exclusive juror interview. You're in there. You're seeing them jurors. Get it? We run it on the Academy. You feel me? And listen.
But Mike from K-Town, thank you so much. Thank you.
Jamie Joe,
yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Dizzy. Dizzy is
Kobe
great.
K,
Dizzy
thank you.
knows everything about every case. Give her a follow on Twitter. Dizzy, what's your Twitter handle? If you are interested in criminal cases, she's got every...
Oh, by the way, happy Canadian Day. Ooh, I got to call all my Canadian friends. Ooh, shit.
So welcome for going live. I see your comments. And also, yes, there's Dizzy's handle is Hey Dizzy. Give her a follow on X. She's really good. And yes, I see. So I was going to say that I do see a lot of the comments on YouTube, and I don't respond to all of them because at the end of the day, my fingers have been hurting from notes, but you guys have been so nice. And there's been some like hard days, I would say, and there's been some days that it's felt pretty exhausting. It's felt, I don't know, like a little weird, but your comments have been just so nice. So thank you. Say my channel's name. Oh, Repo is live in the chat straight from AK Lauren. Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice. Say my channel's name. It is Pop Crime TV. Pop Crime TV. Thank you so much. So yeah, don't forget to sub and like for more cases and more coverage after this. Let me see. I know Dizzy is the closest that I kind of have to a mod at this second. Oh, hey MJ. MJ, you're amazing too. I would say MJ is also pretty close to what you've heard as a whole, but once you read the law and the instructions, you're like, oh shoot, this is harder. Oh, thank you so much, King Buck. But what I will say again, and I said this yesterday on Academics' show, and I think I've said this before, number one, if the jury feels like a certain witness, their testimony is just not reliable, they can toss that out. They can toss everything they said out. Which, you know, I had spoken about Capricorn Clark. I think that I don't think in my entire history of following trials, which has only been a couple of years, I have never changed my mind so much between a direct examination and a cross-examination. I will tell you, Capricorn Clark, during her direct examination, for the most part, I was like, wow, this is an incredibly important witness for the government. She just made things very complicated for the defense. And then when Agnifilo did his cross, I was like, oh,
for beautiful. Thank you for that comment too.
Really made me think about everything she said as a whole, because he got her to say certain things that she was like, well, actually, I don't really remember. And then during his summation, when he put it all together at how she remembered this car chase in vivid detail. I mean, he read through the transcript, vivid detail, but Kid Cudi and the cop who was there had no recollection of it at all. I was like, oh my gosh, well, if she remembered that in vivid detail and nobody else remembered anything, that's number one. Number two, the whole thing about Lauren London.
By the way, I said this before, and I'm doubling down on it. I know Young Thug got on X and called Kid Cudi a snitch, but I actually can't tell if I don't think Kid Cudi went up there to help Cassie. I don't think he hates Cassie, but I think he looks back at that period and he's probably a little bit bitter about it on both sides. In reality, he was in a love triangle and he got eaten up and chewed up, by Cassie and Diddy, right? He got no recourse. Yeah, he got to bang Cassie for a little bit, but in reality, his shit got broken. His house got broken into. Cassie wasn't paying him back for nothing. Cassie was just like, oh, that's Puff. Cassie supposedly gave the address to his house to Puff, right? You heard what he said on the stand. At the end of the day, she played us both. I have to believe that she, that Kid Cudi, I don't think Kid Cudi went up there to send Diddy to jail. I think he went up there to speak his piece. But if anything, I think his testimony helped Diddy. Now, granted, I want to be fair. Like, did he say, yeah, I asked Sean about the car? Yeah, but he could have lied. He could have said, yeah, Sean told me, yeah, I did that. And what, Playboy? You know what he said? Diddy told him, what car?
Possibly being on the phone when she called Cudi and Cassie. And then also the gun thing being in question. She told Lauren London she was scared of mountain lions and she didn't mention the gun. She didn't mention the gun to Cudi, even though he was on his way over to Diddy's house or his house with Diddy in there. That just made me rethink her entire testimony. And I think where that could help the defense, if the jury felt the same way, maybe they didn't, that right there goes to her kidnapping. That also goes to forced labor, which is the whole, she was owed overtime and Diddy ripped up this $80,000 note that she was owed. And again, I'm more inclined to believe that the overtime, like that probably did happen. However, based on everything else she said, is the jury going to say, well, I don't know, none of this stuff was reliable. But so that's where I'm thinking, certain witnesses could, for the government could actually help Diddy if their entire testimony, the jury thinks that it wasn't great anyway. So let me see. Let me see.
Lindell, see you out here.
Thank you guys. You're so nice. Lauren, sorry for an unrelated question. What was your reaction to the Karen Reed verdict?
See, chat, let me tell you this. And I'm going to tell you another reason why I like, showing love to small creators. When you do this, trust me, as a smaller creator, when you're grinding, you start developing a little resentment because like you may have reached out to people or whatever. It kills the potential hater in you. Trust, right? Because somebody fucks with you and somebody try to help you and, it just gives you encouragement. So I love what you guys are doing. And I think she just ended, but I just want to tell you guys, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys. Obviously I had a little funny comments in there, but you guys made me look amazing. And I'm always proud of the audience we have. Trust me, like I wear y'all on my back and obviously y'all rep me to the fullest. So I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. All right. Anyway. All right. I'm going to play couple more minutes of this, and then we're going to get back to a couple more tweets. We are going to not only focus on this, especially as lunchtime comes around. I'm going to text Lauren. I'm going to tell him like, we don't have to, what do you call it again? We don't have to do something before the end of the court day. Like, you know what I mean? Shit, I work 20 hours anyway. It's fine. So we could do it after court. I'll still do an 8-hour live stream, right? So I'm going to stream until 5, right?
So nice. What is this? Thank you. Cobby K. That's an interesting name. Is that short for something? Just wondering. Let me know if this was OJ targeted after.
By the way, it was she was in the main courtroom, but apparently in the overflow room. So remember the names, the victims or potential victims that went by pseudonyms. There was no box covering their face. You could see them. You know who they are. So this anonymity thing is I think it was a stretch for the government to believe that people wouldn't find out who these people are. Apparently, even in the overflow room, which had cameras that would show what was going on in the main courtroom, there's no censoring, so you would be able to see these people. And you know what I was shocked by? I don't know if you guys caught that during the live yesterday, what I did with both of them. They said that when they would play the freak-off tapes, you would hear light moans. Like, you could hear the moans because they were coming through the headphones. So I'm like, oh, shit. So obviously they didn't show, like, the fucking, but you would be able to hear, like, oh, okay, they're doing some stuff, which is interesting.
Was this, and my opinion on that is OJ wasn't targeted, no, but during sentencing, I mean, did they want to throw the book at him? I'm sure, because look to the front of the building. I probably have crap all over my. All right, so I'll be back later.
Okay, perfect. All right, shout out to her.
Weeks later, how does that play out in the jury room?
Once
where
again,
we showed
verdict
you those
watch,
images
people.
of what is a pretty bland room.
In a few minutes here, I'm gonna go cover if you are interested in the Drake and UMG situation. They were also in federal court yesterday, but they were arguing over a motion to dismiss. I'll give you some updates on that and what it means for both sides. And then obviously, we're like, listen, I know I feel like I'm a ghetto lawyer, but we're also going to cover some regular hip-hop topics. So if you do have some other regular hip-hop topics, please send them over. I also see some streamer beef happening. I seen the DDG beefing with Reggie and stuff like that. I don't know, we might touch on that too. But again, we are on verdict to watch, so we're going to have some time. It's only so much we could regurgitate some of the same stuff, even though there's a lot we could dig up. I'm also working on trying to get some exhibits here. By the way, do you want to see let me show you the messages, right? Remember I read some messages, and I got these messages while I was on air live. I want to read it to you. So these were messages from Cassie to Puff, and basically, this idea that Cassie was like, she's 19, and she met Puff, and when she met Puff, Puff is like, give me 1 second here. Like, Puff is basically just taking advantage of her, and, he's emotionally, abusing her to the point that she's like, she feels she can't leave, this and third. Even though, by the way, I brought up the point where I think it was either Capricorn or me, it was said to her, like, yo, you should leave that nigga Puff. And she said, well, who am I going to leave him for? Like, Jay-Z already got a girl, which you could tell she was thinking about, obviously, someone that had that type of fame and notoriety. Give me a second here. I got these messages that was showing that Cassie's not that innocent, and Diddy was calling her out. Like, you want to read these for me? Cassie, like, Diddy was calling her out, like, yo, you're doing this thing where you're like a fucking. Let's read it, chat. Right? So check this out. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Cool. So this is kind of like after Diddy kind of broke up with her. Right? When did Kim Porter die? So Kim Porter died in November. Okay. So I guess they were kind of on the outs at that point, because Kim Porter died in November 15, 2018. And this message is from September. But you got to remember that year of 2018, this is when she's starting to cheat with the trainer, right? She's cheating with the trainer in 2018, right? Now, keep in mind, this is like 6 years after she's done cheated with Kid Cudi. So this idea that Cassie is like a woman who doesn't know how to leave, or who's so loyal that she just, Diddy's all she knows, and they love to throw this word around like, yo, you groomed her. So like she can't leave. Like she's like mentally just enslaving to you. Cassie's kind of still doing her thing. Let's read these messages. This is Cassie saying, hey. Cassie said, just finished getting ready. And Diddy says, I'm getting ready too. Are you tired? She says, no. She says, Diddy says, yay. She says, I'm not trying to be up all night, but I'm guessing that means good. Diddy says, I ain't see you in over a month, baby. That's crazy. She says, yup, LOL. Then Diddy says, you gonna Uber to catch? She says, sure. When are you getting there? 10 minutes away. I have Fahim wait out front for you. She says, okay, be there in 25 minutes. Okay. Then let's look at the time here. So it looks like, wow, they were going somewhere. This is probably Eastern time. They were going somewhere. I guess it's in LA. Is Catch a Club or something like that? Or a restaurant? Anyway, whatever. Then she messages pretty much the next day. We could tell clearly this is the next. Is it the next day? Yeah, next day. The next day, because this is the AM. Now this is PM. I had a lot of fun with you. She's referring to last night. Thank you for the night. I told myself I didn't want anything to happen. Right? So she's saying, and I believe this might be the night that she then testified that she considered it rape. She says, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. I'll let you know what I talk about with my publicist. I'll keep you posted on that. I love you. Then he texts back an hour later, right? Shaking my head. She says, question mark, question mark. Look like she sends him an emoji or some type of picture. And then Diddy says, so you're going to ignore the fact that whoever so-and-so was FaceTiming you while I'm making love to you. Guess who that person is? Her husband. You worrying about me having friends, and it's apparent that you have friends. It's crazy. Then you want to act like it didn't happen. She says, I really didn't know who that was. I looked at it this morning and I still don't know. So I blocked it. I get weird calls often, even if they're locked in. I know you do too. And I'm not acting like it didn't happen. I remember. So she's saying, I remember this moment. She said, I really had a good time with you. She said, that's all I wanted to say. I know we didn't get into anything deep, but I wanted you to know that. She says, it's always been a nigga fucking up our shit. Always. You act like this broken-hearted angel, and you're just not. The question is, who are you? And that is like, if I'm the defense team during the trial, I would have been on this shit the whole time. Diddy's calling her out for her shit. He's been saying, yeah, we've been having this toxic relationship and shit, but you acting like you an angel. It's always been a nigga that's been fucking up our shit. You act like this broken-hearted angel, and you're not. So I'm trying to figure out, who the fuck are you? Now, they redacted part of it. And it says, for 1 second, I felt love and affection for us. But as usual, there's always another nigga. And you questioning me about girls that ain't FaceTiming me at 3. So I guess Cassie, she said she's insanely jealous. She's always asking, who's this? Who's that? Who's this? Who's that? Diddy's in the guts, beating it up. And he sees the FaceTime go off. Who the fuck is that? But she saves him under a name. The name she says, you're going to hear what name it's under. So he says, after all this time, remember, this is now, they've been together for 11 years. After all this time, you are still lying. You need to stop living your lie. If I'm the prosecutor, I take this and I blow it up. Not a prosecutor, I'm the defense attorney. I blow it up. Cassie was just a manipulator like Puff. They were both cheating. Cassie had hoes, Diddy had hoes. They were both on some shit. You hear what Diddy says to her. You need to stop living your lie. It was almost like Diddy saying, all right, you've caught me in all my bullshit. My bullshit's out there. I got to live my truth with you. Yeah, you know about her. But with you, you act like you just me. That's cap. That's cap. She says, you're taking this way too far. That ain't true at all. I can't even be defensive with it because there's nothing to defend. I don't know who that was. I don't have niggas at all. Oh my God, the biggest lie that I've ever heard been told. I ain't got no hoes, huh? Biggest lie, Chad. Biggest lie. She said, I don't have no niggas. No niggas. And I was saying thank you for last night because I enjoyed it. Hear what Diddy says. And you could tell. And this is why I would also focus on this, chat, if I'm the defense attorney. Because yes, Diddy's an abuser, but you have to put it in the context of they're in a toxic relationship. She's loving hard and he's loving hard. We're not defending the abuse, but they're both loving extremely fucking hard. You get what I'm saying? Listen to how Diddy says to her after that. Because she's just, you could tell. Yo, you ever look back at a message between two people and you can be like, oh, this person cares a lot or they're in their feelings while this other person don't care? One liner, One-liner, you could tell she's just trying to get past it. Look what, you could tell Diddy's a little bit hurt, right? As much of a monster as we hear he is, he's hurt. He says, hopefully you can understand how I feel. It was one of the best nights we've had in years. It's unfortunate I had to see that. And you gonna act like you got no idea who you loaded into your phone. Remember, the number that called FaceTime was a saved number. It wasn't a random number. It is what it is. Stop playing the angel, or maybe it's being angled, please. I had a perfect night, the most beautiful night, the most fun night until that happened. But I guess it wasn't meant to be. Thank you for last night. Have a great day. Look, she don't respond in an hour. You know one of them ones, chat, where you trying to drop mic, but you expecting your toxic partner to come back and, like, because toxic relationships are like this. Like, when one is letting go, the other pushes hard to keep you, right? This is like, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Every toxic relationship, the moment one stops caring, the other cares the most to keep you in the cycle. And it's a tug, it's a back and forth tug. So he texts that. That means, yo, I'm hurt. All right, you got it. Cassie's supposed to come back, but you could tell Cassie's kind of mentally moving on. You know, they say with women move on mentally before they move on physically. Well, yeah. Wait, did I get it right? Yes. Because, yeah, she fucked him, but she want to be with this other guy now. So she's not, like, she's probably, she would love, remember when she was texting Diddy in 2011? I showed you those messages. Mad text. Diddy text her one word. She texted Diddy 5 times. Diddy text her one word. Diddy would even tell her when she didn't answer, bitch, you better answer my fucking call within the minute. He says, you need to put my shit on super alert. Super. It's like, yo, he's like, whatever alert you got, it need to be on some extra alert for me. Diddy hits her, an hour later, no message. You know, he's staring at his phone every time he is that That ain't Cassie, gang. That's not Cassie. That's not Cassie. So now he hits back an hour later. Do you have a response? My boy's hurting. Real players get hurt. Real players get hurt. That's true. Then he even says it. That shit hurt. Yo, my boy, he's in his feelings. Look, this is how you know it's kind of over. She hits him with a one-word answer. It's the direct flip of what he was doing to her when she was begging for his love. Wrong. That's it. My nigga wrote a paragraph. He wrote a paragraph. Triple texted. She just said wrong. That's it. That's it. Oh, you know one of them ones. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, Chad. It hurts. Diddy was going through it. His stomach probably felt like he had diarrhea. You don't know what's going on. Look Diddy's next text. Wrong what? Diddy's triple texting now. You don't understand where I'm coming from? Trust me. I understand more than you know, but you're wrong about it. What am I wrong about it? My boy is hurt. His stomach is intertwined. Pause. He's needing some clarification from Shorty. She been fucking a lot of dudes. He said, what am I wrong about? And then typical toxic relationship shit. She, instead of explaining who the nigga that was FaceTiming her when she's getting, she gaslights him and names his bitches. What about Gino? What about Jocelyn? Who the fuck is Jocelyn? Who's Jocelyn, Chad? Who's Jocelyn? Holy. What about Jordan? Typical gaslighter. He trying to figure out who's that man. She says, you wrong about that. That's a random number. So Diddy's like, how's a random number? It's a random number, but it's in your phone. How that make sense? Make this make sense to me. So now she's like, let's talk about Gina, Jocelyn, Jordan. By the way, chat, I think I found a 19-year-old. You want me to see it? You want me to show y'all? Well, she was 19 at the time. She's obviously not 19 now. But that was with Daphne. Daphne caught. Hold on, let me see if I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. It's not the girl who we actually put up. It ain't the girl we put up low key. Because that girl was like 25 type shit. 25 or pushing 30 type. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Y'all want to see her? I got it. Trust. I got it, chat. And I'm going to get back to reading the message. Don't worry. Wait, where the fuck is this? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Just give me a second. I'm gonna find it. What the hell? Here we go. Okay, I got it. I found her at name, chat. This is her. And I ain't gonna lie. Diddy had the show. This nigga had the lineup. This is Shorty. Oh my sweet Jesus. Obviously, she was younger then. So this was actually I think she's like she just like turned 21. Like she young still. But this is her. This is her. This is her. This is her, chat. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the proof. I'm gonna show you the proof. You know, I got it. You know, I got it in 10K for y'all. I got it in 10K. I got it in 10K for y'all. Hold on, chat. That's her. Hold on. Here we go. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Wait. All right. Here we go. Bingo. This is her ass right here. Her and Diddy. Her and Diddy. She wished him, she said, happy more life. Let me see. Let me zoom in a little bit. Happy birthday to my twin flame. More life. This is her and Diddy. Diddy was rocking with Daphne Joy and went young on him. Went young on that bitch. I ain't gonna lie. He went young. He went young. She was 35. She was 35. Actually, no, she was like 37. It was 37. And all of a sudden she looked up. Diddy's over here piping her out, bro. It's a cold world out here. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It was a cold world, chat. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It's a cold world, chat. It's a cold world. That's why Daphne said, you a PDF. You a PDF. Nah, Diddy was hitting it when she 19. PDF. That's why she said that. Now, granted, just to be clear, it was all legal, but Daphne was pushing 40. Holy. I don't think she got no Diddy stuff on there. Yeah. It's a cold world, chat. It's a very cold world. Holy. This is her name right here. I think some people figured it out. Or didn't they? Apparently Liam Payne used to date her too. Look at this. Look at this. Lipstick Alley be having the tea. Look. It's a 21-year-old groupie. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if she's a groupie, but yeah. Anyway. Yo, Diddy was getting him still. I can't even lie. Diddy was getting him. We got to keep it a bean. Diddy was getting him. She scrubbed her Instagram on anything Diddy related. She scrubbed her Instagram on anything Diddy related. Not gonna cap with y'all. Holy. All right. All right, cool. So anyway, so she said, what about Gina, Jocelyn, Jordan? And then Diddy says, baby, stop playing the hurt angel role. Please. Boogie. I think, wait, is Boogie, is this A Boogie? Nah, it can't be no A Boogie. A Boogie? Or is it Boogie Cousins? Wait. Who's Boogie? That's a basketball player, I think. They call DeMarcus Cousins Boogie. Yeah, I think DeMarcus Cousins was hitting Cassie. Oh, nah. Boogie. Cuddy. Michael B. Jordan. Dre. Pro B-ball player. A dyke bum bitch. Kiki. It don't stop. And it don't stop. And it don't stop. Holy. Stop playing angel. You know, and then hear what she says. You know Boogie's Lauren, right? Oh, no. Never mind. The name that called that night was Boogie. My bad. Sorry. No. Sorry. No. Chat, let me correct it. Let me bring it back. My bad. No. Yeah, only Dre was the pro basketball player. No. It wasn't Boogie Cousins. Boogie, I forgot. I'll tell you what the name on the phone was. The name on the phone was Boogie Batman. That was the name on the phone. Boogie Batman. And I don't know why that was the name. But it was Boogie Batman. So I don't know why, but that was Alex Fine. That's her current husband. So when Diddy's doing his thing, he looks over, her phone's lighting up, and it's somebody named Boogie Batman. So Diddy's throwing it back at her in the argument saying, yo, you got a whole bunch of dudes. Boogie Batman, which is her husband, Cuddy, Michael B. Jordan, Dre, the pro basketball player, and some dyke ass bum bitch Kiki. Say, don't stop. Stop playing angel. So she's now lying to Diddy. She's lying to Diddy. Yo, no, whoa, wait, hey, hold on, wait a minute. You know Boogie's Lauren, right? I'm not playing angel. I just don't think it's any of your business. And this is when you realize, I believe that she started gaining some type of autonomy. And probably Diddy wasn't paying for as much with her anymore. Because in 2011, she wouldn't say to Diddy, it ain't none of your business who calls my phone. In fact, she would tell people, remember, Capricorn Clark told her, you need a burner phone. You need a burner phone because the phone you got, that's Diddy's phone. So she didn't have an autonomy of like, to be able to say to Diddy, no, that's none of your business. Everything with her was Diddy's business. But in 2018, she was saying that to Diddy. Man, ain't none of your business who called my phone. I had a nice night with you. I'm going to leave it at that. I ain't even going to try to make your head spin to make you feel like how I've felt before. Oh, my God. Yo, she knows she got Diddy. She know Diddy ready to crash out. She know she got Diddy ready to crash out. Dre was Andre Drummond? You think so? No. Batman Boogie was a name that was saved. She testified to this on the stand. She saved her current husband's name as that name on that phone. And she testified that her husband called while Diddy and her were getting down. She testified to that. So Diddy says, oh, now it's Lauren. Wow. Have a nice day, Cass. Now you playing me. All good, but it was a great night. She says, okay, you too. You could tell Cassie don't care no more. She don't care. You could tell it's on Diddy's mind. He can't get it off. Diddy says, it's Lauren? Wow. Shaking my head. You killing me. She says, and Jocelyn is there for Dallas, in Burning Man, and in Miami for Justin. I don't know what that means. And she says, no, nigga, you killing me. Yo, you can see Cassie is throwing it back now. Cassie, like, pause. She's getting her jabs back at him. Diddy says, I love you, but that crushed me. When you coming back to get your clothes? I want to make out. So Diddy was an interesting guy. Like, he was just mad 30 minutes before that she was clearly, she's involved with other people. But now he's saying, I want to make out. She says, LOL. She said, man, that shit was great until that point. Music sounds dope. You look great. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Says, thank you. So what did you wear home? PJ pants, a beater, and some Ugg slippers. Diddy says, but why did you leave, though? I ain't gonna lie. My feelings are really hurt. No need to respond. What's done is done. I'm trying not to get depressed. So Diddy's telling her, yeah, I feel hurt. He says, I love you. She says, no need to get depressed. I left because I was up and I needed to get it together for my trip home tonight. I love you. Remember, Cassie at this point is juggling two men. Cassie's juggling two men. What was dishonest about Cassie's testimony is this. She claims she only left because she heard Diddy talk about Kim Porter. And when he spoke about Kim Porter at the funeral, saying that that was his true soulmate, she says she felt crushed. What she didn't admit is that she was falling in love with another man. And the other guy was Alex Fine, which is her current husband. She never admitted that. She claimed like, oh no, Diddy had me under his control until I realized I wasted 11 years with him. Diddy says, my feelings are hurt because of the FaceTime. It's like we could never just have a great time. Fuck it. It just hurts. That's all. I love you. Have a safe trip.
It gives you an idea of the environment that these jurors are in as they're trying to figure out the fate of Sean Combs. We do have a super chat question coming in once again from Kelly Bezick. We appreciate you so much for sending your second super chat question of the day. Serena, Mark Agnifalo's narrative, lifestyle choice, etc., mirrors his defense for Keith Rainier, who
a possibility in cases like this.
I mean, the top
or the other. So I think that could possibly be why there's so much back and forth between the attorneys. Maybe it's a more sort of general question that the jurors are asking. And we've seen that come up. Again, they've asked for information about the drug charges, and that goes more towards the racketeering case.
Yeah, and we can talk about the other questions too, because this is not the first juror question we've had so far. This seems like a very active jury. If you were asking me, I would say they're definitely talking through some of the issues, which is a positive thing, right? We're at almost 7.5 hours of deliberation that we have going here, and they do have a lot of questions. So I think you made a good point, Elizabeth, about this open dialogue. And we do have some more questions, by the way, from our viewers. So this is a great question. Spencenable says, why no cameras inside the court? And it's interesting, those of you who have been following along, our girl Anjanette Levy asked me this question yesterday, and I said, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that federal courts don't allow it, but I don't know the answer to that. Why? I should have asked a question. And so thankfully, our producers, Alex and Jordan, have sent me a response. It sounds like the federal rule of Criminal Procedure 53. Now, this rule prohibits photography or broadcasting of judicial proceedings in criminal cases. And I mean, this is true, something that we've seen. Some states don't even allow cameras at all, including New York, where I am right now. So even if it's a state case separate from federal, they don't allow cameras. Now, other states, like my home state of Wisconsin, they allow cameras streaming all the time, you know, depending on the trial. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Really good question, though, and I'm glad I'm educating myself. I'm learning with you guys throughout all of this, right? Now, another one of our questions from our viewers, Kenny Alexandra, she asks, what would be the worst case scenario if found guilty on any charge? And that would be life in prison. I mean, what do you think, Elizabeth? That's right. The top charge, the worst he could face is
let me keep going.
Life behind bars, right?
That's right, yeah. And keep in mind also, it's hard to imagine because he just has always sort of had this more youthful kind of partying persona, but Sean Combs is in his 50s. He might be 55, don't quote me on the exact age, but yeah, exactly. So if he's convicted on these charges with that amount of time and where he's at in his life, he could face the rest of his life in prison. You know, so that would be the worst case scenario. Some might say worst case scenario could also be a potential retrial because, you know, having to have prosecutors and defense attorneys and even Sean Combs go through all of this a second time. That's just a nightmare situation for any court case. You know, prosecutors want to be able to nail this, hopefully on the first try. So it could also be worst case scenario for Sean Combs is facing the rest of his life in prison. Worst case scenario possibly for some of the other people involved is that this has to go to a retrial, which again, is very preliminary. There's no evidence that that's going to happen. It's just, you know, it's always a slight possibility in cases like this.
I mean, the top he could face is life in prison. But even if there is kind of a mixed verdict or a split and he doesn't, he's still, to your point, Elizabeth, you're right. He is 55 years old. And we've seen that a year nearly in MDC has definitely taken a toll on Diddy. He looks different now than he did when he was arrested. And so can you imagine even a couple decades behind bars, even if it's not the rest of his life? I do think mentally, physically, that's got to take a toll on you. So the amount of prison time, whether it's life or even decades, that is rough. And also, the next point, worst case scenario, this retrial, we have so many questions about this. The possibility there could be a hung jury, there could be a mistrial, and thus a retrial. And I'm going to go on for another one of our viewer questions. This is from Demel Elliott. Question. If he wins, can he return as CEO for Ciroc Liquor and other businesses? Okay, interesting. I thought I was going in the way of mistrial or retrial, which we'll get to in a minute, but I guess let's ask about this. Ciroc Liquor and other businesses. What do you think, Elizabeth? Now, I know he had stepped down originally from these things, but if he's acquitted, I mean, can he just go back to his life from before?
Right. Okay. So that's actually a great question. So let's say in the scenario that he's fully acquitted of all charges, you
ain't never going back to that, man. You don't need to do all that with it. Yo, now Unc brought up a good point yesterday when I was sitting with Lauren Conlon and Unc, right? What Unc said is that, act, man. And I take Unc. You see, Unc like a play. I could tell. Unc used to get them joints back in the day. I think he still get them now. Not gonna lie, I see Unc doing calisthenics, all type of stuff. Y'all been on his Instagram? Unc be going crazy. Like Unc on some stuff. Look. Yeah, he got an Instagram. Where's his Instagram, man? Is it this? Nah, yeah, right here. Man, Unc on that junk. Look, Unc on that junk working out like he's still in prison.
Early in the morning.
7:39. Unc, shit, I'm telling you, Unc been training for a freak off himself. Unc been training. You heard what Unc said? He said, man, after he heard about the heat of baby, he said, want to go cops him. Unc about to climb fences. He doing all type of stuff. Unc is doing his thing out here, man. Unc is doing his thing. Now, he brought up a good point. And this is where I think men and women that probably watch this case look at it differently. It's like he say, act, let me tell you this, man. And I'm not lying to you. I watched this case. Diddy was cracking everything. He was hitting everything. All these women wanted to be his girl. Whether they were an employee, whether they were a friend of one of the girls he's knocking down, these girls wanted to be his main girl. Which you start to think about in a way, probably comes with some perks when you dealing with the boss. Now, let's think about the people. Capricorn Clark. I didn't realize that she used to be like super like crushing on him. Okay. Mia says Diddy, she never had consensual sex with Diddy. Diddy raped her. She never testified to consensual sex. Unc said, man, she was on his body. She was saying she wanted to, like, she was flirting with him this entire time. And also, you could see through the messages, basically, they probably hooked up already. Also, the rape don't make sense of her because Diddy said to her one time when she was acting up, if you don't call me back in 10 minutes, I'm finna tell Cassie what we did. That doesn't sound like a nigga who's saying, oh, I'm about to confess the rape to Cassie. He's saying, I'm about to tell Cassie that we've been smashing behind her back and you're Cassie's friend. Now, I'm going to tell you why that's important. Because I do have some messages here. Let me see. Here's a message. And if you see how Mia texts Diddy, it don't seem like just a coworker. And to my chat queens in here, I want to ask y'all this question. Remember, Diddy's dating Cassie. Mia is Cassie's, like, one of her main friends. If, as a chat queen, if your friend is texting your man like this, what would you say? And let me make sure I pull up the chat that I could see the comments. I got to see the comments. I got to see the comments on this. I'm about to read it. But this is how Mia was texting Diddy. Give me 1 second. All right, we got it pulled up right here. All right, good. Let's see how Mia was texting Diddy. Check this out. Mia to Diddy. Hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger. Bunch of heart emojis. Let me see. Hold on. Make it a little bit bigger again. Clearly, you didn't tell him what I said. Merry Christmas. I'm glad my shit is happening on this day exactly, which is everything I'm talking about. Enjoy. She says, morally psychotic, but at least I never betrayed nobody. Then Diddy says, stop. Seriously, I swear to God. He wasn't awake at all yesterday when I got back. And for the hour you've been up today on Christmas, you've been with his family. I was only trying to help you. I don't need you to say shit like that to me on Freak G Christmas. Sorry for trying to help in the first place. I don't know what they're talking about. Diddy says, I'm done trying to help anyone ever. It only backfires. I've literally done nothing but be there and supportive since you told me. This is effing ridiculous. Now I'm going to go back to working on this family-less Christmas I'm living. I'm done trying to help anyone ever. It only backfires. Okay, it's the same message. Twice. 3 times. And then she says, this is not ridiculous. I'm saying I'm being betrayed and backstabbed. You should watch out for yourself so it doesn't happen to you. And if you're swearing you never helping me again, then that's not really nice whatsoever, since I've always been there to help you. And I know the feeling because I've been there multiple times, and trust me, it gets you nowhere. I don't want this shit for you, for anyone else. I just want you to be my friend, not some shitty coworker. I want you to be my friend. And just try to remember what that means. It doesn't backfire from me. It doesn't even stem from me. I'm the one who ain't ever did nothing wrong. And not in the wrong here. None of this was from me. I've always been your friend, Puff. But if you're telling him stuff and he coming back and saying things like, I didn't even tell you, Christina. Oh, I didn't even, well, who else Christina? Because Mia is Sarah Snecker, I believe. Like, he tells you everything, but it turns around and you say you don't know what's going on. I'm confused. I'm just fucking confused. And I don't know who to trust no more, and I don't want to be in a shitty situation. I never asked for it. I love you. Merry Christmas. I love you. I love you. He says, I just feel like you're attacking me with those texts, and I've done nothing but be there for you through all of this. She says, no, I'm not. I'm not spiraling. There's a difference. I'm in wonky town in my brain, and I'm so sorry if you felt that way. I'm going through an insane time, and I didn't mean for it to come off that way. Also, I just saw you called while I took a food break. I'll call you right after. I love you. I just got my Christmas present. I love you. Thank you for it. I love it. It makes me happy because it's from you. Yo, chat, man. It feels like all these women, in one way or the other, it appears that these women all had some type of love or infatuation with Diddy. My man Unc is live. We about to go check out Unc. Where Unc at? Where Unc at? I know Unc about to be live. Where he at? Podcast was soul. Oh, he ain't not live yet? He's just texting me. I'm like, I'm waiting for you to go live, Unc. You gotta break this down. Unc gotta break this one down, man. But yeah. What do those messages say, man? What do those messages say? What the hell? The Bucks waived Damian Lillard? Wow, that's crazy. All right, Unc is live.
Get a video a thumbs up. Double tap that screen right there. Tyrese with the T. I'm gonna shout out everybody that sent me the Cash App joint. Diva by Design, thank you for lunch. John Akins, Sidebar. Tori Love, thank you. Ebony Sideberry, thank you. Nuridian Mohammed, thank you. And Bullet Z Gotti. Shout out to everybody, man. All the Cash App joints. Shout out to DJ Academics. Send this video to Academics.
We over here, Unc.
Shout out to Academics.
I'm about to text him right now.
Shout out to Academics, man.
Tapped in. Tapped in, Unc.
Check Sean G out.
Tapped in.
Okay. Let me know what time you want me to come through. So look. Let's get this straight right off the bat, man. Let's get this straight right off the bat. Let's get this straight right off the bat.
There we go. Dark-skinned Jermaine. I see up in there.
Dark-skinned Jermaine, thank you. I walked up here today.
BLG, what up?
Sidebar. I'm finna call a sidebar right now. Early, right off the bat, it's a sidebar. Check my man with his hat out. My man got his suspenders with his hat. Check him out, y'all.
This thing is so New York.
My man, I see you. I see you. I walked up here from the train. I get to the court. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 different versions of what happened this morning.
Yo, he got a toothpick in his mouth like Diddy?
Somebody told me juror number 25 is voting not guilty of Puff and his mind can't be changed. Then somebody said juror number 25 is voting guilty for Puff and his mind can't be changed. Two diametrically opposed opinions. Then they talked about there was a big argument this morning with the defense and the judge about the drug distribution instructions and what that means. I'm gonna say this. I don't know what's going on in the jury room. Don't no other YouTuber, no other TikToker, no other Instagram, they don't know what's going on in the jury room because we not in the jury room. The assistant U.S. attorneys don't know what's going on in the jury room. Puffy's defense don't know what's going on in the jury room. The judge don't nobody know what's going on in the jury room but them 12 jurors. So anybody out here prognosticating, hypothesizing, conjecturing, pontificating on what they think and what they know is going on in the jury room, they telling a lie. They telling a lie. And they perjuring themselves. And they putting these thumbnails up and these video titles up to draw y'all in. They don't know. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't know. They don't know. We all sitting around, Ravens fan, we all sitting around heard it's not looking good. You talking about, we ain't heard nothing yet. Don't nobody know nothing. Until the jury come out and speak, you don't know nothing, I don't know nothing. Don't nobody know nothing. Especially y'all out there with the fake profiles. Y'all definitely don't know nothing. If you not here in the jury room, you don't know what's going on in the jury room. I'm here. I don't know what's going on. Don't nobody know. All we could do is wait. That's all we could do is wait. Don't nobody know. So I ain't got nothing to report. Showing a broke felon repeat clothes on the daily. Your girl like these clothes, sucker. Fake profile boy. Don't nobody know. And remember, you watch me, I don't watch you. And your girl bought some baby oil for us. Fake boy. Nah. There's nothing we could do. But wait.
Nah,
I have nothing to report. I don't know what's going on. Don't nobody know. You can sit around and guess and do all of that, but it means absolutely zero. Hit that like button, man. Run them likes up. Puffy came in the courtroom. He got on like a cream color sweater. Put his glasses on. Amia Esteveo came and sat next to him. They're going over everything. Mark Agnifilo is standing at the corner of the table with Nicole Westmoreland, Brian Steele, Alexandra Shapiro is standing over there. Alexandra Shapiro got her B-boy stance like this. She chilling like this. She ready to jump on somebody. Jason Driscoll on his laptop. Xavier Donaldson on his laptop. All the assistant U.S. attorneys in the front, they all sitting down on their laptops. They don't know. Don't nobody know. Shut up. Shut up. Don't nobody know. Shut your mouth. You don't know what's going on in there. Talking to everybody. The only people that know what's going on is the 12 jurors. Shut up. Shut up. They waiting, I'm waiting. Anna Estevao picked up her laptop. She came around. No, you don't know either. Come in, come in. All right, you shut up, go. Now, don't tell me I have no great day. Tell me I don't know nothing. You don't know nothing either.
Yo, Uncle.
Don't try to tell me I don't know nothing. I don't, as far as the jury.
Yo, this nigga Uncle finna slap somebody up in here, man.
Anna Estevao, what's up, man? Picked up her laptop and
yo, you know Uncle ready to slap a nigga, right? Now I gotta get some liquor. I gotta drink, yo. Yo, this time, me and Uncle, we gotta take some shots together.
Queen for life, Jamil, Walk on Wood, Stan Oraglow, Anthony Logistics.
What's that? Is it me or? I think it's me.
He waved to her. He gave a thumbs up.
Let me grab some liquor.
And that's it. The prosecution team is hoping for guilty, and the defense team is hoping for not guilty. That's it. That's it. That's it. Ain't nothing left to talk about witnesses, testimony, sidebars, none of that. Immunity agreements, all that's over with. We're waiting on the jury. It's in the hands of the jury. It's in the hands of the jury. Nothing you can do.
Go ahead,
What do you want from me?
I'm rocking with you, Unc.
You want me to just come out here and just lie and tell y'all anything? That ain't this kind of channel. Check me out. Hold up. Gotta wipe my sweat.
Oh, man.
This John Blaze out here. So, that's where we at. Nothing going on. Nothing going on. No excitement. People are outside wiping their sweat. There's no excitement. People in the overflow just to use the air condition because it's like 200 degrees out here. You understand? That's it.
Yo, how y'all get a tie emoji on YouTube?
What do you want from me? What you want from me? Terry Ritter, sidebar. What's my opinion? My opinion is not guilty. Not guilty on all counts. If I'm on the jury, it's not guilty on all counts. Not guilty. But that's me. I'm not in there. There's reasonable doubt all over this case. Hands down. That's it. Y'all heard the testimony. Y'all heard the testimony. Share this video. I need 500 likes. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. I watched another dude's live today. He drinking coffee in his now. Everybody bit my style down here. Everybody bit my style. How you doing? I'm live on YouTube. You want to say hi? I'm live on YouTube. You want to say hi? I see another YouTuber. He talking about his coffee now. Whatever I do, they bite my style. Everybody bit my style. Nobody, not one person, not one YouTuber, not one TikToker, not one Instagram, not one mainstream media. When I got here, day 3 of the trial of Cassie's testimony, everybody in this courtroom was anti-Puff. Yes, they was. Yes, they was. And even if they wasn't anti-Puff, even if they was pro-Puff, they wouldn't dare say it. They wouldn't dare say it. They didn't have the courage to say it. And they took the easier, softer route, the more politically correct route, because their self-acceptance is low and they need acceptance by other people. They jumped on the bandwagon with the anti-Puff crowd. Nobody was pro-Puff. I was the only one here. I was the only one here down with Puff. And when I would come out, what's up, man? What's going on? When I would come out and do my lives and go back in, people would look at me like I stink, right? They would look at me like I was deformed, right? But they couldn't do nothing because I was coming straight from the notebook. And they would sit there and study my video and look for lies, but they couldn't find none. They couldn't find none. And they said, how does he have the courage and the bravery to speak the truth about what's actually being said in the courtroom? And everybody I told, the black women, the foundational black American women, anti-Puff. The dudes, anti-Puff. Everybody anti-Puff when I first got here. Yes, they was. Yes, they was. Yes, they was. You know how I know? You know how I know? Because I was here.
I was here.
What's up,
Fix
man?
that tie, Unc. Fix that tie.
No.
Get right, Unc. Fix that tie.
Nobody was pro-Puff.
Y'all let them know. Fix the tie.
I was the only one.
Come on now.
And then, as the trial went on, and the buffoonery got greater and greater with the assistant U.S. attorneys, the blunders, the bumbling, the inexperience of the judge, witnesses getting torn to shreds, and I'm still reporting. And the narrative was this. Because I said, yo, Cassie, that's the star witness. And she turned, that's the star witness for the government. And she ended up being more of a defense witness for Puff. This is the best they got. And everybody who was anti-Puff said, yo, it's a long trial, man. Yo, this only the first week. We gonna be here 6 weeks. So they gonna save the best for last, man. Believe me, they got something. That's what they said.
Nah, that was true. We were hearing that.
That's what they said. So I said, all right, bet. I'm gonna keep coming to see. Another week went by. Worse and worse for the prosecution. Worse and worse. Witnesses perjuring themselves. Witnesses lying. Witnesses getting destroyed under cross-examination. I'm still going harder. My numbers is going up. Everybody in my comment section saying, yo, Sean G, ain't nobody reporting what you reporting. Everybody's saying something different and you read it from the notes. Because you got to be true to you. Authenticity is the highest vibration in the universe, and it ain't never went out of style. Integrity ain't never went out of style. Authenticity is the closest thing to God that you'll ever get, because the true and living God is you and looks back at you in the mirror. So as the trial kept going on, and the witness testimony, the perjury and the lies couldn't be refuted, right? You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury. You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury.
Tell him, Unc. Tell him.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it, Unc.
You can't put perfume and cologne on a lie. You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury. And I'm coming out. Y'all saw me with my notebook. My notebook was better than their notebook. I had the best notebook down here.
Talk about it.
Nobody took better notes than me. My notes were copious, meticulous, precise, accurate, concise, and to the point. Precise.
Jesus.
To a D. Absolutely. Because I wouldn't have it no other way. I strive for perfection. I strive for excellence. That's what I do. I achieve excellence. That's what I do. Check me out. Hold up for a second. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Hold up.
Hold on, chat. I'm ordering. Yo, if I order Subway, is it L Eats or W Eats? I'm ordering Subway. A Subway sandwich. Pause. No footlong. No footlong though. Pause.
Puff. But after me.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro. She's not answering, bro.
After me, about the 4th or 5th week.
My mom finna make oxtail, but it's gonna take too long, bro. It's gonna be like later.
TMZ, you understand? They trying to move from the far left. They trying to move to the middle. CNN trying to move to the middle. All these other news networks trying to move to the middle. You understand? You understand? Saying like, yo, I don't know. Puff got a shot. Then all the reporters down here was going to the marshals, going to the judge. Why is he here? Why is he here? Because I'm an American citizen, that's why. And I'm better than you. I report better than you. Now, you go mainstream media. You understand?
Wait, no? Oh, y'all are shitting on it. All right, I'm not. Somebody said, nigga, you might as what? Wait, Subway trap? Okay. Damn. All right, hold on. God damn. Nah, my mom, listen, my mom, I told y'all, my mom showed to my crib and like just leave when she want to. Like, I think she about to leave soon, but like my mom over here, if I got company over, I'm like, you know, like it's my house, but like my mom in the house, I'm like, you gotta keep your voice down and shit. You gotta respect your mom still, you know?
They report like,
but I think my mom be bored. I told you she retired, so she's just like, my other two brothers got wives, so I think maybe she don't just go to their house and just stay. But like I have a room here dedicated for my mom, so like she just like, I'm coming over. She been here like, well, it was the cleanest my house ever been, but she been here for like a week and a half still. I can't tell her to leave.
How I report. Nobody was doing that in the beginning. Nobody.
But she finna cook today. She finna cook. She can't leave before she cook the oxtail.
Was doing that. Nobody was doing that in the beginning.
Tell him, Unc.
Nobody was doing that. That was me. That was Sean G. Hands down. Hands down. Puffy's attorneys coming up to me, Sean, we watch your videos. His family, the sons, the mother. Every time I saw Miss Combs, I say, all the best to you. She say, how you doing? They giving me this joint right here. They see me, they say like this. Yeah. I was the only one, the first one. None of y'all had the courage, because you all followers. You all parakeets. You're a parrot. You repeat what you hear somebody else say and you remix it. But you don't have no original thought of your own. because you abandon your true self to be accepted by others, because your self-hatred, your self-loathing, your self-rejection run deep. This shit run deep. You run deep. Who that right there? Tesla Tips. It's all good, They could try to copy you, but your suit, your coffee, your sidebar still better than this. We appreciate you. You understand? Shout out to Tesla Tips. Tesla Tips, thank you, man. Nobody had the courage. But see, my self-esteem high.
Tell him, Unc.
My self-esteem high.
Yeah.
My self-acceptance high.
Mm-hmm.
My self-approval high. My self-appreciation high.
Yeah.
My self-love high. My arrogance is high.
Preach.
My conceit is high.
Let's go.
My bravery is high. My
What else?
courage is high. I stand on my own square. Stand on my own square. Stand on my own square. Stand on my own square.
Tell Unc we tapping in.
I don't need you to approve of me.
By the way, chat, and I love y'all, and I don't take, trust me, I think he does amazing content, so I'm definitely not going to take no credit for no other man's work. But, yo, when we first found Unc, he was like 400 viewers. Now, he pulling 1,600 by himself. Yeah, we watching, but still, he pulling that by himself on the muscle. Shout out to Unc. Shout out to Unc. You feel me?
I need you to approve of me. I approve myself. Nobody was doing that. Nobody was doing it. No YouTubers, none of that. Everybody was anti-Puff. He guilty, he guilty, he guilty. Sean G, I said, man, I don't follow you. I don't know you. I don't know you. You're not as good as me. I'm not gonna follow you. I come to my own conclusion. I do my own research and come to my own conclusion. LT James, what up?
How you doing?
I'm all right. I've been down there. Okay. You want to come say what's up, bro? You got that cigarette. What's up? You smoke cigarette? You smoke cigarette?
Yeah, don't.
Check her earrings out, y'all.
Chat, y'all shame me off the subway. I'm getting Panda Express. I just want to eat clean a little bit, like just whatever. Cause I ate Chick-fil-A yesterday, and the thing is with I love Chick-fil-A, but the breaded chicken be killing me, bro. Like, you know, I can't do it 2 days in a row. You know, so I just need to have someone do grilled teriyaki chicken, and just white rice. You get what I'm saying? And I put a little hot sauce on it, and that's it. You know what I mean?
She got the dope earrings out. She got the dope. Back up a little bit. They lying.
We're all speculating.
We all wait.
And I'm over with the waiting.
Go ready? I see you over there. Hey, LTJ. Come here, let me ask you something. When we first got here,
yeah.
How many people, YouTubers, TikTokers, mainstream, anybody reported?
Jimmy Allen, I see you, my boy. Thank you.
Oh, it was only a few. I know Sean, but I'll tell you this much. Sean, yes. Me. A lot of people doing that backpedaling and Uchi popping.
Right. Copying the next one. I told you it was only a hand.
They weren't in the courtroom, and then they actually decided to make it to New York. A lot of their views changed once they got into that courtroom.
Right. I'll be right here.
It's different in that courtroom.
It's different in courtroom observer versus somebody sitting in the bleachers eating popcorn. Totally different. Totally different. My man Tesla Tips at. Tesla Tips, where you at? Ashley B. Yeah, listen. People, if you got, where my man Tesla Tips at? Tesla Tips, where you at? St. Petersburg, Florida, Jet Life Vacation. What up, St. Pete? 275 I-4. Let me tell you something, man. Tesla Tips, where you at? Thank you. And me tell you something about confidence and belief in yourself. The man or the woman that believes in his abilities is God in action. Reverend Ike said that. When you believe in your own abilities, you are God in action. A person with a low opinion of their self, a person with low self-esteem, a person with low self-esteem, like all y'all suckers with the fake profile, a person with self-hatred, no self-confidence, no self-love, no self-acceptance, no self-approval, perpetually insecure, perpetually infected with fear, they gonna be offended by Sean G. They gonna be offended by me. We not gonna get along. We're not gonna get along. You're gonna be offended by me because you're gonna hearken back on the lessons your second grade teacher, your third grade teacher, your sixth grade teacher, and what they told you in the Bible. The meek shall inherit the earth. Be humble, and be on the lower level of the socio-economic strata. Be humble and be a second-class citizen. Hollywood T. Thank you for your courage, bravery, authenticity, and integrity for standing up for your square. You single-handedly shifted the journalist presentation by being you, the truth, been a supporter, but more so for now, you appreciate it. Hollywood T, California. You're gonna be relegated to the welfare rolls, EBT, victim mentality, because you don't believe in you. So when you come around me and hang around me, you're gonna be offended. Because I'm not infected with that. I used to be a long time ago. But see, what needs to be done, what's up, man? What needs to be done is, how you doing? You have to do spiritual surgery and you have to rewire the way you think about yourself and your perception of who are arrogant or
Nah, Uncas is preaching right now. Hold on. Let's get back to
So he could try to do that, to kind of get back on boards that he was involved in. Remember, he wasn't just a rapper, a music producer, towards sort of
their identity or keep it private, right?
Here you go.
About, possible, not necessarily discord, but, maybe one side of the jury feels one way, the other feels another. And remember, there's different charges that are on the table. The O.J. Simpson case as an example, right? It was either guilty or not guilty on the charges that were put forward, murder charge. Here, there's different aspects at play. There's the...
Well, here's the thing, too. This is going to be also, well, I think the government overcharged already. There's at times, like, for example, and I don't know if you guys know this. So say a prosecutor was looking to pursue a first-degree murder charge against a defendant. And let's say by the time the trial happened and they saw how the evidence bore out, there is at times where they could introduce a new charge for the jury to consider because they think it would fit more than maybe another charge. Like, for example, no, it's not first-degree murder. It's actually manslaughter. And, that's going to be the difference between a guilty and a not guilty verdict, because first-degree murder, it requires intent, it requires this, it requires that. Manslaughter does not. And oftentimes you see sometimes around when they're dealing with, the charges, they'll try to introduce or want the jury to consider other charges. And that's up to the judge approval. But in this particular case, they did say they're not gonna pursue with instructions on the attempted arson or attempted aiding and abetting of sex trafficking, but that's pretty much the prosecutor saying we filed every fucking charge we think we could file, right? We're not looking to try to reduce this shit. We're just looking to get it done however we can, right?
Racketeering, there's, the sex trafficking.
Double G, double N, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you, my brother.
It could mean that maybe a decision is close, but what I think is more likely happening is that they are trying to double check certain key pieces of testimony to make sure, are we all on the same page with all of these different charges that are on the table? And that's not easy to do. There's a lot of, with all the evidence that, has gone forward and a lot of people, feel a certain way about if he should be convicted, it's a lot of charges that are on the table, and to get multiple people all on the same page, it takes time.
I agree. We're almost at 8 hours of deliberation, and I keep saying this, but I really do think that it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously, that they're going through, they're talking things out. And by the way, that question...
Now, I think when it comes to jury and like jury selection and all that type of stuff, I think it's a slow build. By the way, thank you guys for the donations. I'm about to read your super chats right now. Actually, I'm loading them up. I was reading another opinion piece on, I seen a Tony Busby defamation suit actually got upheld. The motion to dismiss, they actually dismissed it. But there's a bunch of stuff that's happening in court. Not only, we still got to get to what's happening in the Drake case. But give me 1 second. Let me open up you guys' donations really quickly. Someone sent in 20, so I gotta respect your cash, my brother. How my computer be mad slow and fast at the same time? All right, perfect. Yes. Oh, Cuzzo 3D, thank you for the 5 or 10 gifted memberships. Holy, thank you, brother. Listen, what we're gonna do, I'm trying to figure out ways how to make this membership tier. I see Adam and everybody else doing it. Y'all should know my style is just not like, shout out to my peers and I don't call them competitors, my peers, but I can't do what they do. You know what I mean? Like me, like I just feel like I look crazy if I'm like over promoting everything. That's why I don't over promote anything. So like even I would love for all y'all to be members, but I'm not a person like, yo, sign up to be. No, I can't do that, bro. I just can't. I just can't. I don't know. Damn. What the fuck? Cuzzo with another 20 gifted membership. Oh, I appreciate you, Cuzzo. Cuzzo must have got paid or he hit a lick. Let's figure out which bank he robbed or he stole the ATM, because this nigga's over here throwing the cash. I see you, my boy. Ghost General, thank you for the membership as well. Also, I'm only saying, thank you for the 2. It says, notice how they keep mentioning OJ. This case is BS. Yeah, Law and Crimes keep bringing up OJ. I wonder why. Ultra Instinct, thank you for the 20. Says, just want to show love and let you know how important your voice is for the culture. It's hard dealing with the music establishment trying to stifle your voice, but you don't let them. And that's why you're the GOAT. No glaze. Safety. Thank you, Ultra Instinct. I appreciate you. Let me tell you this. I know I would be literally... The moment you guys don't show up for me is the moment that, like, I'm out of here. And I know I'm only here because of you. First of all, I only feel like I'm in the industry because we have so many people in our community. Like, I don't really feel I'm in this shit, you know what I mean? Like, but when they have to deal with you, that's the point. That's why I've always never compromised my integrity in terms of my opinion. You can never pay for that. But thank you nonetheless. Double G, double N, I shouted you out before, but thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Ghost General Show, it says, you definitely have to sign them both. Upcoming stars. No, yeah, I love what they're doing on this case. The thing about, like, when we're covering trials is that I don't want to have to plan for, like, horrible times because, like, yeah, these are big cases, but, like, say the Tory case, the YSL case, and even this case, all cases that we've all covered, we don't necessarily want to be like, yo, somebody's going to get indicted soon or going to get killed soon and their killer's going to, like, that's the thing about some of these trials is that with music, we want music. We see music release dates. Obviously, drama comes up in music we deal with, but it's hard kind of like either planning or having a business structure that revolves around court cases. because we're not planning for rappers to get in trouble or go to jail. And, you know, we cover everything because we cover news, right? But that's not necessarily what we cover. But do I think Lauren Conlon and Unc are definitely amazing talents? Of course. And, you know, for me, I don't never look at people like, oh, I need to sign you. I look at them as, listen, let's collaborate. And, you know, again, I keep telling y'all, I feel like I hope I've given back to them as much as they've given to our stream, right? Jay Mason says, do you think Juror 25 is cooked? If it's mistrial, is it mistrial if they remove him? Well, here's the thing. It depends on how those conversations are. And I'll look into it a little bit more, but we're going to have to see how those conversations inside that jury room is memorialized, because let's say he walks in the room, and what's often, from what I've heard, I've never been on a jury, but this is what I've heard, they'll do a preliminary vote to see where everyone falls on these issues before they start getting into the debating or start getting into hashing shit out. There might be a guy, or let's say that's jury 25, he's like, yo, I'm going to be honest with you, I sat through the case just like y'all. Diddy's not guilty on none of this shit. Y'all can't change my mind. And that standoffishness, unwilling to debate or discuss or deal with the definitions that are meant for the jury foreman to read, if that person is just like, yo, I already told y'all niggas what I think. That nigga not guilty. It's over. So y'all niggas make up y'all mind, but I said he not guilty. That could maybe cause what's coming out into open court saying that there's an issue with him following directions, because the directions is that no matter what you believe, you have to go through these things sequentially. Maybe that's what he's on. Listen, I already know what it is. Nigga not guilty. So now, is it mistrial if they remove him? So that's such an amazing question. It would be mistrial if they remove him in an unethical way, right? Again, the judge didn't delve into the issue and basically said, you guys work it out. Now, if they come back out again, so they can't remove him right now, but if they come back out again and say, yo, this guy's still uncooperative, the judge is probably going to want to, he might even clear the court. He might want to hear the issue of what's going on. But unless that juror does some type of thing of misconduct, you can't remove him. If he says, I am not going to vote guilty against Diddy, that is not misconduct. That is his personal opinion. Now, if he says, or if he tries to bribe people, or if he's like, yo, fuck that, I don't care what the evidence is. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how those conversations are being memorialized, because if he's like, I listened to the evidence, I've read this shit, he's not guilty based on what I've seen or what I know from this evidence, cool. If you're saying, fuck the evidence, fuck the trial, I'm just not going to vote guilty, that would be a source of, well, really a mistrial, even if he's going for Diddy. I don't know if you know that works. Because, again, let's go back to that Vibes Cartel case. The guy who was trying to do the bribe, right, was trying to bribe people to vote Vibes Cartel innocent. But here's the thing. It's not about whether a juror is going for you or against you. Is that juror tainting the process? So if that person taints the process, even if, even if it's a hung jury, well, if it's a hung jury, it's a hung jury, but let's say at some point he gets removed, even though he was going for Diddy, you could be like, hey, listen, we're still going to go for a mistrial, or on appeal, we're going to say there should have been a mistrial because they interfered with how this juror, blah, 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 blah. So there's definitely a possibility for that. Bugsy Artist, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, what I don't get is, was Puff mad? Why was Puff mad? Cassie's basically his creation. How long did he think she was going to keep doing freak offs before getting fed up? Yes. Well, you know what it is? I think Diddy was like, he was super upset she was fucking with people in his orbit. I don't think he was ever that mad that she fucked with the sex workers, possibly outside of his presence. But fucking with people who are his peers, I think, affected him. And then I think the last straw for him was, yo, you fucked the guy I paid to train you. Like, yo, you're fucking the help. I think it was the ultimate slap in the face of Diddy, because he's looking at it like, yo, I gave you this amazing life. Now, you got to imagine, this is Diddy's mentality. He's not thinking about how Cassie's like, yo, I've been going through hell. Diddy's saying, I gave you this amazing life. You get everything you want. You have all your cars paid for. You're living this amazing life. And then, what the fuck? You fucked the guy that I hired to train you? Yo, I'm good. Like, yo, I can't salvage this. Because he knew, before he knew that, he knew she fucked Michael B. Jordan. But remember, none of this got out to the press yet. Michael B. And by the way, he was also telling her, like, yo, you know it's about to go public that you fucking with other people, right? You know it's about to happen, right? So he knew about Michael B. Jordan, the basketball player. He knew about a few other people, Kid Cudi. But he got over it. He drew the line on this guy, man. It was just like, bro, like, you're fucking the help. Like, I'm done.
About whether this juror note or question regarding these two witness transcripts, could that signify the end of a verdict? I want to make sure to shout out the person who asked that.
Is he wealthy? Thank you for this help. He says, look up Diddy and Jocelyn Chu at the Drake Migos concert in 2018. Wait, here we go. Oh, is this a message? Where's this Chu person? She says her message comes after Diddy was reportedly spotted with Jocelyn Chu at Drake's concert in LA. Who's that? Jocelyn Chu. Who's Jocelyn Chu? Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, they deleted that page. Jocelyn Chu Diddy. Is this Jocelyn Chu? Who's Jocelyn Chu? Diddy leaves the Standard Hotel with mystery woman. Is this Jocelyn Chu? Why does every girl this guy gets looks exactly like? Is this Jocelyn? Yo, he loves Asians. That boy got an Asian fetish. Wow. This boy Diddy had an Asian fetish. Jocelyn, I was thinking that sounded like maybe an Hispanic name. It was always an Asian chick, huh? Wow. Jocelyn Chu Instagram. Yeah, my boy love his Asian chicks.
It was Rapper Trials who wrote that in. We've just been getting so many questions. I'm overwhelmed, but I love it, you guys, so keep them coming. This is another question. It is from Elisa Ray. What is the reason for the second witness being a Jane Doe not revealing her identity like other witnesses? Because, of course, when we're talking about the key witnesses in all of this, we have Cassie, Cassandra Ventura. We know her name. We saw her face in the sketches. She was there. But then we also have Mia, the former assistant, and Jane Doe, who is Diddy's former girlfriend or love interest. And both of them, in the courtroom sketches, we don't see their face. Both of them testified under pseudonyms, Mia and Jane. Elizabeth, what do you make of that? And I'm going to throw this out there. The fact that they were talking about things so traumatic, they're hoping to kind of conceal their identity or keep it private, right?
That's exactly right. So the key piece of difference that separates Cassie from these other alleged victims was Cassie filed a civil lawsuit in November 2023 before all of this happened. And I think it's easy for people to forget that because, you know, the indictment and everything that's happened, it's been over a year. But this all really stemmed from the November 2023 civil lawsuit that Cassie filed against Sean Combs, alleging a lot of the same things, saying that she alleges she was sex trafficked, that, you know, her former boyfriend's car was blown up, all of these allegations against Combs. So she had already come forward publicly about that, and people knew who she...
George Tate, you want to take a shot? Let's take a shot. Take a shot, man. I'm locked in with y'all all day today. I know we're going to get to some of the Drake stuff. I've seen some of the videos you guys sent. By the way, the The Skinny Day says, Ack, you got to watch that. Damn is a clip speaking about Drake's contract and everything like that. Give me 5 more minutes on this, and then we're going to go to the Drake. Let's go into the Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us, UMG battle thing. And then we'll circle to some regular hip-hop topics. We'll touch back in on Verdict Watch, and we'll, I don't think we're getting a verdict today, but it doesn't matter. We're on stream. We're going to just grind it out, okay?
She was, they knew the context of their relationship. So her identity was always going to be revealed in the trial because she had come out with that civil lawsuit a year before. So, obviously when Cassie Ventura testified, we didn't see inside the courtroom. Unfortunately, there's no cameras in federal court, but we all knew what she testified to and what she said. The other alleged female victims, they hadn't come forward with a civil lawsuit. And that's one of the things that the prosecution really tried to hit home. Because one of the things that the defense was saying was, Cassie Ventura is, of course, going to testify as to these things. She got a $20 million settlement from Combs. But these other unnamed alleged female victims didn't file any sort of lawsuit. They're not pursuing any sort of monetary damages against him. So their identity was kept private. I could understand why none of them would want to come forward with their identity because, like you said, they're testifying as to really allegedly traumatic incidents, and that's difficult for a lot of people, So I think those are the 2 key differences. They hadn't come forward in the way Cassie did, and also, if they don't want to reveal their identity and who they are, then the jury and everyone else is expected to respect that privacy. And there's a lot of speculation online as to who they could be, but again, you can't report on it as fact because they haven't come forward themselves.
Hey, by the way, wait, did y'all send the donation incorrectly to me? I'm tripping. Fuck. Tesla Tips is, I think he was talking to Unc, though. He was like, Unc, they could copy your, it's like they could copy your sidebar, your coffee, your clothes, but you're still better than theirs. Appreciate you, man. I think you should probably send that to Unc, bro. You probably sent it to the wrong person. I ain't even gonna cap with you, all right? Silas Tony, thank you for the 20. Says, yo, big fan. I've been watching you for a while. I watch you so much when you're not online. I get pissed off, and I'm like, where the fuck is Ack at? Appreciate you, man. Obviously, people like you make me, want to stream more and more. And by the way, we've been streaming the most these days. I know some people get mad about I think we're at 2 or 30 again, and you're like, yo, Ack, you're never gonna make it. Yo, we're consistently streaming like 115 hours now. I remember when 100 hours was the barometer. We've been hitting at peaks of 115 hours, close to 120. I can't get to Kai Snat levels. He does like damn near 200 when he's like on, but we try. But thank you though, Silas.
Now, this is a perfect segue, talking about Cassie, to talk about the court update that I have for you. We now officially know what 2 witnesses the jurors were asking for testimony from. Here's the update. The judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, we've received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassandra Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incidents and the Daniel Phillip Essex Hotel incident, Daniel Phillips's testimony on that as well. So here's the response. Maureen Comey says, we have a disagreement. Not surprising in all of this. The judge says, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. Now, Comey says, we don't see a need. Whereas Mark Agnifilo says, I confirmed with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. So judge says, as to any further note, let me know. So Elizabeth, we now know we're talking about Cassie Ventura and Daniel Phillip as far as these incidents. What do you make? Does that give us any sort of clue as to where the deliberations are now?
Yeah, that's really interesting. So it's tough to say exactly what they're going to use that key piece of evidence for in terms of making a decision. I'm not surprised that it did relate to Cassie. And then also, again, Daniel Phillip was one of the witnesses that was put forward. He testified to a lot of things that he allegedly saw happen between Cassie and Diddy, alleged abuse, things like that. So the fact that they're going to what Cassie had testified to, especially in relation to that hotel video, it doesn't surprise me just because, again, she's such a key witness. That's such a big big piece of key evidence in the case. So that doesn't surprise me. Also, again, having multiple witnesses that can possibly corroborate what she first testified to in the first beginning weeks of trial. I think, to me, if they're specifically asking about that, it seems like that might go towards possible racketeering charges, because again, there's so many acts that could underlay racketeering, you know, abuse, things like that. So it could possibly be, you know, are they having a struggle trying to see if the elements have been met for racketeering? It could also be possibly going to the sex trafficking charges. Again, that's a really big piece of what Cassie's being used as a witness for, and these other alleged female victims, them saying they were forced to engage in intercourse with these male escorts, and therefore sex trafficking is present. So I think it could be either one of those things. But again, the fact that it's in relation to Cassie doesn't surprise me, because she's just such a huge witness in all of this.
You know, when we first got the information that there was some sort of question from the jurors about witness testimony, we both were like, okay, it's got to be Cassie, right? And it seems like it was. And we do have that more information. They want Cassie, they want Daniel Phillip, and then that's it. I mean, to your point, Elizabeth, everything you were just talking about, there's so many different ways that it can go, because again, Cassie was the star witness. She testified about so many other things. Now, I do have another
This is the time to discuss. I'm happy to be with all of you right now. Let me bring in former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger. I'm also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer, and criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. It's great to have you all here. Let me get into it. Let me talk to you about what the jury asked. And I think it is quite telling what the jury asked. They sent a note at 10:15 a.m. today. This is what they asked for. They asked for several transcript sections. Number one, Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. That's the infamous 2016 tape, right? Where Sean Combs is appearing to beat her and drag her back in the direction of an alleged freak-off. Ventura's testimony concerning the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. I think that is in relation to the idea that she was on that plane, right, with Sean Combs. He sits next to her, shows her sex tapes, threatens to release them, lands. He asks for a freak-off. He gets a freak-off. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions or freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. Now, Daniel Phillip is interesting because he was testifying as this male performer who was engaged in these episodes with Cassie and Combs. But remember, he recounted one episode where Combs allegedly was dragging Cassie, and he even purportedly said that he remembers hearing her being slapped at one point. So this is really important testimony. Barrett, I'll start with you. Is this them trying to find concrete examples of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion?
That's what I was thinking when I heard those questions as well. I mean, look, the first off, and I think this is an important caveat, like reading into jury notes is a truly impossible fool's errand. Every time I think I know what a jury is thinking because of their notes, I'm usually wrong. However, that being said, I feel like if they're asking this and focusing on those events, they're probably focusing on sex trafficking. You know, the other thing you have to remember when you're looking at a jury note is this could be an attempt of a few jurors to try to, explain or convince their fellow jurors or a few other jurors, like, yeah, we saw violence here. Remember back when, Cassie was testifying about this. So sometimes this is a way of seeing how jurors are actually communicating with each other, through which segments of the transcript they're asking for.
And by the way, we just got a court update. It looks like the defense wants a little bit of clarification here. So the judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, I understand there's an issue to resolve. So this is, again, outside the presence of the jury. This is between the judge and the different attorneys in this case. Prosecutor Maureen Comey says, I understand that during the break, the defense came up with an issue about Daniel Phillip. Sean Combs' defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, one of his defense attorneys, the U.S. wants one more question and answer in than we do. It's his later thoughts. Prosecutor Comey says the answer is about the Essex Hotel incident. Prosecutor Johnson says, on the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Miss Ventura's IG post of 2024. Safa, these are interesting, right? When there is a juror question, you would think there's, how do we explain the material, provide the material to the jury? There's only so much that they can actually say. They won't, they can do a read back of testimony, but a lot of the times it's, you have to use your own recollection of the evidence. We will not provide you a legal conclusion, but also with the response back, that becomes a negotiation between the prosecution and the defense, because obviously when there's a juror question, the defense wants to make sure that the response is favorable to their client, right?
Absolutely. And what it sounds like they're trying to do right now is decide what portion of the transcript they're going to read back to the jury. So deciding when it's going to start under Mr. Phillips' testimony and where it's going to end, or with regard to what incident. And we know that it's the Essex Hotel incident. But at what point are they starting? What page, what question are they going to begin to do the read back? And where are they going to end it? So it's really important. And it sounds like the government wants a certain portion and the defense may want the remainder of that portion to essentially complete the question and answer, to fully provide as much information as possible. If the jurors did not ask for the Instagram post, then they're not going to be able to get into that unless the juror specifically asks for that. But this is definitely something where both sides are trying to determine, and the judge is also trying to determine what information they're going to give to the jury for their deliberation.
Let me go to you, Tyler. 8.5 hours right now. I'm not surprised, right? I think that this was a question of, I didn't think we were going to get a verdict yesterday. It does become the holiday weekend, whether or not they're actually going to be able to deliberate on July 3rd. I think if they are still haven't come up with a verdict by July 2nd, by tomorrow, they may be granted July 3rd, not July 4th, but July 3rd. You anticipate a verdict before the July 4th weekend?
I do. I think that this jury has really sacrificed a lot. They've been out there listening every day intently since for about 2 months now. And now they've been deliberating at least since Monday. With a 4th of July holiday coming up in their heads, they're probably thinking, let's work hard, see if we can get done by the holiday. There was one, I believe, comment from the jury earlier said that they're going to leave at 5 p.m. today. They do not want to work past 5. So that leads me to believe that they are working through the material pretty quickly, and they're going to try to reach a verdict before the holiday.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got some questions coming in. All right. Okay, let me go to you, Barrett. So this is from Callie. Do you think Mark Agnifilo actually believes what he presented in his closing arguments? How cynical. How cynical are our viewers? Do you think he believes what he said and advocated?
I mean, I will say the focus of the defense is really more of a legal defense than a factual defense, if that makes sense. So they're really not saying, all of these witnesses are not credible. You shouldn't believe a word out of their mouth. In essence, they're saying you could almost believe everything they say and it still doesn't add up to the crimes that were charged. I think that kind of a defense in some ways is much easier for a defense attorney to sell, because it's really about, the legal elements and whether this was overcharged or not, as opposed to, attacking the credibility of various witnesses. So does he actually believe this or not? I think he probably does believe this was overcharged, and he probably does believe that this was not the correct statutes that his client violated, if anything.
Over to you, Safa. This is from Lisa. Once the jury has made the decision, will they tell the court straight away that decision, or will they be brought back another day?
They're going to tell the court right away. What will happen is they will send out a jury note indicating to the court that they've reached a verdict. The court will call all of the attorneys and the government to come in, view that juror note indicating that they have a verdict, and then prepare for them to come out and give that verdict. And that will be done very prompt, very swiftly. They're not going to bring them back another day. They're going to do it that same day that they come to that decision.
Mm-hmm. Got another court update. So Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' defense counsel, says, we did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they're talking about it. It's regarding the incident. It's important to weighing whether Mr. Combs coerced Ms. Ventura into commercial sex on that date. The judge says the request was for Ms. Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? Garagos responds, in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. The judge seems skeptical here, Tyler, about including additional material to the jurors.
Yeah, the judge clearly seems skeptical for a reason. The jury had a specific question to review the transcript testimony that Ms. Ventura gave regarding those 3 incidents that we just discussed. And the defense is doing a good job trying to advocate for their client, even after they've rested their case and the judge has given his jury instructions. So the game is continuing until there's an actual verdict.
Oh, when I use my beard oil, like just regular shit, man.
it, then there'll be
actually I do have a brand that I use.
Appeal process, and I think the defense is doing a good job in trying to get more information in there that's favorable to Mr. Combs.
Barrett, we got a question about Juror 25. So I believe this is the juror yesterday, right, where there was this issue that a juror couldn't follow the judge's instructions. Came out really quickly after they began their deliberations. Monique Adams, was Juror 25 replaced? I don't believe Juror 25 was replaced as of yet, although they do have alternates on standby. If you're a prosecutor in this case, does that concern you?
Here's the problem, too, though. The alternates do not engage in... the alternates are not arguing, so they're not in the deliberation room. So the alternates got dismissed, but they have their cell phone numbers to call them because they listen to the case. Here's the thing: if a juror has to be dismissed, it's going to set back the whole process, because now this juror needs to vote on every issue and even issues maybe they decided already with the juror that's leaving. So if they dismiss a juror, they bring in an alternate. The alternate's going to be like, all right, well, now I got to go vote on everything else. Present the stuff to me that I could, listen to it and try to vote on. By the way, Colby Watson with the big 50 in the building, says shout out to my brothers. It said shout out to my brothers Los. He broke his leg at a FanDuel event. Hit him up. He would really appreciate it. Are you saying like Los Pollos? Los Pollos broke his leg? No way.
Very much so. That's a note you don't like to get, although it did happen very early. So that gives me some comfort that maybe this is something.
Kendrick Intern's a demon. He's even on Law and Crimes donating. Talking about, can we talk about the rapper Drake weird case he had with Diddy and Kendrick exposed him? Like, yo, what's wrong with Kendrick Intern? How the fuck you on this page over here going crazy?
Work through. But no, you don't want to hear somebody that's not willing to follow the judge's instructions. I mean, we don't know what capacity he's not able to follow the instructions. Is it that he walked into the deliberation room and
let me grab this food real quick.
Was like, look, I think he's, not guilty, or I think he's guilty and I refuse to deliberate. That's a problem. Is it that he's not following the instructions to not bring in outside material? Is he saying, look, I've been reading the news about this and this is what the news is reporting? Again, there's a lot of ways to not follow the court's instructions. So we don't know specifically what this juror is doing. But as a prosecutor, you generally want jurors that will follow the court's instructions, that will be very methodical going through each element of the law. That's what you want to see. So this note would make me a little bit nervous.
Ready for the great questions that we have coming? I mean, we already have great questions coming in, but listen to this. By the way, before I go to the questions, update from court. Prosecutor Johnson says, she was asked, do you recall posting an Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that domestic violence is the issue, but that's not what the jury's asking about. We'd like more in about the Can incident. By the way, Safa, that's something the defense jumped on in their closing argument, that Cassie talked about this being domestic violence. She never once said it was about sex trafficking. Right? That's what they're focusing on, that if she didn't even interpret it as sex trafficking. Although, couldn't the argument be, yeah, she's not a federal prosecutor. She doesn't study sex trafficking. It's more easy to say that's assault or that's domestic violence than, oh, that is a violation of the RICO statute or that's violation of sex trafficking. But I can see where the defense was going there, that, their whole thing is this isn't sex trafficking or racketeering. This is just an unfortunate, toxic relationship. But your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that post plays into the defense's theory that this was simply a domestically violent, toxic relationship, that it doesn't meet the standard of racketeering, that it doesn't meet the standard of sex trafficking or anything of that nature. And as Mr. Agnifilo, we coined in his closing argument, this was some sort of love story that just went bad. So that post plays into that theory and narrative, which of course is why the defense would want it in. But Ms. Ventura is, of course, not in a position to really know, what qualifies as sex trafficking, what qualifies as racketeering. She doesn't have the legal education or knowledge or position to make that determination, as we can see here, which is ultimately why the government essentially believed that they had enough to put in front of a grand jury for these specific charges that he's now facing.
Tyler, we got a super chat question from Kid Sister. So thank you so much, Kid Sister. Should RICO laws change that if charging co-conspirators must be charged too to show a criminal enterprise is indeed at work, even if pleas are offered? So in other words, you can never charge somebody with racketeering conspiracy unless they're charged with somebody else? I think that's what the question is. It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great question, but I don't think our RICO laws should be changed. It's been an effective tool that prosecutors have used and the government has used to, curb all types of crime, from thinking about prohibition, organized crime when it came down to the mafia. There's national criminal organizations that are prosecuted under RICO. So although this case is a little different regarding Mr. Combs being prosecuted as, for lack of better words, villain number one with no co-conspirator indicted yet, it still has been an effective means for the government to curb crime. And that's what the statutes are for.
Got a super chat question here. I'll throw this to you, Barrett. This is from Forest and Fawn. Honestly, great name. Okay, I think that should be like some sort of company, Forest and Fawn. It's actually Forest plus Fawn, but I think it's great. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Why can't jurors have a legal background? I get that it's of your peers, but how can a deli clerk make a lawful decision without proper education? Look, that's an interesting question. There can be lawyers on there, but really? I was just talking to somebody about this. Racketeering is so complicated. I've been explaining it for the last 7-8 weeks, and there's still complications regarding even when I speak to non-lawyers. No fault. It's very complicated. 62 pages of a jury instruction form. Do you think it's fair that there are non-lawyers on the jury who are now going to be making an impactful legal decision, legal conclusion?
I do. I mean, not only because it's what our Constitution requires, but also because if the prosecutors can't convince 12, reasonable men and women why somebody is guilty, if they can't explain it in really just, easy to understand, digestible bits of information, if they can't do that, then they're really doing something wrong. We have to be able to convince everyone from a lawyer to a plumber why somebody's guilty. That's sort of the basics of our legal system. So look, I understand there are certain cases that really lend themselves to people having certain expertise. I mean, this one, I actually think, racketeering is a little bit of a complicated statute, but, I've had trials where it's really complicated, accounting fraud or, securities fraud trials. And we do ask regular people, regardless of their background, to just pay attention, to bear with the prosecution. And if the prosecution has done a good job, the jurors are able to follow it.
We got a ton of questions coming in. Safa, this is from Amber Jordan. Why is the attorneys deciding what to show the jury of the transcript? Why can't the jury view any and all transcripts and evidence they want?
That's a good point.
When the jurors ask their questions, they have to ask very specific questions. So if the jurors would have asked, we want to see the entire transcript of Cassie Ventura's testimony, starting from the very beginning to the very end, then they would be able to see that. But if they're asking for specific portions of those transcripts, the court has to respond to their questions in a very narrow way. So the court is going to interpret these questions very specific, and they will answer those and give them these specific answers. So if they are asking for a certain portion, they will give them that. But the jurors can ask for more. They can ask for an entire witness's testimony. It's just up to what they ask, and they need to be as specific as possible.
What a great question we got from Stella. Okay, I'm going to throw this to you, Tyler. There's a question for Jesse and the panel. Which would you choose as a defendant? Strong evidence with a weaker attorney, or weaker evidence with highly skilled attorneys? Love the show. We'll miss you when the trial is over. That's very kind. We're going to miss you guys too. So what do you think?
I'll take strong evidence with a weaker attorney because, as we mentioned earlier, these are regular folks who are on the jury, and sometimes people are moved by larger personalities. Just think of a very soft voice trying to explain a RICO in a closing argument, and they do not come off convincing at all. And then the defense lawyer gets up there bold and confident and pointing out how the prosecution doesn't even believe in their case. You can tell by their demeanor. Those are things that go a long way in moving a jury. So I'll take a strong evidentiary case and a weak prosecution or a weak lawyer presenting it any day.
Barrett, question from Brooklyn Truth. If Diddy's found not guilty and the government immediately appeals, will he be, this is a misunderstanding of the law, but will the government immediately appeal? Will he be released or remain in jail? Explain what happens if he's found not guilty.
Yeah, if he's not guilty, he's not guilty. End of sentence. The government doesn't get a right to appeal that, even if they disagree with it. So if he's not guilty, he will be released from jail. He's still going to have a lot of civil lawsuits that he'll have to answer to. So his days in court will not be completely over, but there would be no government appeal.
Going to you, Safa, from Velimir Makar. Thank you for your great coverage from Ireland. Oh, wow, so far away. Do you think if the jury finds Sean Combs guilty, will the government then prosecute Christina Courtroom, his purported former chief of staff?
Could they? Yes. Do I think they're going to? No. I think it would have been more likely that the government would have either charged her as a co-defendant in this case, which I'm actually surprised that they did not. I mean, I'm also equally surprised that they never called her as a witness to testify, and only they know why they haven't done that. But the reality is, I don't think that they're going to call her as a co-conspirator. They'd have to do all of this over again and call some of the same witnesses. And I think it would just be a waste of time and judicial resources to do that. I think if they were going to charge her, they would have already.
A lot of questions about this juror who allegedly is not refusing, or at one point refused to not follow the instructions. That's, again, just the accusation that was put forward. This is from, I'll throw this to you, Tyler. This is from ZimmyFan617. Can you charge a juror with contempt of court if they simply refuse to follow the required rules? If not, can an alternate juror be put in their place?
So, great question. A judge could technically charge a juror with contempt of court. What more than likely would happen if there was some reason why a juror could not follow the judge's instructions, they would probably pull that juror and he would be questioned by the court, by the judge, and the counsel will be present to hear what the substance of the questioning is. And more than likely, this would be a situation when this juror is excused. So we don't know right now that this juror is outright refusing the instructions of the court. The comment that was given was he cannot follow the instructions for whatever reason. And he probably just got a strong encouragement in their note back from the court to the jury, telling them to do their job and their responsibility as jurors. And it seems like that's not an issue since we're on hour probably 9 now and they're still going.
Barrett, we got another question coming in. This is from Maddie Lindemood. Question: when Cassie's mom had to pay $20,000 to Diddy, extortion, is that no longer under...
Silence. Thank you, my boy, for the 100. He said, yo, academics #1, Drake #1. If anybody got a problem with that, you be having a problem with the U.S. Army, man. They don't want no goddamn smoke. And is that a Dominican Republic flag? I'm not tripping. And a Jamaican flag. My boy. Shout out to you, bro.
Under RICO, it's not listed in the jury instructions / verdict form under RICO no more. See, I think that goes more to the idea of, was coercion being used, right, to induce Cassie into these freak-offs?
Yeah, I agree. I think that is all part of the sex trafficking charges. Remember, they have to show that the women were trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion. One of the ways the government has alleged that Cassie was coerced is that, there was this blackmail material that he was holding over her head saying, I can release this at any time. So that's sort of part and parcel of that charge. Is it part of the racketeering charge? I mean, it's not one of the listed predicates, which means they don't have to say this was proven or not proven. But look, the idea of how he used his associates and the people around him to effectuate this transaction with Cassie's mom, I mean, look, that is sort of part of the enterprise itself. So even though this isn't listed as a specific predicate, they can certainly consider all of this wrongdoing when they're thinking about, was he part of an enterprise and did an enterprise exist?
Saf, I'm going to give you a choice on questions here. So I'm first going to read you this question. I'm not really sure what it pertains to. If you don't want to answer it, move on. And I have another question for you. This is a super chat question from Dolly. Thank you so much for the super chat question. From the UK, anyone serve as jury, even people have been to prison. There is no timeline when jury should come back with results, serve 6 months. I think a lot of different points to that. Any comment there? I'll throw another question to you if you're interested, but any comment to that?
Not quite sure what this individual is asking. I don't know if it's...
Okay, let me see if I can make sense. Can you serve on a jury if you've been to prison?
So it depends. More often than not, the answer is going to be no, or you'll be taken off the jury pool or the jury panel, especially by the prosecution. But that essentially is the answer. And a lot of that will be predicated on whether or not or what state you live in and things like that.
Okay. There's no time limit when the jury has to come back on a decision, right?
Theoretically.
Not a time limit. If they come back in an hour, that's valid. If they have a guilty verdict in an hour, if they come back in a month, if they come back in 3 months, all of that is going to be valid.
That's if the judge allows it. The judge could basically say, hey, listen, if you guys aren't agreeing, we're gonna just call this a mistrial.
As long as they come back with a unanimous verdict.
And then the served 6 months, let me interpret that. If he's found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, which carries up to 10 years in prison, doesn't mean that's what he would be sentenced to. Could the minimum be 6 months?
Or he falls in the sentencing guidelines, or how he would be categorized. So in federal court, there's a sentencing guideline and a range, and that person is categorized based on what level of offense and their criminal history and all of those sorts of things. The judge will take all of that into totality. He's got more than 6 months in right now. He's been in custody for more than 6 months. So essentially, could the court take that into consideration and give him a sentence that is consistent with the time he's got in? Of course, but the judge could also give him up to 10 years.
Barrett, as a former federal prosecutor, would you have an opinion on what his sentence would be if he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution? Let's say 2 counts. I've always said that I feel that that's the strongest charge, the most straightforward path to conviction. What could he get?
Yeah, so those would have a maximum sentence of 10 years if the only counts that he was convicted on were the 2 Mann Act charges. Could they be stacked? Yes. Do I think that's likely? No. So I think if he's convicted of the Mann Act, he will get something less than 10 years. Without having done the calculations about his guideline range, as we were just talking about, it's hard to make a true prediction, but I'll put it this way. The judge can also consider all of the other evidence that he's heard during this trial. So even if he gets acquitted of the RICO count, even if he gets convicted of both of the sex trafficking counts, the judge can consider everything that came in that was relevant to those counts when he's sentencing him on those 2 Mann Acts. So he, certainly would give him, in my imagination, a more significant sentence based on all that information than he would have otherwise.
Yeah, it kind of answers the question we had from Keenan Jackson. Besides from walking away free, what's the least amount of time Sean can receive for the lesser charges? Does his time served count for his sentencing if he doesn't get life? Okay, so we kind of answered that question. Safa, I said I would have another question for you. This is from Anto Grego. Hello, you beautiful people. Question, if he's found guilty, can he ask for bail while waiting to appeal?
He can ask, but I'm sure he's going to be denied.
No.
What's going to ultimately happen is if he's found guilty, he of course will.
Cap. It depends on what. If his prostitution charges, he's going to get bail. If he's only given bail, if he's only guilty on prostitution charges, that means the allegations of him being this violent, dangerous person that did a RICO, runs a criminal enterprise, is not going to be valid. That's not going to be matter. That's not going to matter for bail. It's only prostitution. They're going to give him bail. But if he gets a sex trafficking charge, then he's not getting bail. If he gets a RICO charge, he's not getting bail. If he gets only those 2, which I'm predicting he's getting 2 charges. Remember my whole disposition to this is 2 charges, I think W. So if he gets guilty, there's no way in my mind he gets acquitted on all charges. So 2 out of 5, I think he is good, okay? If he gets 3 out of 5, no matter what it is, because if it's 3 out of 5, that means it has a RICO or a sex trafficking case or a sex trafficking charge. That means at least 20 years, he's fucked, and he definitely won't get bail. But if he only gets the sex trafficking charge, I think he could get bail. And by the time an appeal even is started, the sentence will be ran up. So it would be like a null case. So they'll just be fighting about, are we gonna just almost pardon this conviction? Or not pardon, but reverse the conviction, if you ask me.
Remain in custody, and then there will be a sentencing date that is scheduled for him to be sentenced. After he is sentenced, then he can file the notice of appeal, and it may take however long. Sometimes people sit and wait for an appeal for 1 to 2 years in custody before their appeal is even heard. So I highly doubt that if he's convicted, he's going to be getting out. He's not going to be getting out while he's pending an appeal. He will remain in custody for that point, till that point in time.
We've got an update from court. Tenny Garagos, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, "We think we should start with the first government exhibit about the Intercontinental Freak-Off." Prosecutor Johnson says, "If we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF." The judge says, "I agree. Some earlier and later messages should be given. What's left?" Prosecutor says, "We'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. Judge says, "Ms. Garagos, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection?" Garagos says, "I have to maintain my objection to the photo." So a question about what material the jury will be handed over. Okay, Tyler, got a couple of questions for you. Gabe Bernard asks, if I became a juror, can I refuse to watch explicit videos?
That's interesting.
You have to review all the evidence. I mean, could you refuse to watch it? Maybe not watch the entire thing. I'm pretty sure they've redacted some parts out of the video in consideration of people not wanting to watch the sensitive material and also the privacy of those victims who are involved in the materials. But your obligation as a juror is to review all evidence and then make a decision. And in this case, they are explicit materials. Does that mean you have to watch it over and over again? No, you don't. But you do have to review the evidence at least.
Let me throw another question to you. Again, from Brooklyn Truth. When a defendant has so many lawyers, like Sean Combs does that make it difficult for the team to cooperate effectively?
I don't think so. You may have different personalities who disagree on certain aspects, but remember the client, the defendant, it's his trial and his decision is ultimately who trumps everybody. And then you mentioned the team. Usually it's a team. Everybody has a certain role. There was a lawyer who did the opening. There's a lawyer who did the closing. Certain lawyers cross-examined certain witnesses. Certain lawyers presented certain arguments, whether it's pre-trial or post-trial. So everybody has a role to play, and they have to work together. And ultimately, Mr. Combs, as the coach, and makes the final call.
Got so many great questions coming in. This is for you, Barrett. This is from Becky Pell. Aside from England, asking from England, excuse me, do you think it was a mistake that the Diddy team didn't put up a defense? If so, is this a reason Diddy could use for appeal?
I don't think it was a mistake for them not to call witnesses. Again, like I said earlier, their defense was really more of a legal one. Again, they were not saying these people are lying about everything. I think they were saying, even if you assume what they're saying is true, it's not sex trafficking. It's not RICO. And they said as much in their opening, saying this is assault. This is domestic violence. It's a lifestyle, but it's not what the prosecutors have charged. So I think given that that was their whole tactic and their strategy, it would have been in some ways odd to call a lot of witnesses. I think it was a very smart decision not to put the defendant on the stand. I think that really only would have worked to their detriment. So I think that was actually a very smart decision. But to her second point, could they use this as part of an appeal? I mean, possibly, right? One of the things that defendants bring up on appeal in almost every single appeal of a criminal trial is ineffective assistance of counsel. So just to play that out, he would say, my counsel was ineffective in not putting up a defense. They should have called witnesses. I wanted them to. They didn't. I have to think, given everything that we've just talked about, it's not going to be a very strong argument on appeal, but of course, he will make that.
Nah, that'll be, I think, I disagree with that. I think it'll be a decent argument on appeal. I'll tell you why. Even though I don't think he would, and obviously, like, just culturally it would look crazy. You got the best lawyers in the world, but it would look decent in a docket for an the whatever circuit court that's gonna hear it, because number one, Judge Submaranian, he denied the extension of the trial for 60 days, or was it 30 days actually? Or maybe it was 90 days. And according to him, he was just like, we need to get this show on the road. Why? Cassie was pregnant. Cassie's the main witness. Now, Diddy had just hired a new lawyer, Brian Steele. It's a fair argument to say, well, we hired Brian Steele. We know we had our lead attorney, but we wanted to go with this guy obviously the prosecutor is going to come back with like a brief saying, no, nigga, you never fired your main lawyers. So if you get another attorney, you don't get to restart the clock, because otherwise you could just keep hiring attorneys. And if we're restarting the clock, it's crazy. If you had fired Mark Agnifilo, or Agnifilo had left the case, that would be a reasonable thing to say we have to extend it. And the judge made the right decision by not extending it, because also Cassie, the witness, was whatever, you know? So, yeah.
If he's convicted.
And it brings us to what his behavior was. I mean, because it seems like from the reporting that we have, he's constantly been nodding and constantly been in agreement with his attorneys and conversing with his attorneys and part of the defense. So it would be difficult for him to say, I didn't know what was going on with my legal defense. I asked for this. They did this. I mean, but you never know. I'll tell you what. We got Sierra Gillespie. We got Law and Crimes reporter. We got the host of Scandal with us right now. She's outside that federal courthouse. Sierra, hi. Good to see you. How's everything going out there?
Hi, Jesse. That intro, I got to clip that and watch it on repeat when I need to pump myself up when I'm having a bad day. I loved it. We're getting court updates. There's smell of the verdict in the air. Could it be today, tomorrow, next week? Who's to say? It's really hot out, so we've got multiple fans, but I don't know. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. We're happy to see you. You came all the way in for it. We got questions coming in for you.
I'm starting to think that they're not going to get a verdict today nor tomorrow, and that we're going to go into another week. I have a sneaky suspicion that's going to happen.
Or at least questions that I think you would be great to answer. Okay, ready? Okay.
Yes.
This is a question from Christina Lester. It's a super chat question. So, Christina, thank you so much. I read that, and don't worry about this federal code. I'm not asking you to get into the weeds with federal law, but I read that 18 U.S.C. 1508 prohibits recording, listening to...
By the way, we're at 9 hours now.
...or observing jury proceedings. But jurors may take notes during deliberations. Does that mean that said notes may one day become public?
This is a really good question. And yes, to the point of our viewer, who I believe I recognize that username. I think some of our viewers are longtime watchers. So thanks for tuning in and sticking on with us. Yes, so they are allowed to take notes during all of this. However, I do believe that they are destroyed, or they have to turn them back in at the end of deliberation. This is something that I've seen in other cases, and just to be completely straightforward, I'm more proficient in state cases. This is one of my first big federal cases that we've had here. So I don't know if it's different, but I believe that they have to turn them back over.
I believe you're right. Barrett Berger with us, is that correct?
Yeah, so the jury, anything that the jury writes down on their notepads, at the end of each court day, they have to give it back to the bailiff. It becomes part of the court record. So at the end of the proceedings, they'll also have to give them back. Would those ever become public? Only if there was a significant issue. I mean, really significant. Not like somebody disagrees with the verdict. If there was some sort of allegation of juror fraud, or they were writing inappropriate notes to each other, something like that, you could imagine them coming back into part of a record on appeal. But in, I would say, 99.9% of the cases, these will never see the light of day.
I'm going to go back to Sierra in a second, but we got a legal question that came in. I'll throw it to Safa. I'll throw it to Safa first. Safa, this is a super chat question from Mayra. Mayra, thank you so much. If the jury doesn't come back with a full not guilty, what's the next best case scenario for Diddy? PSA, Sierra's right. You do have perfect hair. Gosh, best audience, best audience. I even forgot what the question was. Oh, yeah. If the jury doesn't come back with a full not guilty, what's the next best case scenario for Diddy? I guess imagine...
Appeal.
What, being found guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution?
Yes, most definitely. And so the jurors have to have a unanimous verdict. So they all have to determine guilty or not guilty. Next best case scenario for Diddy, if they don't come back with an outright acquittal, would be if they came back guilty on the transportation to engage in prostitution, not guilty on the sex trafficking, not guilty on the racketeering. The biggest issue here is going to be the racketeering. That's where he has the most to lose. That's where he's facing life in prison. Best case scenario outside of the acquittal would be the transportation to engage in prostitution. Not guilty on the others.
Got it. Let me bring back in Sierra. Sierra, so we got a question from Jet. By the way, Sierra, did you say I have perfect hair? This is phenomenal. This is the best reporting that you've done in decades. The public sit and wait in the courtroom all day, even while the judge is off the bench?
Oh, this is a great question because we've talked about this a lot, right? Inside the federal courtroom, we don't have cameras, so we don't have a live stream. That's why we have the sketches that we're playing throughout the live streams or throughout coverage on Scandal or Sidebar, wherever on Law and Crime. However, it is a public courthouse, and I have seen multiple people who are not even media going inside because that's what it's there for. You're allowed to do that. So yes, there is a waiting area inside. Now, to be clear, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, does occasionally go back into the courtroom. For instance, if there's any sort of juror question, which we've seen a couple of them so far, he'll be escorted back with U.S. Marshals into the courtroom. We know his mother's there, the defense, the prosecution, everybody's there chatting and kind of waiting to hear what's going on. Otherwise, he's held in a holding cell that's kind of nearby. But if you're interested and you want to sit around and wait and see what's going on, you can come in as long as it's not completely full.
Yeah. And by the way, do you know how busy it is right now? Are there a ton of people waiting for the verdict?
It's interesting. I was actually just inside. We did our live cut-in, and I ran inside to go to the bathroom and see what was going on. And honestly, it's not that busy. I kind of expected it a bit more. Reporters are going inside, presumably just to keep cool. Others have come out. Elizabeth Milner has come out with us. And then when there is any sort of jury question, she'll run back inside. So I think I've seen more of that. It's not as busy as you would think because people are kind of all just waiting.
I've got a question here. As somebody who's followed trials for several years, this is for you, Sierra. Tucka asks, what does it mean the longer deliberations go on? More or less favorable for Diddy?
I think that's a IDK kind of question. It can go any way, right? Every jury is different. Every case is different. And I know that there are sometimes comparisons that people make. For instance, it should be 1 day of deliberation per week of trial. That's something that people sometimes go by. Or sometimes they say, okay, if the jury is having pizza on a Friday, they'll hold out for a little bit longer to eat the pizza and then they'll come back with a verdict. There are so many different theories about, the lengthy deliberation, meaning a one sort of a verdict, or a short one, meaning another one. I really think it just depends. And as far as this trial, I really just believe that the length of the deliberation and the questions that our jurors are asking show that they're talking things out, that they're doing their job, that they're going through and referring back to jury instructions and talking about things that they felt were really important during the entire case altogether. So I don't know if I can say one way or another which way they're leaning based on the length of deliberation. I don't know, maybe with more questions, we could have a clearer picture.
Well, this is a good follow-up. This is from Cuervo. How many jurors does Combs need on his side to get off?
Oh, this is a great question. All of them. It needs to be unanimous, right? And there could be a mixed verdict.
Cap. He just needs one. That's cap. They need all to convict him, not all to get him off. Granted, if all said no, he gets off. But you could get a hung jury with one who just won't vote guilty. It's going to be a pickle unless all vote guilty. So that's not the truth. It's only if you need one to say, I'm not voting guilty, and we're going to have a problem.
Verdicts here, we could find him not, and when I say we, I mean the jury, could find him not guilty on some, guilty on others. It's called what we call a mixed or split verdict, but it needs to be unanimous. That's kind of the way it goes, and that's why sometimes deliberations take a while.
Nah.
Because they need to talk it out.
Let me tell you this, a hung jury works in Diddy's favor, man. I don't think they bringing this case again. A hung jury, I think that the judge going to sequester them for like a good 6 days or a week. They still don't come to nothing. Mistrial. Once there's a mistrial, they're going to say, yo, The federal government, I forgot the exact time. You got 60 days or 90 days to refile this case. And the defendant has the opportunity to seek immediate bail. It's a new not district attorney. It's a new U.S. attorney. I get that these 6 women, white women who are AUSAs work hard on this, but I can't believe an office that knows that possibly this time around the prosecution won't be this quick. Because now Diddy's been in jail for like a year. Diddy might wait this out. Diddy might wait this shit out. Remember what's happening. This is federal government. It's a high-profile case. The last nigga who decided to pursue the case, he's gone. His name is Damon Williams. He's gone. He's a Democrat. It's Trump time right now. So they got in a different U.S. attorney. Why the hell would he want to go cross the T's and dot the I's on the last nigga shit by doing it again? Now, anything unfinished, his office was going to take care of because the AUSAs, they work through different administration changes. However, if Diddy has to get retried, this new district attorney has to be committed to it, and also knowing that in 4 years, Trump ain't going to be there. It's going to be another person, and that person might be Democrat as well, so he'd be out of a job as well again. So, I don't know.
Here's why I feel this way. Here's why you feel that way. We'll talk, where can we meet in the middle? And as you can hear behind me, there's always something going on here at the courthouse, which is why it's so fun to be reporting live. There's really just always something going on, and there's probably a lot of that stuff going on, a lot of discussions going on inside the deliberation room. But again, I do just have to hammer home, it has to be unanimous when they come and return a verdict.
How great is Sierra? We paid those guys to drive by and yell at you just to see if you'd break form. Did not break a beat. This is Sierra Gillespie, everybody. This is the host of Scandal. All right, so Sierra, stand by. We got more questions coming in. We got more court updates. So first of all, they're going back and forth about what's the material going to be given to the jury after their question. Prosecutor says, we do not think her testimony, meaning Cassie's testimony about her Instagram post, is relevant. We think it's confusing. The judge says, I think it can be included. Both sides have reviewed. Will proceed on this basis. And it looks like they have adjourned on that. Okay, go back to you, Tyler. Got a bunch of questions coming up. This is from Ethelyn Buckmeyer. Did the defense not call any witnesses because they're confident they'll win? Love you, Jesse. Love from the UK. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So what do you think, Tyler? Did the defense not call any witnesses because they're confident that they'll win?
I don't think that was a reason for not calling any witnesses. I think it's more so strategic on this case, and their theme has been the government has overcharged and they have not met their burden of proof by proving each element beyond a reasonable doubt of the charge that Mr. Combs convicted of. They did spend significant effort in cross-examining the government's witnesses, and I believe they strategically felt that anybody they could call would not add to their case and may distract from the burden that the government has to prove to win their case.
Barrett, Rita Connors asks, if Sean Combs is convicted and sent to federal prison, will he always remain in protective custody, or will he be moved to general population? How does it work in the federal system?
Yeah, unless there's an issue that requires him to be in.
Call me crazy, but I see a comment on YouTube. Prostitution is not illegal everywhere. Prostitution is illegal everywhere outside. Like, for example, in Nevada, it's illegal everywhere, but I believe Clark County, and I believe Clark County is where, is it Clark or Harris? That's a county that Nevada is in, but outside of that county in Nevada, prostitution is legal. Now, it's one of those things, it's like weed. Weed is illegal federally, but I live in New Jersey. It's legal in New Jersey. Now, here's the thing. It's illegal for me to bring a pound of weed to another state because that's where you get into federal laws. Remember, federal laws, there's always this thing that says, does it affect interstate commerce? So while prostitution is illegal federally, if you locally get into prostitution, cool. But if you fly somebody in for prostitution, you've now interfered with interstate commerce, and it's a federal charge, right? So if you flew somebody in to Las Vegas, you can't get charged by Vegas. Because locally, well, actually not Vegas, but anywhere outside of Clark County, I believe. I think that's right. You can't get charged there because prostitution's legal in everywhere in Nevada besides Clark County. Let me just Google that and clarify it. Nevada prostitution legal. Yeah, I believe everywhere but Clark County. I could be wrong. Let's see. Only legal and licensed brothels that it's not legal statewide. It's illegal in Las Vegas. Okay, they're doing a lot. Okay, it's legal in 10 of the 17 counties. The only counties that you would consider going to is Clark, which is Vegas. So you can do prostitution in Vegas. But the other counties, for the most part, I guess 10 out of 17, you could, But if you're flying prostitutes in, it doesn't matter because now it's a Fed case.
In protective custody, I don't think that he would stay in protective custody his whole time. I mean, if you look at other celebrities that have been sentenced, ultimately they do make their way into general custody. So right now, he's being held in sort of a pretrial facility. If he's convicted, he would ultimately be sentenced to, a longer term actual prison. So he could be upstate New York, he could be in North Carolina. I mean, he could really be anywhere. He would likely make an argument that he wants to be sentenced and housed someplace close to family to make it easier to visit. But it's really, up to not only the judge, but also to the Bureau of Prisons to figure out what's the most appropriate facility for him.
The transcripts are going to be sent to the jury by 1 p.m. This is per reporting from CNN. So again, the transcript excerpts regarding the Intercontinental Hotel incident, a big piece of evidence, a big event in this case. Safa, you want a question from Safa? So Safa to Safa. Safa asks, on the jury sheet, it said count 3 transportation Cassie. Is transportation charge only for Cassie and not the dozens of escorts?
So if I can recall the verdict sheet, it does appear that the transportation portion is in connection with Cassie Ventura, and there's also a component that is specific to Jane. It does not sound, at least reviewable based on the verdict sheet, that it's with regard to the escorts, although we have heard testimony of that as well, but specific to Cassie Ventura and Jane.
To be clear, though, the argument is, right, Sean Combs transported men. They don't even have to be sex workers. Transported men and Cassie, charged for count 3, and Jane for count 5, for the purposes of sex work. So they are a part of it.
Yes, they're definitely.
Yes, prostitution's illegal in Vegas.
Definitely a part of it, and we've gotten a ton of testimony that essentially says that these individuals were hired by Mr. Combs or at someone's direction from Mr. Combs to travel to, for example, Turks and Caicos or to New York or to Miami to engage in sexual activity with Cassie Ventura or Jane Doe as well, traveling across interstate lines, which of course would affect commerce. And so that essentially is the government's argument that he participated in these things, that these sex workers were transported across interstate lines along with Miss Ventura, and that she was sex trafficked, and essentially substantiating what the government alleges as the transportation to engage in prostitution and the sex trafficking charges.
Tyler, got a question from Old Hollywood Angels. What is a foreperson?
The jury foreperson is essentially the leader and spokesperson for the jury. They're the ones who.
All right, we'll take a break on this, just because I don't want to get us to get burnt out with the Diddy stuff. We'll actually hop over to the Drake and UMG stuff real quick. So we all know what's going on with Drake suing UMG. He claims that he was defamed by the song Not Like Us. He was titled a certified PDF, and that has severely affected his entire career. Okay, what is this? Anyway, there's a video that's interested on this. I want to watch. This is a guy, I think, what's his name? Multi-platinum producer and radio executive. Never heard of him, but his name is Demiza Young. Claims UMG was trying to sabotage Drake due to a $500 million offer he received from Sony after he recouped from his $400 million deal in just a year. He says it's normal for labels to play this gangster tactic of devaluing artists leaving a label.
But Drake is a little bit different. Now, Drake is one of the smartest guys out there.
Okay.
His team is really smart. I mean, they own the rigging. They own the lighting. They promote it themselves. They're their own apparatus, you know, and that's why Drake is the one doing this, is his people are a little bit smarter than the average bear. So when it comes to touring and leverage and stuff like that, he doesn't have a whole lot of, I mean, he owns the plane. He owns... I mean, look at the deal he did for the plane. It was a shipping company that he did the plane deal with, where it was basically a trade. Say that you're doing this for us. All you got to do is pay for your gas. We'll let you use the plane. You know what I mean? And we'll refurbish it for you and all of that stuff. Just use it on tour and say our name. You know what I mean? Like, so, I mean,
So he doesn't have to put up his catalog necessarily.
Nah, and you also have to remember this. The reason why this case is going on is they gave him $400 million. Okay, Universal gave him $400 million.
For what?
For as an advance on his royalties.
Okay.
Well, he recouped that within the year and a half, something like that. Was already in renegotiations. Then Sony came along, said we'll give you $500 million. And he had leverage, but then Sony or Universal was like, no. And then that's what this case is about. Okay, did you release Kendrick and sabotage me to get my numbers down so that I didn't have the leverage to get this money? And because I was going to go to Sony, you wanted to ruin it. And I mean, that's what we went through with Mariah, was they were trying to devalue her brand at the end of the Sony run when we did Heartbreaker, and Tommy was actively out there. You know, the J-Lo thing, the Ja Rule thing, all of that stuff was to devalue her brand before she jumped labels. So it's normal for labels to play this gangster tactic. But Drake...
Now, this is interesting because Ja Rule seems to agree. He actually came in on the point about Mariah and him being used. He says, I hate that I was used as a pawn in all this. I was a young artist who's happy to be writing for some of my favorite artists. Shaking my head, love to both these queens, Mariah and Jennifer. I guess they had pitted them against each other. That's interesting. All right. Now, let me give you guys, I seen Lawyer for Workers kind of break down what happened in court, and then we'll kind of read some of the court documents. Let's get into, is it this? Here we go.
Universal Music Group, Judge Vargas just completed her hearing on the motion to dismiss. Let me tell you what I think she's going to do with this case. As you know, Drake sued Universal Music claiming defamation in the publication of the song Not Like Us, making him and calling him a pedophile when in fact he never was. Universal Music Group moved to dismiss those claims. They say, Judge, you can't actually bring a lawsuit like this. Why? Because the statement certified lover boy, certified pedophile, first off, how do you certify a lover boy in the same way you certify a pedophile? Hyperbole, trash talk, just nonsense being said in rap songs. That's not something you can sue for. You have to dismiss this case. What do I think the judge is going to do? Universal's big argument is that look at the context of what happened here. In the tailor-made freestyle, Drake was out there saying, yeah, go ahead, talk about how I like young girls. That's going to be a win for me. That's an actual quote from the tailor-made freestyle. And now Kendrick comes back, he accepts his invitation to talk about the young girls, so what's the problem? This is the trash talk back and forth that we all expected to happen in this rap battle. Drake's lawyers made a great argument, which is, wait a second, Not Like Us was not part of the rap battle. Yeah, it was a song in the rap battle, but it eclipsed the rap battle and became its own thing, a cultural phenomenon, a song like no other song in the history of music, quite frankly. It got to 300 million streams in 35 days. Nothing else has ever done that. Today, it sits at 9 billion streams. The way Universal took this song and pushed it out, they made it into something else. The judge's decision is basically, what would a reasonable listener listening to this song decide? Arguably, the judge could find that a reasonable listener, I don't know who the reasonable listener is. It's too early in the case. I need more evidence. I need more discovery. I need to actually see what people have been saying about this song, what people can testify about how they heard it, so on and so forth. Long story short, I think what's going to happen in this case, the motion to dismiss will get denied. It's way too early to try to dismiss this case. Either way, this case will get appealed to the Second Circuit. And so you're going to have this case going on and on for quite a long time. I think this case needs to settle because the way these lawyers, and the lawyers were both phenomenal on both sides, the way these lawyers were going, all the issues that the judge brings up, this looks like a case that could last with appeals for years and years and years, going all the way to the Supreme Court. Drake could get a huge bag. Universal could win, which would be terrible because the conversation around this lawsuit will continue on, making Drake seem like a crybaby. Settle this case.
I disagree. Under no circumstances, I think Universal settles this case. Under no circumstances. Respectfully, I disagree with Mo. I think Mo's a great legal mind, but this is my thought in terms of why they would not settle. I think, obviously Drake is a billionaire. He has a lot of money, so he's not like a peon where you could just run the legal bills up and hopefully get him broke, and then he'll just like bow out for little or nothing, or you just get him out of the way because he just can't keep up with the behemoths and the big dogs of what is going to be a critical legal game. The reason why I say they won't settle with Drake is that, respectfully for all the Drake fans, y'all only thinking about Drake. Like, brother, let me ask y'all a question. What do you think matters more? Yo, you called a man a certified pedophile, and yeah, you ruined his luxurious brand. Great. Or you've published mad songs that diss my dead brother, and now violence occurred because of that diss. Brother, we need money from you, UMG, as well. So, like, if Drake wins this lawsuit, it's problems, right? But if they sell the lawsuit, this is like the Diddy thing signaling to everybody else. File y'all lawsuits at me. Fuck no. UMG's not going to make the mistake that Diddy made, which is he settled something that already is a public spat. You settle it, it tells every mom, every mother who your son died as a result of a rap beef, and there's rap songs that's documenting this beef, and another nigga may have rapped, yo, I'm gonna come kill you, shoot you up with the 30 clip, I'm about to shoot your funeral up, you should sue UMG. Bro, they're not gonna sell this. This is bigger than Drake. This is bigger than, it's bigger than the mob. Like, what are y'all talking about? Everybody who loves Drake, listen, I'm one of those people too. Drake gonna have to fight this out and really squabble if he wants this win. But Universal as a company, this is way bigger than just one artist. If Drake wins this lawsuit, it's not only about calling somebody a pedophile, it signals that any song that Universal has released that's defamatory, that has hurt people, that has caused or instigated death, they are liable for. They cannot stand on that. They have to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court. Even if they lose it, it's in court to Drake. They will appeal it until the Supreme Court rules on it. Will Drake follow up as much? I don't know. But under no circumstances will they. Let me tell you this: if I'm Mama Duck, I got a lawyer ready. If Kendrick owes that nigga money, or no, if Universal owes that nigga money because they published a song saying he's a certified pedophile, well, what the fuck do we get owed when Dirk made a song and published it called "Should Have Ducked"? Or what do we owe when he made a song called "Back in Blood" and all these other songs that was seemingly taking aim at what we had going on? Fuck out of here. It's no settlement coming on. Drake is going to have to beat Universal's ass, which is that's the behemoth, or he's going to get his ass beat. That's just like Drake fans, cut it out. There ain't no settlement coming. None. Not one. Again, this is bigger than Drake. The mother of Julio Fulio should sue. Who I Smoke? Brother, that song has fueled and encouraged death. Every diss song, rap battles, and beef is over. The label's got to pay out. Like, I would file a lawsuit. Yo, here is the case law, which it would be case law that says you defame someone in a rap battle. So again, it's not against Drake or for Drake. I'm just saying Universal's not settling. Do I think he could win? I actually think Drake has a decent case, and the judge is clearly saying he's willing to hear it, okay? That's the thing. The judge is willing to hear it. Give me 1 second.
Two things that'll blow your mind that happened today in Drake versus Universal Music Group. First, Drake's lawyer makes this argument that Universal Music...
Hold on. Memo-digital. Stop with this is not true thing. Like, if you think they're culpability only exists if they push the record a lot artificially, nobody gives a fuck, brother. You are the publisher. The publisher of these records are Universal Music Groups. I understand y'all love Drake, and I love Drake too. But if you're trying to say Drake getting called a pedophile is more hurtful than all of these kids that have died and there's songs about them, fuck this nigga, he resting in piss, we smoking on his deads, like, you, brother, everybody's got to file lawsuits then. That's the point I'm trying to say. Again, whether Drake wins or not, I don't really give a fuck about the lawsuit. I'm not here rooting for a lawsuit. I like Drake for music. I don't like Drake for lawsuits. I'm sorry to tell y'all. So don't get mad at what you want. But if Drake wins this, I would tell every mother, every person that your son ever died as a result of a song being made that antagonized, threatened, promised to harm him, you should file a lawsuit against UMG. It's easy money. Drake is going to do the legwork because I'm telling you, this has never been successful. I have 3 other cases I could bring up to you where people said that, yo, we're going to sue Universal because the music they published. Because here's the thing. It's not about, you're not going to win billions of dollars because, oh, yeah, we kind of promoted this song more. Who the fuck cares? You're going to win money because that company should have not published a defamatory song, which I do believe it's a defamatory song, but it falls within art and it's like a legal loophole where it's like rap, it's art, so it's not defamatory. Because here's the thing. There's a kid who sued Sony actually. The mom sued Sony. Their son died of an overdose. The label incentivized, promoted, and specifically picked out when he submitted songs to them, songs that were all about promoting self-deprecating, harming drug use. And the kid died of an overdose. So the mom said, y'all promoted this. Y'all basically financially incentivized for him to go down this path. Here's the thing. This is the big question that's gonna last beyond this Drake thing. Does Universal have any type of moral obligation for what they put out? Now, I would bring in a Kanye song. I would do that if you ask me. Universal and other publishers would not put out Hail Hitler. They would not put out that song. That song to them was dangerous. That song was anti-Semitic. That song to them was not, it was so hateful, they looked beyond the art aspect. Complete. And if I'm Drake, I'm using this angle. And Drake, Lord, if you use this, I'm about to build Drake. I ain't gonna lie. That's an angle you could use. Because Universal's, their angle has always been, we put out whatever, it's the artist's job. So if you have a problem with what was said, sue the artist. That's what he said to Drake. Sue Kendrick. Why are you suing us? We put out everything. But you don't put out everything. Right? Kanye's music about Hail Hitler could not be put out on DSPs and was actually even rejected because it was so hateful. So there is a line. So the idea that there isn't a line is false. So what is that line? And that's where we're going to have this argument. Is the line dissing somebody's dead homie? Is that the line? Is a line making a call to action to say, yo, when I see that nigga, we put him in a box? Is a call to action, yo, when I see him like that nigga dead, is it calling someone a woman beater, child molester, a PDF? Where's the line? So that's the argument. I love seeing this get argued in court, but this idea that, we just think, let me tell you this, if Drake wins this, I'm telling you, every motherfucking artist who music that was published by UMG or any other company has caused damage in your life, whether you lost your life, someone close to you lost your life, you got to sue them, because that's what Drake is doing. You got to sue them. And if you don't want to, if you're a Drake fan and you're just only thinking about Drake with this, you're selfish. You're selfish. This is a overall thing. This is the idea, and this is the fight of, is a music publisher, right? We're not even talking about platforms because he's not suing Spotify. So the platforms will be Spotify, all the DSPs, well, Target don't really sell CDs anymore. All the DSPs, there'll be platforms. You have publishers and platforms. He's saying the publisher. He's saying my record label. Remember, he's not saying the artist. He never sued Kendrick. He's saying, I feel there's a moral obligation on the publisher, which the publisher is UMG, They should have not published this song knowing that its content was defamatory. They should have not posted this content knowing that I told them now he has some good cases for some, not necessarily malpractice because that's not a legal situation, but yo, I told them my house is the fucking cover art. You shouldn't let that fly. That is something where you could possibly hold them accountable for some damages, right? Yo, you shouldn't be doxing me on your cover art. That blurs the line of art as opposed to now, like, again, if I posted, let me ask you a question. Like, and I'm making this up. This is not true. I'm making this up. I got to say this 15 times because I know people are going to clip me. I'm making this up. It's not true. If Kendrick's woman had a miscarriage and I post a picture of the miscarriage photo of all the blood and all that shit, and I put a parental advisory disclaimer and I dropped a song about, yo, whatever, would that be art or would that be just straight up disrespect? So where do we blur art? Like this is where the whole conversation comes in for me. Where does art stop and where does you're actually endangering someone stop? As much as I want to say whatever, Kendrick endangered Drake's life by putting the photo of his house on a cover art. Someone should be accountable for that. Right? I agree. And that's why Drake's case is so interesting to me. And that's why I'm down for it to be argued. I don't care neither here and there about the whole thing. But where does art stop and where does you're crossing the line start? Someone gets shot at Drake's house weeks after you drop a photo. Actually, I believe it was like days or maybe a week after you drop a cover art of the biggest song in the world with the picture of his house there. Come on now. No accountability? Where does the accountability lie? Is it still on the artist or should the publisher, especially if they were told, what the fuck are you doing? To this day, Drake's house is still the motherfucking cover art. Okay. With the lyrics and stuff like that, the lyrics, I'm a little bit more, I'm sorry. When it comes to the lyrics, bro, I've seen people call people gay. I'm a little bit more forgiving with the lyrics. Is it probably unethical if they extra push the song? Obviously. Is it way unethical if they push the song mostly to devalue Drake? Yes. Could Drake prove that? I don't know. Here's the reality of it. And this is why I agree with this decision. I'll actually go read what happened in court because what happened in court was a minor win for Drake, but all it said is that, yo, we're not going to dismiss this case before we hear it out. They wanted a win before the shit got started. Like, nah, this is bullshit. No, they said, no, this is a legit case. We're going to have to argue it. And I'm telling you this right now, Drake is going to have to spend $10-50 million, which he definitely got. He's super rich. But this is 100% a Supreme Court case. I want everybody to notice. This idea that Drake is going to get $500 million or $3 billion, no one is settling with him. It's not happening. He's going to have to severely change the game or he's going to take a loss. That's it. Because what's going to happen, let's say he wins. We're going to all run with the headline, yo, Drake got awarded $2 billion. Yo, Kendrick won the battle, but Drake won the war. Great. Universal ain't paying it out. Appeal. We're at the circuit courts now. Circuit courts looks at it, and they're going to look at it as a idea about the First Amendment right. Well, actually, the Supreme Court going to look at it like that. But they're going to look at that. So circuit court going to look at the merits of it, and then eventually, even if they win at the circuit court, yo, Drake won again. Yo, it's good. It's lit. We told you, man. He like Michael Jackson, bigger than the Super Bowl. Great. Appeal again. That's going to be this going to the Supreme Court. I'm telling you, this is a matter of the First Amendment right. When we talk about artistic expression and we talk about the idea of having a right to say whatever you want to say, where's the line of defamation, right? Because yeah, you have the freedom of free speech, but it comes with consequences. You could defame people. Certain things fits under free speech, certain things does not. Then you have what could be called defamation, libel, slander, right? All of those type of things matter. when it comes to art, it's very different, right? It's the same thing with YouTube. Yo, if you show a bitch getting donkey fucked by somebody, nudity, getting taken down. If it's a artistic expression type of shit where there's a beautiful girl just holding up a cherry here and it's meant for art, not for sexuality or nudity, it's not going to get taken down. If it's in a music video, I told you there's that Kendrick video where there's a chick getting fucked in the video. And I said, how does they allow that? Go back to the Need It video by Rihanna. These are all things I'm telling you, I could go look up. There's nudity in the video. It's still on YouTube. Why is it not taken down? Because it's seen as art. It's seen as art. So art has long-standing gotten this leeway to break rules of what would not be normal. If Kendrick had tweeted the lyrics at Drake and it was not music, Kendrick would be paying through the ass. I promise you. Kendrick would be done. It's open and shut. 100%. But the thing about music has allowed this idea of artistic expression where you could say anything. It's like the loophole that exists with you could defame people, but as long as you file in a lawsuit, right? And we'll get to the Jay-Z thing in a second because they pretty much stood on that because they dismissed Jay-Z's defamation suit because they're like, no. This shit was filed legally. You can't call it defamation. So again, I'm trying to tell y'all what this is. I hate that, I know y'all Drake fans, y'all think I done switched on Drake, and the Kendrick fans, y'all could eat a dick. But the reality is, I'm just telling you what it is. The truth of the matter is that I want y'all Drake fans and y'all Kendrick fans to stop talking about this Drake case unless y'all down to talk about Supreme Court issues. That's it. It's Supreme Court. Drake will never get a fucking coin unless this goes to the Supreme Court. There is no settling with this nigga because it's not even about just Drake. You settle with him, there's going to be 5,000 lawsuits. I would encourage it. Nigga, I would get in my Tony Busby. Nigga, I would get my law degree and go to Chicago and find every mother of every deceased rapper who there was a diss song promoted or published by UMG that basically encouraged their son death or bask in their son death, and I would file lawsuits on behalf of them and claim that this was beyond defamation, and we need money too. You pay Drake, you got to pay everybody. So that's what I'm saying. Universal's not going to give him money to let people know, oh yeah, we're down to fold. So they're going to fight it to the end. To the fucking end. So everybody who's basically saying like, yo, the money grab is coming up. So where? Now, the judge did the right thing, and Drake got a win that he should get. They're trying to dismiss the case before it gets started. No, fuck nigga. We're going to listen to this. So that's all they said. We're going to listen to the case. Now, is Drake going to win the case? I don't think so. But let's say Drake wins the case. They're going to appeal. I'm telling you, I hope Drake is down to go balls to the wall, pause, because Universal is down to go balls to the wall. They're not going to fold. You can't fold. This entire culture is built around defamatory shit. So-and-so got killed. I wish it was you. Nigga, I fucked your bitch. Yo, nigga, I did this to you. Nigga, you a hoe. Nigga, this is why you did this. You a cop. You a bitch. Like all type of defamatory shit that happens in hip-hop. And a publisher, which is the labels, they put it all out. Like, am I tripping? So again, that idea, no. But is Drake lawsuit only that? No. There is damages. My record label put out a motherfucking cover art and my house got shot up. And I told them, could you take it down? And they said no. Is that art? Or did they endanger my life? If I put your address as my cover art and 15,000 fans show up there and then they firebomb your house, is that art or did I endanger your life? Does the protection of art mean I could do anything to endanger your life, ruin your life, and I could be like, oh, no, I'm doing art? So if I post a picture of your baby and then I make a song and the song is like, yo, this is Lucifer reborn. Now some lunatic is like, oh, this is Lucifer. And they do something, obviously, it's a fake scenario, clearly. And they go do something to your baby. Like, was that art? Or did I endanger your child because I put it as the cover art? These are like fundamental things that we're going to have to talk about in court. So, of course, the case should not get dismissed. It wasn't dismissed. So they told UMG, fuck out of here. We're not dismissing it. But is it close to Drake winning? Fuck no. This is a ideology perspective. What do you think? Where is the line between art? Where is the line between free speech? And where's the line between endangering someone and defaming them? That's the reality of it. And then wherever the chips fall for that situation, we're all going to have to deal with, because there's mad other situations. Drake is not the only nigga niggas lied on. And by the way, I think we all realize they lied on Drake, but he ain't the only one. Yo, this nigga, he a snitch. If I'm a rapper and my career is done now, I'm suing you. You killed my career falsely blaming me that I'm a rat. I can't make money anymore. I had an earning potential of $10 million, but you falsely labeled me as a rat. I need some bread. UMG put it out. I need some bread. Give me that money. Why not? Drake just did it. Why not? OVO Timothy said rap battles are built on defamation. I agree. So here's the thing. As we litigate this, we're going to get, that's what I'm saying, they're going to fight it to the Supreme Court. Because Universal, like if you ask me, I think Universal blocked that Kendrick shit because they knew Drake was gearing up for legal shit with him. I think they knew Drake was gearing up for legal shit. I think Universal wants to fight this to the end because they just made the most amount of money off one song, off of a rap battle song. They have made money off beefs, disses, songs that have defamed people, and I don't think they want to change their business model to now try to stop records or to say, we will not put out diss songs or songs that are overtly or whatever dissing somebody else because we're scared to get sued. So they're like, we're going to waste this $10 million and we're going to fight Drake in court. And if we lose to him, we're not giving him shit. We're going to go to circuit court. And if we lose to him there, we're going to go to Supreme Court if they'll hear it, but it's going to be an important matter. So we're going to see. We're going to see. This is, again, I know y'all keep saying oh, man. Okay, anyway. I know y'all keep saying, listen, this Drake and UMG issue, like, I really want y'all to stop thinking Drake versus Kendrick. Just please, y'all got to stop for 1 second, bro. It's just not Drake versus Kendrick, right? Drake has not sued Kendrick. Like, that's not the thing. He's not sued Kendrick. And because he hasn't sued Kendrick, we just got to stop going on with, like, this is Drake versus Kendrick. This is Drake challenging the establishment, challenging the idea of what defamation is in a context of what a rap battle could be. And I'm not opposed to him challenging it. I'm just saying that Universal can't stand for this to be a win because it opens them to so much litigation off of records they done put out, mocking dead people, encouraging and threatening death, making false allegations, saying wild things about people. Drake ain't the first. He won't be the last. And Universal has to fight this to the death. I hope you understand that. Now, I'll read quickly some of the messages that existed. Here we go. This was a court proceeding. Give me a second. Is that it? Where is it? All right, I just gotta find it. It was yesterday. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right, so, and again, we got to think bigger picture, bro. Think bigger picture. I think Drake would have had a easier win if he just directly sued Kendrick Lamar, but Kendrick would have probably showed up in there. Well, first of all, they would just say Drake's a snitch, but he would have showed up in there and just be like, it's art, it's art, it's art. It's interesting because this is an artist versus a publisher, and this is interesting. So the judge says, you seem to say that a diss song could never be defamatory, but New York law says the form is not dispositive. The UMG lawyer says, well, let's look at this Shock Jocks case. The judge said that's not the same thing. Perhaps the court needs more info, and for that, we can't even dismiss if we need more info on some other things. UMG lawyer said, well, Drake actually opened the door in third person when he rapped in TaylorMade, and he was just like, yo, you could bring up this idea that I like young girls. That's what Drake was saying on TaylorMade. Say you heard it from the Joe Budden podcast, right? And he said that's when Kendrick heard it and said, yo, I heard you like him young. There's no surprise he did that, right? Because Drake invited him. Vargas, who is the judge, says Mr. Lamar suggests that there are other secrets he has yet to reveal. It's actually ambiguous. The lawyer then says, these are questions of law, and the court could dismiss. The judge says, well, what do you think is a certified pedophile? UMG's lawyer says it's a play on certified lover boy. The judge says, well, but what would ordinary listener know the name? What ordinary listener would know the name of Drake's album, Certified Lover Boy? UMG lawyer says the context is all the rumors about Drake and young females. UMG lawyer says we will seek the dismissal for Drake having used the information on belief form of pleading. And then they asked Drake's lawyer. Drake's lawyer says on a Rule 12 motion, the question is whether a average listener could have thought the facts were being conveyed. They want Your Honor to weigh 17 articles, but the time to weigh the evidence is not at this stage. The judge says I could take a judicial notice. The lyrics are what they are. They then said UMG made this song more culturally ubiquitous than any other song. 9 billion streams. They played at bar mitzvahs. Judge says, an interesting bar mitzvahs? It's interesting that bar mitzvah would play the song. Judge says, then there's a use of AI voice of Tupac. Drake's lawyer then says, well, I'm not convinced of the relevance. So the judge is bringing up another issue. Well, why would there be an AI voice that introduced this idea? He says, well, I'm not convinced of the relevance. That's what Drake's lawyer says. Judge says, shouldn't I view the entire rap battle if we're going to be talking about what was done to Drake? Drake's lawyer said this was unique. Judge says Kendrick Lamar didn't know he'd perform at the Super Bowl. Drake's lawyer then says UMG republished the material with knowledge when it launched the Super Bowl campaign. There were 3 attacks at his home. The cover art is Drake's home with the sex offender location tags. The judge says, didn't Drake say Kendrick Lamar is not the biological... Oh, damn, this judge is tapped in. Didn't Drake say Kendrick Lamar is not the biological father of his child? Drake's lawyer says the court doesn't have enough info on that. Drake's lawyer then says 10% of the streams are false. A popular podcaster alleged the use of bots. There's also a stream farmer. There was whitelisting, misdirected search results, and payola. What's the damage in bot streaming? Drake's lawyer says every artist in the world or in the platform is injured. UMG's lawyer says in the record there are articles mention he's going to girls' basketball games, relationship at 31 with a 13-year-old, MBB in his lyrics. I guess. But regardless, they denied the motion to.
Folks asking, when will the judge decide the motion to dismiss in the Drake versus Universal Music Group defamation lawsuit? Well, I can tell you a couple things. Typically, these things can take a lot of time. However, once the hearing has been held, they usually come within a couple months. However, in this case, given how interested the public is, I'm sure the judge knows that. She's not going to want to keep the streets waiting. I would expect a decision within 2 to 3 weeks. In my opinion, the judge is going to greenlight this case to go forward. We will get discovery. It's going to get spicy. Folks asking when?
Yes, so motion to dismiss was to prevent discovery. It looked like discovery is going to be granted.
Universal Music Group's lawyer said something today in court that I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who caught. I think it has great significance. Now, first off, kudos to my guy. He was literally one of the best you could ever, he did so well, exactly what you would expect from UMG's lawyer. Now, he said, when he's quoting the lyrics from Not Like Us, certified lover boys, certified pedophiles, with an S, made it plural. And it seems like, I don't think anybody caught this, and it wasn't relevant to today's hearing. Today's hearing was a motion to dismiss, where Universal argues that you can dismiss this case without a trial, because we can just go ahead and pretend that everything Drake is saying is true, and it happened. Guess what? It's not a case of defamation under the law. Now, the judge could rule against Universal, the case could go on, and if it goes to trial, I think this concept of trying to make the lyrics sound like certified lover boys, certified pedophiles, plural, is to then segue into the argument that, hey, this wasn't necessarily a line about Drake. That's a lie. It's a line about Baca Not Nice. He's a certified pedophile. Baca Not Nice has a checkered history, including criminal convictions. So Universal Music Group, that shit's not going to work, because I heard that song a million times. It is not certified pedophiles. And even if it is, guess what? A reasonable listener heard pedophile, and nobody thought it was plural. Universal Music Group's lawyer said something today in court that
again, the case should go on. They should get discovery. They should go on to the next stage, basically, because it's detrimental for either side to settle. Well, actually, for UMG to settle, both are going to waste money on lawyer. But essentially, what's most likely going to happen is that it's going to go on to the next steps. You're going to get discovery, and then there's probably going to be more motions to dismiss, So this was just an early motion to dismiss, and I think, why would you dismiss it when, Drake is bringing up a valid point, which is, what is defamation versus art? That's how I look at this entire case. This other shit I don't care about, honestly.
We'll read when the court asks, do they have a verdict, the fourth person will be the one to stand up and read that they find Mr. Combs guilty or not guilty. They're in charge of really just taking leadership inside the jury deliberation rooms.
Over to you, Barrett. This is from Just My Opinion. Sorry. If Diddy's found guilty on the charges he's up against, can the judge still let him walk free with a fine?
No. If Diddy's convicted of all of the offenses that he's charged with, he'd be facing a mandatory minimum sentence. So the judge would have no wiggle room as far as the sentence goes on that. If he was, let's just give a hypothetical, if he was only convicted of the 2 transportation charges, the Mann Act charges, that don't carry a mandatory minimum, is it possible that the judge could give him time served? Yes. Is it probable? Absolutely not. There's sentencing guidelines the judge has to follow. That would be an extraordinary departure from the guidelines, and I really can't see that being something that would happen in this case.
Safa, RD asks, if he's released, not guilty, how long does it take for him to be processed and released? Would it be the same day? Is it possible he could flee the country?
What?
If he's acquitted, I expect that he would be released probably within a couple of hours. If he's acquitted, he can do whatever he wants. He can leave the country. He can stay here. He can do whatever he wants. But in terms of when he's going to get turned out, if he's acquitted, probably a couple hours.
I'm going to throw this question to Tyler, and then I'm also going to ask Sierra about it. Tyler, Lisa 5472 asks, with the questions the jurors are asking, do you feel they're struggling to find guilt? Or did the questions show they're headed towards a guilty verdict?
I think the questions show that they're working through the verdict sheet. And if you look at the top, you have racketeering, and then you have the predicate underlying crimes that go along with it, and then you get to sex trafficking with Ms. Ventura and then Jane. So I think that they're working through the verdict sheet, and to me, it just leads me to believe that they're probably focusing on the charges as it relates to Ms. Ventura and sex trafficking, and that's why they specifically asked for 3 separate slices of information to digest while they're working through it. But that's just my assumption. Who knows?
I'll go to Sierra in a second. Before I do, I want Barrett. We had a super chat question that just came in from V8. V8, thank you so much. I think Diddy's activities check off the RICO boxes as it's written, even though this isn't the normal type of case tried under RICO. Guilty or not guilty, do you think the RICO law will be amended?
No, I don't think the RICO law will be amended. And I agree. I think that the government has done a pretty methodical job of showing why this was a RICO enterprise. And I think they have more than 2 predicates that they have presented evidence for. The bigger question to me is, let's say he's acquitted, right? If he's acquitted on everything. Well, I don't think the RICO law will be amended. This really could be a pretty powerful message to the government that jurors don't like RICO in circumstances like that. That jurors think that this has been too big of an expansion of how the RICO laws are being used. So I think that it may be, if he's acquitted, perhaps it's something that future prosecutors take into account when they're trying to figure out whether RICO is an appropriate charge. But for me personally, I think that this conduct has satisfied the RICO elements. They've put evidence forth to that, and I think it was probably an appropriate charge.
We have a ton of super chat questions coming in. This is amazing. And this is from ManMan31994. Saf, I'll go to you, and thank you so much for this question. If Diddy is convicted on either the RICO or trafficking charges, what do you think his best grounds for appeal would be? Also, do you think he would hire different appellate counsel? Great questions.
Well, I think that he already has an appellate attorney on his team, so he very well could keep that attorney, or he can decide to go get a whole new panel of attorneys if he chooses to do that. I think that his best argument, the likelihood, and to Barrett's point earlier, is ineffective assistance of counsel, and we often see that in appeals, and with appeals, you have to raise it or lose it.
All right.
Why wasn't she called for the government or even the defense for that matter? So is it
the trafficking charges?
Yeah, I think that the jury is now on the trafficking questions or charges, and that's based off of the questions that they presented to the court earlier concerning Ms. Ventura and those 3 pieces of information that they're seeking. It seems to me that they moved on from that, and now they're trying to figure out if Mr. Combs is guilty of sex trafficking in regards to victim Ms. Ventura. And that's why those 3 questions were concerning different incidents with her.
Sierra, let me go to you. Jackie Reed asks, will the jury be confused on racketeering without...
Willie G says, you're selfish. Only reason you have this narrative, I guess he's talking about the Drake and UMG thing, is because you're garnishing views from the K-bots. What? You missed the point of the video. You just watched Mariah versus... What? It's sad. No, brother, listen, let me tell you this. My nigga, I'm sorry to tell y'all. I like Drake. I think that lawsuit's dumb as shit, bro. I don't care what y'all niggas say. I think it's dumb as shit. It's a stupid-ass lawsuit, bro. You know what I mean? Bro, I would have rather him sue Kendrick. Just sue Kendrick. Bro, it's a stupid-ass lawsuit. This lawsuit to me is about what could be said in this song. I love diss songs. I like when niggas say, I want to dig your mama up and piss on her, nigga, and bury her again. That's my type of diss songs. I sit here and I listen to the most heinous songs in the world. I'm sorry, calling you a certified pedophile is not worse than Who I Smoke, not worse than any King Von song. I'm sorry, that's the type of songs I like. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, I think those songs should stop. I'm not. The fuck are you thinking? No. Now, if we're only going on the element of, should Drake still file a lawsuit, but make the point to say you value, don't tell me about the nigga calling you a pedophile, bro. Tell me about how you're devalued in your negotiation. That, if you want to be transparent with that, be like, they will offer me $500 million, now they offer me $200. And I think they did that. All right, I want to hear y'all fight that out. That's cool. I ain't got no problem with that. But I love diss songs. I love when niggas say the worst thing about a nigga. I like when a nigga say, I want to kill your whole family. I want to see. I love when people be like, yo, I'm going to smoke you and your dog. That's what I like. I'm sorry. These are what I like. I'm sorry. I told you. I think Kendrick should have performed Not Like Us 20 times up in Toronto. What you talking about? I love this music. I love indictment music. That's my type of shit. So I'm not going to change this. I'm not changing how I feel about diss songs for Drake. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I'm telling you this. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, bruv, he has some valid points, but his valid points are not going to be what the fans are going to champion. Respectfully, if Drake lost out on $200 million, it's none of our business. He's not telling us how much he raps about it, but we're not in his contract negotiations. That's for him to fight about. That's not for fans to rally around. No matter if he wins or loses, he is not going to change the outcome of the battle. Why the fuck do we care? I don't care. What I care about is that when niggas is rapping versus each other, they can say, you a bitch. I wish your mama died. I wish I could kill you and your grand. Yes, I like that type of music. If you don't like it, sorry. Okay? But I like that shit. I just don't I don't want to hear, oh, he called me a pedophile and he defamed me. I don't want to hear that. Now, if you want to argue that this whole thing that the company tried to devalue you in a negotiation, I would love to see how that goes because I've never seen that being argued on a big level. But the only reason I care about that being argued is that I'm going to be up in your business finally. I would love to see what those contracts, we don't know what Drake contract looks like. He told us he got $400 million. We don't know. We heard it on a fucking third quarter call in 2021 from Lucian Grange. We don't know though. So I would love to be up in your business, but brother, I'm sorry, there is no recourse. The Kendrick battle is over. It's over, my nigga. It's over, bro. It's over, bro. It's over. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear there's no lawsuit, bro. So this lawsuit is there's grounds for it. There's grounds for it. I'm not saying it's not grounds for it. It's just that you're a fan. What the fuck do you care about if Drake get $1 billion or 200,000? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Be a fan. You know what I mean? This idea. My thing is that if you support Drake winning a fucking lawsuit against of defamation in a diss song, you better never tell me you're jacking no diss songs again. It's over. Because the diss songs I like, Not Like Us ain't that disrespectful compared to them. I like when King Von said, yo, I kill a nigga and dig him up until that nigga die again. I'm like, yes. That's what I love. I'm sorry. So again, brother, yo, if Drake got some gripes, but his gripes is y'all niggas devalue me. I would love to see how that play out, but I'm not going for defamation. I don't think when you diss somebody and you're in a rap battle, I don't think you could defame him. I think you could say anything in the world. And yes, something crossed the line, but that's when niggas start getting to shooting. I'm sorry. That's just how I go, bro. That's when niggas get to shooting. I'm sorry. There is lines in rap battles, but it's never, all right, I'm going to the lawyers. Usually, I'm going to do something about this. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. What do y'all want me to tell y'all? Yo, I know I got mad Drake fans in here, but I'm not gonna tell y'all what y'all want to hear. Not on this lawsuit shit. I'm not gonna tell y'all what y'all want to hear. Y'all really want me to sit here and I've covered Chicago for years and tell y'all that I think that if a nigga says something that's defamatory on a record, he should get billions of dollars from a record label? You think that I'm going to say that? Nigga, I enjoyed when niggas was smoking on Tuka for years. Not me, I never did it. But every time that came, I'm like, damn, the song is lit. Should Tuka's mom get $5 billion? We got it. You see, this is my only problem with Drake fans. Y'all logic stop at Drake. My thing is it goes across the whole board. If Drake should get money for just defamation, again, he has other clauses I think he should get money for. Yo, you put my house on... Yo, you recklessly endangered me as my own label by putting my house as a cover art. My house got shot up. That's damages. I 100% believe Drake should get some bread for that. I just don't believe words in a rap song means you should get money because Drake ain't the first nigga that's been lied on. And yes, it was a fucking lie. He ain't the last nigga. And I'm telling you, it's going to keep happening. So I'm asking you, if Drake should get whatever bajillion dollars you think he should get because he was called a certified pedophile, and he's not suing Kendrick, he's suing UMG. If he should get that for defamation, what should Tuka's mom get for niggas basically using her son as literally the new definition of Reggie? What do you think? How much money should she get? Because at that point, everybody needs to pay out. So again, just stop with this only this only applies to Drake thing. Just like I hate the K-Bots. The K-Bots got certain things that only apply to Kendrick. Like, brother, just stop, please. Like, did y'all really think I'm about to be like, yo, yeah. Now, granted, do I think that that's some dope shit? Like, I'm going to be honest with you, that's like one of the biggest low blows you could do in hip-hop, call somebody a pedophile. But do I think that if he was going to sue Kendrick? I don't believe it. And it's not a pro-UMG stance. It's like UMG has put out songs saying anything. We've seen niggas, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? Y'all can't only create a carve-out only for Drake. And if any Drake fan in here sits by and says, yo, Ack, this is the first time this has ever happened in hip-hop. This has never happened before. This is a one-of-one case. This is why we're thinking like this. You're a fucking liar. So then I'm asking you to extrapolate. So if Drake gets paid, you think everybody else should get paid, right? Okay, so if you think everybody else should get paid, that means niggas shouldn't be dissing niggas no more. Or lying on dissing. Half of all diss songs are lies. You didn't know that? Are you dumb? That's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. You niggas started with a lie. You do know this, right? Imagine if Biggie was just like, all right, man, fuck this. I ain't even rapping back, man. I'm suing this nigga, man. It's over, man. Bro, no. Make up a lie about him, too. Now, if you see me and you want to get busy, that's on you. I don't give two fucks. But half of rap battles are lies. Jay-Z was lying about Nas. Nas was lying about Jay-Z. Bro, they fact-checked both of them diss songs. Takeover and motherfucking Ether. Lies all over the place. They were lying. Most of them lies are defamatory. I showed you first tech on tour with Large Professor. Then I heard your album about your tech on the dresser. Nigga, I sampled your voice, but you was using it wrong. Nigga, I know who I paid. Searchlight, like there was just lying all over the place. It was mad lies. Mad lies. Yo, Jay-Z said to Nas, yo, he said, me and AI got more in common. You get it? More in common is like, yo, he says, something. He said, I skeeted in your Jeep and I left condoms in your baby seat. Come the fuck on. Lies. You think that was true? Does anybody think that was true? That's a lie. You defamed Nas by claiming you left a condom in his baby seat. That's a lie. This shit is all lies. Why are we acting like niggas been telling the truth this whole time until Kendrick lied? Kendrick's a liar too. They're all liars. The best diss song got all lies in it. There ain't no good diss song with the truth. Every diss song you like, the first 3 lines, there's a lie in one of them. Guaranteed. Y'all just want to rewrite the history and y'all want like this. Here's my thing, and this is to the Drake fans. Y'all want like, get over it. Drake is still the #1 rapper. He's doing the most numbers now. He's still the most streamed. Get over the fucking battle. Get over it. You fucking K-Bots, you niggas get over it. Y'all didn't kill him. You Drake fans, get the fuck over this shit. Like, it's not going to change the outcome. Drake could win $29 trillion. Like, the battle was a battle. Who cares? And for y'all weird-ass Kendrick fans, y'all could keep saying, it doesn't matter. Drake is still the most streamed nigga. He won't change. He still is. He's going to be the best. Get over it. Y'all over here like, yo, I've never seen rap fans root for lawsuits. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Nigga, let Drake go deal with that shit. All I'm saying is, it was valid, because I cover all lawsuits like this. Yeah, it was valid. They should deny UMG's motion to dismiss. Well, apparently they didn't decide yet, but they should deny it. This lawsuit should see itself out. This is an important topic, because this is a topic being brought by a high-powered lawyer for a high-powered artist against the conglomerate and their lawyers, saying, what is the nature of defamation in music? And the label is saying, What is the definition of artistic expression and rap battles? Because we generally stay the fuck out of everything. Cool. Let's have that argument in court. And if any of y'all care about it that much, this is going to go to Supreme Court. But I don't think none of y'all do. And there's no way y'all think y'all about to just get like $1 billion. It's not going to happen. So what are we doing? It's so confusing that y'all actually are arguing with me about this point. Like, it's confusing. There's two issues. Do you think that you should be able to sue for defamation in music? I think that changes all context of music. That's number one. Number two, what is the line between artistic expression and clear disrespect? I don't believe it's in a lyric. I believe it's outside of lyrics, because lyrics could be contextualized. It could be, similes, double entendres. It could be things that refer to other things. I would objectify to the fact that he had Drake's house on the cover art. I think that's the most egregious thing. Him saying that Drake's a pedophile, Drake's clearly not a pedophile. It was clearly a lie, but niggas lie all day in rap battles. So now we have to start to, it's bigger than Drake. Anytime you tell a Drake fan that, they don't like it. This is bigger than Drake. Do you like rap battles? Do you like when people diss each other? Well, here's the truth. Half of the things they say are false, are defamatory. Should they be entitled to large sums of money from UMG if they put that song out? If you say, oh, of course. Well, don't listen to rap diss songs anymore, and don't tell Drake to ever rap battle again. Don't tell none of these niggas to rap battle that you like, because what comes with rap battles is lies. Lies. Yo, I heard you got HIV. That's a good lie. What do you want me to... I don't know, man. So the lawsuit's going to continue. We're going to just see who's going to exhaust their resources in paying for this shit, but no settlement coming. Eventually, we're going to get to a winner. And we're going to see who loses, who will keep appealing. I think UMG has to keep appealing. Has to. They cannot pay. We'll see.
About anyone else being charged along with Diddy, that was something, right? That's something that came up by Mark Agnifilo in defense's closing argument. Where are his co-conspirators? KK's not a co-conspirator. The alleged victims are asking her for help. She's really an alleged co-conspirator. You think that's going to be a factor?
I think that this is a fantastic question. It's one that we've talked about actually on my show Scandal, which if you are interested in P. Diddy or any sort of celebrity, make sure to subscribe, because we talk about things like this, celebrity crime and gossip and drama. So subscribe to that. Back to your question, Jesse, talking about their confusion. I mean, potentially, yeah, right? When these jurors came into all of this, who's to say if they've ever heard of RICO or racketeering? Potentially may not have even ever heard of it. However, if they had, I'm going to guess that they heard something in relation to mobsters. And usually when it happens like that, when it's the mob or the mafia, there's multiple co-conspirators. And so, yes, I do think it's possible that these jurors are confused in this, especially if they're listening to the defense's closing arguments. As you pointed out, Mark Agnifilo really acting Mark the Shark in that way, saying, okay, what is this? This isn't even RICO. We got one guy. It's P. Diddy, Sean Combs. We're the other alleged co-conspirators. Again, we've talked about this time and time again. Where was KK? Why wasn't she called for the government or even the defense for that matter? So is it possible that they're confused? Yes. Absolutely. And I think that's why we have jury deliberations, for some of them to say, okay, here's what I thought about that. Here's what I thought. And then they can confer and discuss and kind of point to closings and all the rest of the arguments that they heard. I do think it could be confusing, but I don't know that it would deter them ultimately from a conviction.
And we're going to wait and see. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be signing off. I got like a million sidebars I'm doing today. But you're in great hands. You're with Sierra, okay, host of Scandal. Tyler's going to stick around. Safa's going to stick around. We're going to get to more of your questions as we are currently in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial.
All right. Hey, another little story. Yo, Hallie, thank you for taking my advice. Pop out with your ball. Pop out with your ball. Halle Bailey is now popping out with her new ball. Okay? This is her ball right here. This is Halle Bailey's ball. Some mystery guy. She's living her best life on the yacht. I keep telling y'all, in her mind, she thinks she India Love. Look, she trying to take the same pictures. Fuck all that wholesome shit y'all been hearing, man. She trying to do the same poses. She like, yo, hold on. Is my arch good? Like, stop it, shorty. Stop it. You Little Mermaid, man. Get your ass in the water and do a couple laps. You like Michael Phelps. Get out of here, man. Come on, man. You should be auditioning for Avatar, man. Stop playing, man. You ain't no India Love. These type of pictures ain't for you, shorty. You know you not built like that. Stop the cat, bro. Stop it, bro. You know that's why DDG moved. Stop. But you know what? I keep telling y'all, in her mind, when she seen DDG bent over India Love and she was twerking on it, and like the way he grabbed her hips, the whole time she was like, why he never did that to me? Why? She found her new ball. So her new ball gotta be the nigga taking these pictures. I'm telling you, in her mind, she was always, bruv, her and the other chick, her sister, they Beyonce joints. They Beyonce protege. They think it's come on. I'm sorry. Y'all don't got the sex up. Like, y'all kind of like, you're like, bro, y'all just don't got a sex appeal like that, bro. I ain't gonna cap with you, but anyway, she look a little happy. Okay, she finally popped out. Now I'm gonna tell you this, Halle, I'm gonna tell you the truth, just like I told Offset the truth, and Offset didn't really like it. Offset, my man's on. Your ball, nobody knows this nigga. Does he play basketball? Does he do anything? If he's a random, your soul is still gonna be heat. Cause I ain't gonna lie, India Love is popping it. If this nigga can't get on Twitch and get at least 5K viewers, oh hell nah. He can't make a song like DDG. He can't get up in the ring and squabble. You know, DDG do like 20 things. Oh, hell nah. Your soul will never, because when you go on the gram, today's the one day we gonna post you and this random nigga right here. The only day. You're back to the gulag after this, okay? You take you and your bum-ass ball to the court with no lines. Go over there. Take that ball and go over there, okay? You know the court. You know the main court. That's what DDG and India Love's on. 3. Curry. Yo, he's going crazy. This random ball you just got, yo, Halle, you can't do nothing right. You ain't learned from Cardi B? You gotta pop out with a Stephon Diggs. Not, who the fuck is this? Stephon Wiggs? This, it's like she don't learn. You can't pop out with a Randy? This is Randy, a random. You can't pop out with a random. You can't pop out with a random. Yo, DDG is popping it. Nigga was at prom looking like a demon. You over here. This don't even look like the big boy yacht, man. Just, yo, get your Little Mermaid ass off the boat, man. Go ahead. You got a nigga playing cameraman. This is how I know she trying to make DDG mad. The whole time the nigga got a camera in his hand taking pictures of her. You know what she's saying? Yo, he always was saying my ass wasn't that fat. Yo, is my shit fat like India Love? Hold on, let me put the arch. Now, take the picture. You take bad pictures. Hold on again. Let me get on my knee. Hold on, let me put the arch in the back. Wait, my ass not fat? No, come there. Just bend down a little bit. Just take the picture. The nigga taking a picture the whole time. You could tell she's stressed. She wanted to do something to make Diddy the nigga there, and he's a cameraman. How's your Randy, your new ball's a cameraman? This shit don't make no sense, bro. Her new, like, hold on. Remember, I was, she trying to convince him too, because, he even looking like, yo, Loki, this is kind of desperate. She's trying to convince him, like, wait, I was in Little Mermaid, right? I know what'll fuck him up. Take a picture when I'm diving in the water. I did this on set all the time. I did this on set all the time. I took swimming lessons. Hold on, take the picture. Here we go. Whew. Come on, man. DDG. Look, yo, grab my ass. Just put some suntan lotion on it. Keep the camera in hand. Come on. Yo, hold on. Yo, come on, look. Hey, now massage. Yeah, put that UV shit on my ass, right? Come on. She's not popping it. That's the problem. Yo, Hallie, you gotta stay over there in Squareville, man. You one of them nice girls. We like nice girls. But after we fuck with the chicks like India Love, after we done smutting out the girls like India Love and shit like that, when we ready to retire and we try to look for the girl that's not too ran through, we come to the corny girls. Like you. Like, we're not looking for you first. We want India Love. India Love is popping it. Okay? You is like, it's when we're ready to settle. You know what I mean? Like, you like settling. Look at this. Get my picture right. The nigga probably like, yo, could you turn, yo, babe, just look around like you look like the Avatar right now. Look to the front, babe. Babe, look to the, I'm trying to get the angle, but you look like, all right, let me just paint your face, man. We getting on Avatar 3, bro. Let me just get on Avatar 3, bro. Like, you gotta get on Avatar 3. What the hell? Look at this. Oh, no, I could teach you how to swim. I learned this on the movie. This is what we call treading water. Look, the whole time she taking pictures. I'm telling you, India Love, I'm putting out a call to action. Could you, you got her stressed. She found her new ball and just made the nigga a cameraman. Yo, I need a picture to be popping it up. Let's go to India. Look, India Love Instagram. Popping it, bruv. I ain't even see it yet, nigga. I know she popping it, bruv. Just popping it the whole time. Popping it, gang. Just popping it. Like, just, you just want to come up popping it. Wait, is this her Instagram? I don't even know if this is her Instagram. This ain't her Instagram. Hold on. Where's her Instagram, man? I don't even know. Is this it? Popping it, man. Bumbo cloud. That body, that fuck, no pussy. Yo, popping it. Yo, India Love, you got DDG. Yo, India Love, let me tell you this right now. You better check under the car seat for the motherfucking air tag the next time you, look, popping it. Yo, Little Mermaid, Hallie, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. The way I could tell you are mentally, just get the BBL, gang. Just get the BBL, bro. You want the BBL. You need the BBL, bro. You, like, the way you think you're popping it ain't going to never be popping it till you get a BBL. But I don't think you got the BBL personality. I'm going to keep it a bean. Like, look at this. Popping it. Yeah, this is what she's trying to do this. Oh, man. She's trying to do this. Yo, DDG, this one photo shoot got her in heat. She's like a termite in heat right now. She got her new ball. I ain't gonna lie, she looked like she got it from the pawn shop. Like, where'd this new ball come from? What type of ball? Yo, this ain't even Spalding. What type of ball is this? This ain't Wilson, none of that. Where did this ball come from? You can't get the off-brand ball. At least Cardi B did it right. Cardi B made sure she got the premium ball. Pause. She went and said, yo, hold on, let me get the upgrade. Who the fuck is this guy? Who? Chat, wait, hold on. You know what I gotta do.
Who do you think would give you the hardest fight out of anybody on stage?
Right here, the hardest hitting 145 pound, the real hardest hitting 145er, right here. This guy TKOs people. When I knock people out, they don't fucking move. They're not, who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck? Yo, how'd you get an unknown ball? Yo, everybody showed up with Spalding. How did you come with the Alabama Express ball? Yo, Hallie, you can't do nothing right. How did you show up with a ball from Alabama Express? How did you show up with a T-Mobile? No. Hallie, who over at Rock Nation telling you this shit? We trying to get you right. The hell? Oh, come on. What type? Yo, you ain't even get the Spalding? How you go to Dick's Sporting Goods and get the Spalding? What the type of basketball you just got? What ball is this? What type? Who is this nigga? Who is this? Yo, DDG, you got nothing to worry about. You cleared it, man. You cleared it, bro. You cleared it. Yo, baby mama over here doing shit she ain't never done before. I told you the whole time she was thinking, how come DDG never had me bent over like that? He was always saying, nah, I don't do that in public. But when he was with this bitch, he's like, come here, girl. You see now she's like, hold on. I seen this post on the gram. Hold on, let me get on my knees. Hold on. You can see it? My ass look fat? That nigga, he not even laughing with her. He laughing at her like, oh shit. All right, man. Let me just take a little click. Okay, you got it. You got it, man. You got it. Oh my God, man. DDG, you got nothing to worry about, bro. DDG, let me tell you this. The next event you show up with, DDG, I'm warning you. The next event you show up with, India Love, and she popping it on you again, trust and believe, you gonna see she getting a BBL, bro. She getting a whole mommy makeover, gang. Trust, she's going under the knife. It's going under the knife. It's got to go under the knife now. It's over the top. Like, she's going over the knife, and I ain't gonna lie, like, she might get a knife for you. Like, she ain't fucking with you either, bro. Bruv, I'm telling you, the next time you pop out, bruv, with India Love, and she's looking like how she was looking at the streamer prom, I'm telling you, the next, you gonna get a message on your phone. Halo is going to Colombia. Yo, she going to Colombia. She gonna get the upgrade, gang. She getting the upgrade, gang. She gonna be like, you gotta come to Colombia, come see him, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna Pray for DDG, man. Pray for DDG. Yo, his baby mom is on the gram trying to compete with the bad bitches, bro. Like, bro, like, no, like, somebody gotta tell Hallie, like, yo, Hallie, them poses not even for you. Like, you not one of them girls that we see like that. Like, when we see girls like that doing that, we're like, what is she? Why is she doing that? By the way, there's nothing wrong with the girl that don't do them poses just being in her lane and being, like, mad classy. Like, there's mad other girls, like, I ain't gonna cap with you. Like, name a really good girl that if we saw her doing that and, like, trying to, like, OD, trying to be extra sexy and third stretch, to be like, yo, shorty, you know, like, we fuck with you for not doing that, right? Like, why are you trying to do that? This is exactly why that nigga probably with another chick who really do that. Because you're trying to do some shit that, like, come on, bro. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. Hallie, I love you, girl. You follow half of my advice. I told you to pop out. I didn't tell you to pop out with a T-Mobile ball. No, you can't pop out with a T-Mobile ball. You can't. Yo, you can't leave the Spalding ball and go to the T-Mobile. Like, what the fuck? What the hell? Wait. Were we supposed to look at this and feel bad for you or laugh? We ain't laughing at DDG. Yo, Cardi, you got to give these chicks a goddamn blueprint. They got to get a Stephon Diggs. Okay? They got to get a Stephon Diggs, not a Steve Urkel. I'm sorry, gang. You got to get a Stephon, not a Steve Urkel. I don't know what these. All right, man. Listen, if she loving it, hopefully the nigga took some good pictures, man. Put it on Snapchat, get the filters right, and then post it back to the gram. I see what y'all do, man. Y'all got it, man. I'm gonna leave y'all alone, man. Hallie, I fuck with you, man. I fuck with you, bro. I fuck with you, bro. It's all good, bro. I ain't trying to even. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Shit's crazy. You know, worst part is when you're trying to take your, I'm popping it with my new nigga pictures, but paparazzi catch you being mad corny doing it. You're like, hold on, get this angle. Wait, let me cock up my ass a little bit more. The paparazzi caught you, bro. It's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. Yo, Trump still beefing with Elon?
Elon Musk. Who? What happened to Elon Musk? nothing. You know, he's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but you know, he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon, you know?
Oh, shit. I think somebody have to put Doge on Elon. Yo, Trump is petty as hell. He said we might have to put Doge on Elon. That's crazy.
You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid.
What happened to Elon Musk?
Who?
What happened to Elon Musk?
Nah, you going crazy. I think they asked him, they said, would you deport him? He said, I might have to look into that. Yo, he's wild. So Elon Musk knew long before he so strongly endorsed me as president that I was strongly against the EV mandate. It is ridiculous and was always a major part of my campaign. Electric cars are fine, but not everyone should be forced to own one. Elon may get more subsidies than any human being in history. By far, without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back to South America. No more rocket launches, satellites, or electric car productions, and our country would save a fortune. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good, hard look at this. Big money to be saved. Musk fired back saying every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame. And they will lose their next primary next year if it's the last thing I do on earth. Oh, shit. Oh, it's war. Oh, this is president versus the richest man in the world war. Oh, shit. He said if it's the last thing he does on earth. He basically said it on Paru. Jeez. Holy, okay. Okay, all right. I see what's cracking out here. That's Kevin Hart with a family. All right, Kevin Hart. I see my boy. What? Krishan Rock called Tia Kemp. Let me hear this.
What's up? Who this? Who this playing on my phone? Who is this? That's that Krishan playing on my phone. I'm finna cuss this little shot. I don't gay this. The subscriber you were. Y'all heard that? This got my number and she texted my phone. The subscriber. No, pick up the phone. Then she talking about buy blocked. No, don't block me now. I got my number from somebody and woke me up. This bitch text me, stop calling me. You call. Talking about I'm weird. Hold up. You call me. Woke me up. What's up? Who this? Who this playing on my phone? Who is this? I ain't know this girl baby wasn't walking.
What?
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this nicely. Krishan need to go sit down somewhere, and she need to get this baby some help. She need to get herself some help. She need to stop engaging with all this internet shit and beef and all this shit back and forth with that boy lying and playing on y'all mind. Because she ain't never played on mine. I don't pay her no attention. I already know she in the head. But it's making me mad that this baby can't get down and walk. But we don't know what she doing behind closed doors. We don't. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think she doing that. I just don't think so. Because she like to document everything. Should have been documented that. I ain't know this girl baby wasn't walking. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this nicely. Krishan need to go sit down somewhere.
Auntie, and you nobody aunt. We don't know you. You're a funny lady, but we don't know you, bro. In real life. And even if you was my aunt, my just call me like you really love me, bro. You don't know what's really going on for real and what's really, really going on for real. All you gotta do is, man, encourage the next mother, pray for the next mother, be there for the next mother. Passing judgment, trying to be funny, Like, I don't got feelings. I be ignoring every time you try to speak up against me or about my kid. The last time you spoke up against me, it was like, yeah, show us something. Show him holding a bottle up or something. And then shortly after, your son gets up. It doesn't feel good, does it? Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. Auntie! And you know about...
All right, man. I don't know what type of beef that is. I'm flabbergasted how Krishan Rock had the whole world at her. Like, I feel like all the ratchet women looked up to her. And, like, as soon as Blueface went to jail, like, no one cared anymore. Like, 0 people cared. Obviously, she got locked up, too. As far as her kid, I don't really got nothing to say about it, man. Like, you know, to each his own. She know what she did. She was drinking and smoking weed. And I'm going to just leave it at that. She was drinking and smoking weed. You know, as long as she's coming to terms with God about what she did, bruh, it ain't my problem. I don't got to take care of the kid. Let them rock. Let them rock. What's the problem? Let them rock, okay? It said, daughter of man allegedly murdered by Remy Ma's son, gets into an altercation with Remy Ma after court. Let's hear this.
Trying to beat you up, too. Trying to beat you up. Come downstairs. You know, you in front of the courthouse trying to act like you're tough. Yeah, stop. Yeah, let's go around the corner. Let's go around the corner. Come on, let's go around. Trying to beat you up.
Oh, word?
Turn around. Like your mother's ugly?
Turn around.
Like your mother's ugly?
Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Just watch.
Yeah, okay. We could test her right now. Right now. Right now, ugly. Everything. Oh, you thought you was going to see something ugly, bitch. You wasn't. But you wasn't. But you wasn't. But you wasn't. Same here. You see what's up? Same here. You see what's up? Oh, okay.
Turn around.
Like your mother's ugly?
Turn around.
Like your mother's ugly?
Oh, same thing.
Oh, okay.
Same thing.
Oh, okay.
Just watch.
Yeah, okay. We could test her right now. Right now. Right now, ugly. Everything. Oh, you thought you was going to see something ugly, bitch. You wasn't. But you wasn't. But you wasn't. But you wasn't. Same here. You see what's up? Same here. You see what's up? Oh, okay.
Turn around.
All right, bro. I'm tired of ratchetivity, bro. I need a break. Lena Syed granted temporary restraining order against Devin Haney. So after we went back and forth, she now comes out with a claim that during her pregnancy, he pushed her to the ground, and she's afraid of her life and her health and her safety. This is after he came out and said he couldn't see his kid. This is baby daddy. This is, I just went to sleep and woke up and you still going. Imagine you being that pressed. Go back to sleep. I'm not pressed, not one bit. You talking shit to me, so I'm talking shit back. You act like you fucking him. It's your sister. Relax. What? I know y'all used to fuck with the same nigga, but this ain't that. What? You clearly the lame in the situation. You don't have either nigga, but you starting problem between two that's gonna have to be handling the streets. Cause all you bitter baby mamas mad, I won't give her money. I don't have either what. You the one that started it. What's gonna be handling in the streets? You will see. Now stop hitting me. Huh? Yo, Young Thug, man. Yo, you need to step up and become a stepfather, nigga. You fucked this up, nigga. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. Young Thug, this woman was happily pregnant and happily engaged to Devin Haney until a video came out of her crying and sobbing and wiping snot boogers from her nose, begging to be with you while you was in jail, and Devin Haney was done with her. He said, cancel that bitch. I'm good. That nigga don't want to even, I don't even know if he want to be in the child's life if she got to be around. He clearly want to be a father, but he don't want to be a father around her. They've been beefing. He exposed her. He said he paid for everything she got. we all know she was like in Taz Angels or one of them joints. You know one of them little, them freak off squads and shit like that. So in reality, bruv, I'm gonna keep it a being with you. I think Young Thug need to step up and be a stepdaddy. Thug, you caused this. They were engaged. Then this video came out. This video came out.
I love you.
Do you? Do you?
I love you. Everyone knows this. Can you please start calling me again? Please.
Do you really want me to?
Oh my God. Yes. Of course.
Thug, you did this, bro.
After making that decision.
Yeah, I do.
This was crazy.
I don't like anyone.
Imagine seeing your baby mama crying to a nigga in jail tomorrow. I don't like anyone. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you. Devin Haney's a boxer. He got to have an ego of $1 million to be a boxer. He couldn't look at you the same no more, baby girl. You crying to the next man. Talking about I don't like anyone. He probably realized like, yo, I'm not no second option, man. I'm not putting no kid in your gut. You good. He released you back to the streets.
No one's like you. I want you. I love you. Can you please start calling me again? And I miss you. Please call me. I love you. Just call me later, please. I don't like anyone.
Lil Woody asked Young Thug a
Before boxer Devin Haney married influencer Lena Sayed in early 2023, she was really into Young Thug. Here she is in 2022, calling Thugger when he is locked up and awaiting trial on RICO. In the call, she gets tearful and tells Thug she only wants him. Months later, she would be wed to another man. Should Haney be concerned now that Thugger is out of jail? Or is Haney still love-struck over...
And Thug, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you gotta get blamed. The way you violated him, you violated that man when you said, man, what? I could have that little shit right now. I could have that little shit right now if I wanted. But she be pushing the P harder than niggas. That's the twin. I got who I want. This is when Devin Haney was like, I gotta be done with her. A nigga who she was crying over in jail comes out of jail. Remember, it was 2022 she crying. He engages to her 2023. And in 2024, Young Thug tweets out, I could have that little shit right now if I wanted. But she been pushing P harder than niggas. That's the twin. I got who I want. Yeah, I ain't my girl. That's not my ball. 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 That ball belonged to the YMCA, to the 24-hour fitness. That's the one you rent. Be like, yo, y'all got a ball? Yeah, that's the one you rent. That's not your ball. That's not the one you bring from home. No. Man, me and Twin was talking about some whole other serious shit. I don't know why she spoke on loving other people or anything else, because I don't give a fuck about no hoes or no niggas. I'm the capital P. LOL. That's my twin and nothing else. Never have, never will. She said she loved this man. He said, that's my twin and nothing else. Never have, never will. Jesus Christ. Yo, Thug was like soaking up her tears, man. Look at Thug. Thug is a devious man.
I feel so bad.
Thug wiping his dry ass eyes. This is crazy.
I feel really bad.
Look at Thug's face. This is crazy, Thug. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Thug, never do a movie. This acting was horrible.
I feel so bad. I feel really bad. I swear to God, I didn't mean it. It just came out wrong. I worded it so wrong, and you took it the wrong way. I love you.
That nigga Thug stretching, man.
Do you?
Hmm?
Do you?
I love you.
Damn, she trying to get out. I love you too. Thug can't give it to her. Yo, Thug been fake crying for the last 2 minutes. It's crazy.
Everyone knows this.
Who's everybody? Her fiance didn't know that.
Everything's gonna be fine. It is. You just have to have faith and pray. Pray every day. Can you please start calling me again? Please.
Do you really want me to?
Damn.
Oh my God. Yes. Of course. Yeah, I do. I think this was just a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? That was a misunderstanding?
Yeah.
I love you. And I miss you. Do you miss me? I'm sorry for being so emotional, but
I ain't gonna lie, Devin Haney, you ain't wrong. That ain't your ball game. Your ball should never be. Yeah, that's not your ball game. Yeah, you good. This is co-parenting vibes.
I've been crying like all the time. I cry all the time. Please call me. Okay?
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
Do you forgive me?
What did she do?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Of course.
Okay. I'm happy now.
Are you? Mine. You know, I thought we were like this.
You don't believe me. It's like you don't believe me.
You do.
No, I don't.
But
This is something that someone else told me, and I feel like I should have never said that to you. I should have never.
All right, whatever. Anyway. Good for them. Let's go back to Verdict Watch chat.
Safa, on to you about the prosecution. Person, Elaine Ems says, I'm watching from Poland, no idea about American law, so please tell me, can he really go to jail? Is there a chance he will be found guilty? The answer to this is yes on both counts. He actually has been denied bail 3 times, so he's been at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn since September of 2024. So Diddy has consistently been in jail. Will he actually be found guilty? Can he be found guilty? Tyler, what is your prediction here? Will he be found guilty?
Federal government has extremely high conviction rate. They typically average around the 98% conviction rate. There's a strong chance that he's going to be found guilty. The government has extreme resources, and they do so selectively when they decide to charge people and not overcharging them, because they have the power a lot of times to convict people when they're charged. Maybe sometimes of the wrong charge if it's overcharging. But the government decided to charge Mr. Combs with RICO, sex trafficking, and other charges here. And I think there's a chance that he does go to jail. His bond was denied. There's been strong evidence that's been presented to the court. Really graphic, excruciating evidence that nobody should go through. And I think that's going to weigh on the hearts and minds of the jury when they make their decision.
And we're almost pushing 10.5 hours worth of deliberation at this point. So I think at the very least we can say, and especially based on the questions that the jurors have brought, that they're in there talking, they're discussing, they're going through with a fine-tooth comb, talking about things and, discussing the instructions which they've referred back to or the transcripts. And so I guess we'll see. Who's to say? No one can be 100% certain until we get that information, which of course we'll bring to you as soon as we have. But who's to say what way it's going to go? Okay, we have another super chat question, and this one is from Shauna C. I imagine Diddy's children have trust funds. What do you think will be the financial impact to his children if he is found guilty? Safa, I'm going to toss this one to you. I believe on my show Scandal, you and I have talked about this in the past because obviously Diddy had so many different brands. We're talking Ciroc with the vodka. He had Sean John. He had all of these different artists at Bad Boy. So he did have, maybe still does, I'm going to say, a hefty bank account. So what would the financial impact then be for his children?
So if there's a trust fund set up for his children, and I don't practice trust, but I would expect that those would be preserved for the children, unless there's some mechanism that would allow the government to go after that. Now, there are forfeiture proceedings that will be initiated if Mr. Combs is found guilty. And to Tyler's point earlier, the government will go after his assets in order to, obtain restitution if these are located.
All right, chat, I do got to run. I got to go meet up with Lauren Conlon, and we're doing it again. We're running it back. So, chat, I got to cut stream. Got to run. Got to blast. I will be back, okay? So I got to get out of this outfit. About to take the quickest shower. You know one of them little bird showers you wash under the arm, and then nah, I'm playing. Nah, but yeah, no, I got to go. It's raining over here now. So I'm about to go do that real quick. So you're going to see me again If you enjoyed yesterday's stream with me, Unc, and Lauren, we're doing it again. Again. All right. I will see you guys shortly. I love you. 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 I will be back. Okay. Already made the event, so you guys could go to that event. At least on